Think about how many digital systems you interact with every single day. You unlock your phone with a fingerprint, you make payments online, you store photos in the cloud. Because we expect technology to work, we expect our personal data to remain private. But have you ever wondered what makes all of that possible? What prevents someone from stealing your passwords or what stops attackers from accessing your personal information? The answer lies in cybersecurity. It is the practice of protecting systems, networks, applications, and data from digital threats. And today, cybersecurity is more important than ever before. Cybercriminals are constantly searching for vulnerabilities. They launch phishing attacks, spread malware, steal sensitive information, disrupt services, and exploit security weaknesses for financial gain. The impact can be enormous. A single security breach can expose millions of records. This is why cybersecurity has become a critical priority for organizations across every industry. Professionals in this field work in a variety of roles, including security analysts, ethical hackers, penetration testers, SOC analysts, and so on. But before you can protect systems, you first need to understand how security works, how attacks happen, how modern organizations defend themselves against constantly evolving threats. And that's exactly what this course on cybersecurity by Intellipaat is designed to help you learn. Throughout this course, you will build a strong foundation in cybersecurity concepts, understand the threat landscape, explore security tools and technologies, and learn the principles that professionals use to secure modern digital environments. So, without wasting any time, let's get started.
We will be covering the utmost basic about cybersecurity. What do we mean by cybersecurity and what is the current requirement of cybersecurity? And why do you see that there are so many requirements popping up for cybersecurity? Why has it become a buzzword? Why is everybody all of a sudden very much interested in cybersecurity? Okay. So the things that are not mentioned here on the PPT, I would like to cover those aspects first. Cybersecurity basically is paying attention to the security of any kind of a data or a device or an infrastructure which is available or connected on the internet. Okay. Very simply put, that is the most basic definition of cybersecurity. It's a collection of two words, cyber and security. Practice of defending critical infrastructure that includes devices, services, people, and information which is connected to the internet. Now, through this definition itself, you would come to realize why there is so much requirement these days for cybersecurity professionals. The reason is because everything is becoming slowly, or I should say, in a much more faster pace now. Everything is becoming more digital. So businesses are going digital. All our payments are getting done digitally now. Now you've got UPI on your phones. So you don't really, I don't think a lot of people now even use cash. They just go ahead and use the UPI application, which automatically computes everything on your account, does the transaction, and makes sure that the correct amount of money is getting transferred to somebody else. And all of these systems are digital. These are systems which are interacting digitally with each other. What they are doing is they are creating connections, they are transferring information, and they are storing information also. So all of this information that is getting transferred, stored somewhere, all of these interactions that are there on the digital environment now, they need proper security, right? Like everything else in this world, there's going to be certain bad actors that are going to be troublesome and that will try to maybe steal some information or do something which is unnecessary or not required. And in those cases, security is utmost importance. Now, if people over here, I'm sure experienced people already know this, but when we talk about cybersecurity, there's three basic things that are the most important whenever it comes to securing a certain device, service, people, or information. These are also known as three pillars of security, cybersecurity. The three pillars of cybersecurity, the first one is confidentiality, the second one is integrity, and the third one is availability. Okay? These are the three pillars or three elements of cybersecurity through which cybersecurity of a certain element is judged, or cybersecurity of a certain infrastructure or device or service or people is judged. So let me give you one example of each of these so that it becomes a little bit more understandable for you. Okay. This is also known as CIA triad. CIA is basically the first terms of these elements taken together: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So, what is confidentiality? Confidentiality is that the correct person is able to see the correct information that is associated with that person. This is a basic definition of confidentiality. What does that mean? Very easy example is, if you want to log into your Gmail account, you put in certain information and the system authenticates you, which means it checks your credentials. What is credentials? Credentials is something that you put to get yourself authenticated. So basically a username and a password. So you put your username and a password, the system authenticates you, basically checks that information whether it is correct or not, and then you are able to see your own inbox. Are you able to see somebody else's inbox? No. Are you able to see somebody else's information when you log in through your credentials? No. So this is what confidentiality means. Confidentiality means that you are able to see only the things that is associated and should be visible for you. It also means that there is a correct way of authenticating each person to their resources. So for example, when I talk about Gmail, the things that we have used here is a username and a password, right? So you can say that password and a username are two phrases that are being authenticated to provide me the confidentiality for the access to my mailbox. Now, there's not just passwords, but in today's world, we have many forms of authentication. So if you are familiar with biometric devices, you would know that that is also a form of authentication. What is biometric device? If you've got a phone, a smartphone, you have a fingerprint reader on there. So you have to register yourself through the fingerprint, right? And then when you are operating the phone, you just have to push your fingers on the fingerprint reader and the phone knows that it is you. So again, this is maintaining confidentiality of your device. So this is one more way of providing confidentiality. Now there's also some more developed, progressed forms of biometrics. So uh, there's also something known as an iris scan, which basically scans the iris of your eye, and then it allows you to probably access some resource. And these are more specialized ways of authentication that are used to focus on confidentiality of the data. Okay. Next, we move on to integrity. Now, integrity states that the transfer of data from one place to another should be in the truest form. What does this mean? So what that means is that data from point A, when it is leaving in one state, it should always be exactly the same when it reaches point B. So, for example, if I am sending a message from point A, let's say I want to send a message saying, I am at location X, and I send this message and it has to be received by B. During the transit, the data, whenever it is passing, it should not be manipulated or changed. It should be as I have sent it, and it should be the same when it is received by B. So the message that I send is I am at location X. The same message should be visible to B when it reaches there. Okay. So it should not change to I am at location Y or I am at location Z. It should always stay the way that I sent it or I intended it to be to any location or any person or any infrastructure or device. All right. So that is the integrity. Now, if I have to give you an example of an integrity, it's going to be a little bit on the technical end. Now, when you download certain freeware, when you download certain files from the internet, I wonder if you've ever seen something like a hash, MD5 hash, or something like that whenever you are downloading the file. So certain websites, what they will do is they will provide you a hash value of the downloaded file, and they will say that, okay, you are downloading this file, but please, once you download it, if you are unsure about its integrity, you can check the hash of the file and it should be the same, which would mean that the integrity has not been compromised for this file. Okay. Basically, hashes are calculated values that are done for any file, and they are unique for each file. Okay. I will cover hashes in a little bit more detail later. But as of now, you can identify a hash as a unique value for corresponding file. If you make a change in the file, the hash automatically of that file will change, right? So it basically acts as an identifier of any change that has been made to the file. So through that, you can make sure that the integrity of a certain file has not been changed and the integrity of a file has been maintained. If I have to give you one more example, I could also give you the example of, let's say, secure HTTPS. So HTTPS is basically a secured way of transferring data on a website to and from the user. So if you would notice on your web browser, usually what you do is you just go ahead and you type the name of the website that you want to visit. For example, if you want to visit google.com, you just put in GOOGLE, google.com, and you hit enter, right? And sometimes automatically you would notice that the HTTPS appears there. In a lot of websites, what happens is when you log in, or even when you are logging in, you would see that the HTTPS comes up on the browser. So what is that? That is something known as SSL. SSL is something that was introduced on the web to do two things: to make sure that the data which is passing from point A to point B is not being manipulated, and to make sure that the confidentiality of the user who's sending the data is maintained. So the first thing it checks is whether you are who you claim to be on the sender side. Okay. So when you log in to Google, you will see that you get the HTTPS on the website and it automatically logs you in. If you're using a same browser, you just type Google and it automatically, it logs you in and it shows you that you are logged in, right? So that's the first thing it checks. The next, when you are sending these requests out, it does something known as encryption. Encryption is basically encapsulating your data along with certain headers and footers. You can think of these two as heading and ending, that is attached to a packet of data and sent to the receiver. This heading and footing information is used to make sure that the data which is received on the second party is integrate. Okay, it's not been messed with. So these are two examples that you can associate with integrity. We have covered confidentiality and we have covered integrity. Now we need to cover availability. Availability states that a certain service on the internet should be available to the intended audience at all times or when required. So what does this mean now? In easy language, it means that whenever you want to access a service on the internet, you should be able to access it. For example, let's say you are doing a project for your college and you want to pull up some information from, okay, let's make it even more practical. Let's say you want to use ChatGPT to build something, build a resume or something. So what you're basically doing is you are accessing a service on the internet, right? You want a service done, you want to go to a website, you want to access ChatGPT, you just tell a ChatGPT, okay, create my resume. And that's basically a service that you're taking out of the internet. Let's say for some reason, the website does not open for you. Let's say for some reason, you're not able to access ChatGPT. What does that mean? That means that the availability of ChatGPT has gone down for you. So that is not desirable for any business or any organization or any infrastructure. So that is basically availability in a nutshell. Okay. Now, these three elements of cybersecurity, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, all of these three combined together make the CIA triad of cybersecurity. These are elements which are extremely important when we are considering cybersecurity. In some cases, you will see that certain element is required more, and in some cases, you will see that certain elements are required less. So, for example, if I have to give you a real world example, you can say that when you want to call 100, 100 is the emergency number for police, right? So, if you call 100, the call should always be answered and somebody should always be there to pick up your phone. Why? Because it's an emergency response line. So, over there, my availability is of the utmost importance. Make sense? So when I want to report something, let's say even the ambulance number. Now, I don't know if it is 101 or 102. So let's say it is 101. And when you dial 101 in an emergency, there should always be somebody who is answering on the other side. So basically, what that means is that the availability of the most importance is required in those services. So, like this, you will see whenever somebody talks about cybersecurity, they will always revolve around these three aspects of cybersecurity. And all these three aspects will be associated with everything that you encounter on the internet. Okay, whether it be devices, whether it be people, whether it be any service, whether it be a data center, whether it be anything else which is available on the internet, the security of these devices, infrastructure, people, and different elements is going to be based on these three aspects. Okay. All right. Now there is extremely huge and vast amount of devices on the internet. There is a vast number of people on the internet. There is a vast number of businesses on the internet. And there is also a very big number of critical infrastructure on the internet. Okay, now when I say critical infrastructure, what does that mean? Critical infrastructure is basically infrastructure that is associated with a certain state body. What is a state body? State body is a government. Any infrastructure which belongs to the government or anything which is of the most critical nature for the state or for the nation becomes critical infrastructure. Why is this necessary for all of us to know? Because this is also something which is turning out to be an extremely huge requirement for all countries. If you look at the current scenario of the world, if you follow geopolitics, you will know that there are a lot of wars going on in the world right. Okay. First of all, there is Russia, Ukraine that is going on. Then, of course, there is Israel involved with a lot of Arab states and Palestine. And in those wars, the attack is not only on the physical infrastructure, but also on the digital infrastructure. Okay. Please understand, this is of great importance because this is also one of the use cases why cybersecurity should be necessary as a training for everybody. Okay. Whenever these kind of wars break out, usually what happens is each of the stakeholders or these countries start attacking each other's digital infrastructure also. Whatever is present on the internet, it will start to get attacked. Same thing happens with India also. So even in India, we see a lot of attacks that come from various other countries. You can only trace them, but you cannot touch certain people involved with them, of course, because they are sponsored by the state actors. Okay. Now, what kind of infrastructure does the nation or the states own? And why are they so critical? These devices or this infrastructure that the governments own, they can be normal systems like laptops, desktops, data centers, servers. All those things are, of course, always there. For example, you log into the railways website, the web server which is serving you that website belongs to the government, right? But there's also critical infrastructure associated with these governments. Now, this critical infrastructure is something which is on the lines of power generation, okay, energy sector. So let's say there are extremely huge plants for hydropower generation, for solar power generation, for wind generation. There are also a lot of critical infrastructure that is connected when we talk about sewage disposal plants, when we talk about water treatment plants. All of these are also systems that can connect to the internet, that are also on a grid somewhere, that also have some IP address attached to it. And these basically are termed as critical infrastructure. Okay. Why are they critical? Because the absolute size, the nature of these systems, and a change or a hijack in these systems, it can be a catastrophe if somebody is able to hijack these systems. For example, if you think of, let's say, a hydroelectric power plant, okay, in certain hydroelectric power plants, the dam gates are controlled by a certain command that is sent to a server electronically. Okay. So if those servers were compromised, and if somebody with a malicious intent was to send that signal or command to the main control center and was to open one dam gate all of a sudden, you can imagine the kind of repercussions it would have for that country. Now, this is not just an example, but these are certain live cases that you can read about even in the Russia-Ukraine war. There's been a lot of skirmishes there with each other's energy and manufacturing sector there. Whatever is present online, this is being attacked. Even in case of Israel and Palestine, it's the same thing if you notice. So, as a student of cybersecurity and as somebody who is interested in cybersecurity, this is something that you all should know. Okay. Of course, you should also be careful about things in your daily life. So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there's been a lot of scams that run on WhatsApp. There's been a lot of scams that run on the emails also. You probably receive a ton of emails. But I think the general population is intelligent enough to realize that there is a certain scam, or I do not have to download certain files. Otherwise, my devices will get compromised. Okay. All right. So, what are the other things that we need to protect or need to identify when we talk about cybersecurity? Network security is also one of the aspects that we will cover. Network security, which can be wired as well as Wi-Fi networks. We use a lot of Wi-Fi these days. So Wi-Fi also is something that should be covered under the umbrella of cybersecurity. Same goes for wired connection also, or something which is running on a wired network. What else is covered in cybersecurity, or what other aspect needs to be checked when we talk about cybersecurity? We also need to talk about application security. Now, what is application security? Now, I'm very sure that if you are a part uh, of a professional network, you might be accessing LinkedIn. So you see a lot of posts by bug bounty hunters and everybody finding bugs in their applications. Bugs basically are loopholes in an application through which an attacker can access certain information or can do certain changes to your devices. Okay, and this is being done through application access. That is the reason why application security is also required. What is an application? Application is any software that you are using either on your mobile phones or on your desktops. We see that a lot of attackers have shifted their focus to mobile applications, because usually what people do is they just download certain applications through Google Store, and basically they don't check a lot of things apart from that. Once the application is downloaded, it stays there until the use of that application is complete, or maybe sometimes they stay there even longer. But these applications in the background, what are they doing? What kind of code are they loading? What kind of loopholes are there on these applications? These are unknown to end users. So it is for cybersecurity professionals to make sure that these applications are without any loopholes or without any bugs and come with up-to-date security when it is being presented for installation to the users. Okay, whether it be laptops or whether it be your mobile devices. All right. What else should be covered in cybersecurity? Cloud security. A lot of businesses have moved to the cloud. Many businesses have moved to the cloud. They do not want to have an on-prem setting, and they want to move their infrastructure on a cloud. What is cloud? Cloud is basically a service that is provided to you by a service provider on its own network, on its own risk. Okay. So for example, I have a laptop here right now with me. Okay. Now I've purchased this laptop and I know that there are certain limitations with this laptop. Okay. So it has 4 GB RAM, which is very less. And I want to do, let's say, a little bit more computation, and I want to uh, get more RAM, and I want to get more hard disk space, and I want to have more computational power. I want 4-core CPU. This one is only 2. So what will I do? Now I'm a smart person, I'm a tech savvy person. So what I'll do is, I know buying a new laptop is going to be extremely costly. And I know that this requirement is only temporary for me, maybe 3 or 4 days. So what I'll do is I'll get an instance on the cloud with the same features. What is getting an instance on the cloud? I am basically renting that hardware from a cloud service provider so that I can use that machine as if it was my own for a certain period of time. So if you have used cloud products like AWS, Linode, or any other products that are available on the cloud, they provide you these services at a cost, of course, for a certain need, because of the scalability associated with it. What is scalability? Scalability is basically how quickly you can change certain features of your requirement. Okay, this is very useful for organizations. Now, it might get a little technical here, so I will try not to delve too deep into this. If you want to cover it a little bit more in detail, I can cover it, but as of now, this information should suffice. Okay. What next is covered in cybersecurity? Information security. So privacy and end user protection is also becoming an extremely big aspect when we talk about cybersecurity. If you have heard about GDPR, that is basically the result of privacy and end user protection demands from end users. Who is the end user? End user is people like us who basically use the internet for their own personal usage. And of course, our information is also there on the internet. But since privacy and protection is the basic rights of every individual, this also has to be extended to the internet. So, for example, there should be nobody stealing your identity on the internet and creating a Facebook profile on your name. So, these cases should not be there. So, this is why privacy and end user protection is also required and is also a part of cybersecurity, things to protect when we talk about cybersecurity. We see a lot of these cases these days because of the advent of social media. you will see that a lot of fake user profiles are created and a lot of identity theft is also being done. All right. So this also becomes one integral part of things that should matter when we talk about cybersecurity. Of course, there's a number of threats that you see today, and the number has only multiplied. If you know anything about threats, I will just read it out from the slide. There are multiple number of bad actors. People are usually doing these criminal activities for their own benefit, as a part of a bigger nexus, as a part of an activity or a crime to earn money through a business, or they are simply state actors, which I gave you the example. In case of wars, they are paid mercenaries who will take money and they will start attacking other countries. Okay. So what are threats? Threats are basically anything bad that comes to your devices, infrastructure, services, or people. It can be a malware, it can be a Trojan, it can be ransomware, it can be a phishing attack, it can also be an insider threat in case of organizations. Okay. So what is a ransomware? What is insider threat? What is phishing? Or let me see. I think it will be better if I give you a basic example right now because we still have some. So that's good. Okay, so what is malware? The first term here is malware. Malware is any piece of code that is designed to do a malicious activity. What is malicious activity? Malicious activity is something which is not normal behavior and something which is hampering the CIA of your service, people, devices, or infrastructure. What is CIA? I already told you. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If any of these three are getting hampered through any software, that basically becomes a malware. Okay, malware is very straightforward. People use antivirus to protect themselves from malware. Now the antivirus also has evolved into EDRs, XDRs, and MDRs. Okay. Now what is a Trojan? A Trojan is a program or an application that appears as a friendly or a useful program, but in the background, it is also doing all kinds of activities without you knowing about them. So, to give you a very small example, I know people have downloaded torrents since a very long time. If you do not know about torrents, people download torrents so that they don't have to pay money for licensed software. Okay, I have also done this in my student days. I had no money and I wanted to try certain software. So what I did was I downloaded a torrent file, and you have to have a torrent client through which you can open that torrent file and you can download that file free of cost. So basically what that means is it's a pirated version of the software, but you don't have to pay money for it. It is cracked in a way where you can use it for free. Okay. So that torrent client that you use to download these torrent files can be classified as a Trojan. Why? Because it is giving you one certain functionality to download the files from a torrent, but behind your back what it is doing is it is also creating a connection from your laptop to, let's say, another laptop which is of malicious intent, and basically it is creating a backdoor for that person to come inside your laptop. Okay, that's something known as a backdoor. It is a small application. What it does is it runs on your system without you knowing, and it allows a certain external entity to connect to your computer and execute commands or do whatever he wants to do. It's also called as a reverse shell in red teaming. Okay. Next is the most famous flavor of the town, talk of the town, which is ransomware. Now, ransomware had started out somewhere in 2016, 2017, where there were groups, attacker groups, that had created a software that would encrypt all your files. And then what it will do is it will take the key. So basically, what encryption means is that it locks all the files and then it creates one key to unlock these files. And that key it sends to the attackers. Okay. So now what the attackers do is they wait. When you know that all your files are encrypted, you cannot access any of your files. There's only one file that is accessible, that is a notepad file. If you open that notepad file, in that notepad file, it says that all your files have been encrypted. I am this group, that group. This is a part of a ransomware attack. Now, if you want to access your files ever again in your life, you must pay us this much bitcoins. And only after your payment, we will give you the key to your files. So this was a ransomware attack. What does a ransomware attack do? It comes on your system and it encrypts your files and then creates a decryption key that is handed over to the attacker. Then the attacker blackmails you saying that you cannot access your files because I have encrypted them. And now if you want to decrypt them, I will take some money from you and only then I will give you this key that you can use and you can get all your files back. That is what a ransomware means. It is the most famous type of attack, and a lot of organizations have been victim of ransomware attacks. Most of the ransomware attack groups or actors, people who perform ransomware attacks, have been traced back to Russia as well as North Korea. If you know a little bit of history about ransomware, or if you've been a concerned citizen, you would know that in 2019, around that time, we had something called as WannaCry. A lot of systems were infected by WannaCry. WannaCry was also a ransomware variant. Okay, so that is also one type of threat which has become extremely active. A lot of threat actors have now started to provide these services on rent. As I told you, as I gave you the example of cloud, they would give certain services on rent. If you go on the dark web, there are a lot of groups, criminal groups, who give the ransomware as a service, which means that even if you don't know anything, if you just have a criminal mindset, you can buy that ransomware as a service dashboard and basically just click on things like you do on Excel or Word, and it will deploy a ransomware campaign for you. And then, if the company that you infected decides to pay you, you will keep 60% of that money and 40% will go to the person who has rented this ransomware platform to you. This is also one of the reasons why we are seeing these attacks growing more and more, because these are now being offered as a service to a lot of people on the dark web. Okay. Next is insider threats. Now, insider threats is a little bit more trivial. So let's say you are a part of a company, okay, and unfortunately, you've got the worst manager of your life. Okay, this guy is basically just after you. He just wants to suck your blood. He just wants to make your life miserable. And he really wants to just, make you not smile at all. He just wants to make your life a living hell. Okay. And because of all this drama, what you've decided is you've decided to put down your papers, and like any sane human being, you're like, okay, I'm not going to work with this animal. I'll just serve a notice period and I'll leave this company. All right. Now, in that time also, let's say your notice period is 1 month. And in that period of time, you also start feeling a little mischievous and you figure out that, okay, there are 3 or 4 files. If I delete these files on my last day, my manager is going to be in a lot of trouble. So basically, you can think that this comes off as a revenge in your head. And on your last day, you just conveniently, since you are a part of the organization and you are able to access those files, shared files, what you do is you delete those files and you just casually walk off the organization building. Later on, they come to know that the files have been deleted, but you've already left the building, right? Elvis has left the building, as they say. So, disgruntled employee. The basic example is talking about disgruntled employees, contractor employees. A lot of the times we also see companies will incorporate contractors in their work. What is a contractor? Let's say I am somebody who works in medical field. Okay, I created a medical business, and now my company is big. Now I don't really have any IT knowledge, and I don't want to create IT department of my own because that's going to be too much work. So what I will do is I will outsource that IT work to a contractor. So basically, it's another vendor or a company that is going to do the IT work on my environment for me and work as my company, but they are going to be on a different payroll from a different company. So that is contractor work. In a lot of times, what we see is uh, we see contractor accounts also get hijacked, or contractor accounts also get hacked, and they also become something known as an insider threat. Okay. Social engineering is also a part or a type of insider threat. Social engineering is basically gathering information just through your environment through different means. For example, if I just go around talking to my employees and just chit chat a little bit with them, be comfortable with them, I can identify what shifts they work in, what time all of them go to break on, then I'll realize that, okay, there is always a 10-minute gap in between when a person does some monitoring. Okay, let's say I want to check what time nobody is monitoring CCTVs. So I'll just ask around, I'll just notice certain things, and in a period of time, I'll come to know that, okay, this is a 10-minute period where nobody is watching the CCTV footage. So getting that information through social means is social engineering. There's also be social engineering can also be considered snooping. Snooping is basically even shoulder surfing. Shoulder surfing is basically you just standing near somebody looking at his keyboard when he's typing the password. Okay. So somehow gaining information through social means becomes a part also of insider threat as well as social engineering. Okay. Last but not the least is phishing. Phishing is an extremely important threat vector. All of these things I've talked about are basically threat vectors. Okay. What is a threat vector? Threat vector is basically a thing or a medium that is being used to spread the threat. Okay. To give you an example of what this word means, I can say that a mosquito is the vector malaria. That would make it very clear, right? So when I say mosquito is the vector of malaria, it means that mosquito is the medium to spread malaria, right? Similarly, all of these things that I'm talking about are threat vectors. The biggest threat vector as of now in the market is phishing. What is phishing? Phishing is basically sending you an email with malicious intent in an attempt to try and fool you to either click on a link or to reply to it with certain information or to give out certain information that is not intended to be made public. So these days, if you notice, you would see that you receive a lot of emails, and I'm not sure whether they reach your inbox or not, but I see a lot of phishing attempts are being done even on Gmail accounts. How are these attempts done? For example, we have recently been through the tax season, right? So the attacker has to create a phishing email with a lot of thought process. He wants more results. He wants everybody or the most people that they see the email to click on these. Okay. So what he will do is he will wait for a certain window. Let's say in our example, he will wait for the tax collection window. And then what he will do is he will send you an email saying that attention, notice from the tax body so and so, this much tax is pending. Please check the attachment. He will send certain email like that. And of course, since it is the tax season, the probability of you clicking on that email and opening that email and checking that attachment is higher. The moment you open that attachment, an executable file or a script will get downloaded on your system, and then it will run and it will, of course, do something else. which is bad on your system. But that email part of this whole attack is known as phishing attack. Phishing attack happens most of the times through your emails. Okay. All right. Now, why is cybersecurity booming? All of these things are, of course, aspects that need to be covered in cybersecurity. Okay. And the most important aspect that needs to be covered is the dollar part of it. A lot of businesses, when the attacks happen, there's a lot of repercussions that the businesses have to deal with. And they are not just related to the attack itself. If a big organization get attacked and if the news becomes public, the first thing that happens is the shares of that organization will go down like crazy. People will not trust that organization and the brand value will go down. So all of this is resulting in loss of dollar, loss of money, which is the single biggest reason why cybersecurity in today's world is of utmost importance. It is not about human lives. It is not about confidentiality, integrity, availability. It is all about the lost money if you were to trust me. Okay. Now, don't take this saying literally. Of course, confidentiality, integrity, and availability is the basic pillars of cybersecurity, but most of the times, what organizations really want to save is the dollars associated with the cyber. Okay. So, this is the introduction to cybersecurity, a basic definition, the aspects that are covered in cybersecurity, and systems, infrastructure, devices, and all kinds of things available on the internet that should be covered in cybersecurity. We've also seen why cybersecurity is necessary when we talk about threats. And of course, in the end, we've also looked at the dollar, the loss of dollar, which is why cybersecurity is becoming quite famous these days, right? Okay, so let's move forward to slide. The requirement, of course, is growing and it will continue to grow for the next 20 years. If I have to give you a very simple figure, and this is not me, you can Google it and you can check it out. You can see about 50 lakh jobs are available for cybersecurity. Right now, I think the new number is 3.4 million, which is 34 lakhs of jobs which are available for cybersecurity, but there's nobody to fill those jobs. Worldwide, 34 or 3.4 million jobs vacant for cybersecurity professionals, but there's nobody to fill that job. Why? Because that that skill is not yet developed, or they're not able to find those people to fill up those jobs. Okay. And there is such a huge requirement for cybersecurity right now, be it offensive security or defensive security. Both of those fields are extremely on the rise. Anybody associated with these domains, definitely no troubles in finding jobs is something that I can tell you from my own personal experience. Okay. Okay, why this has happened? Four major reasons. Digital footprint, everybody is on the internet, everybody is on LinkedIn, everybody is on Instagram. Digital footprint of everybody has increased. All businesses want to be on the internet, all businesses want to cater to a worldwide audience. All business want to have their payment portals on the internet so that it is hassle free for the customer to buy and sell. Also, it results in more profits and sales to a larger audience, right? A rise in the number of threats, we have seen already the number of threats which has increased drastically. And now, since these threats are also now being started to provided as a service to even the most not so technically savvy person, the number has increased drastically. State sponsored actors and terrorism is also one of the reasons why even governments are now hiring cybersecurity professionals. All right. So, all of these reasons have contributed to the rise in cybersecurity requirements. Okay. Just to give you a gist, You can just check this slide and absorb it, and you will come to know why everybody wants cybersecurity to be a part of their organization, right? You see, there is so many data breaches. Data breaches, what is data breach? A data breach is where confidential information is stolen from a certain business. So, for example, if I was to hack UIDAI, I will get everybody's Aadhaar card. I will get everybody's fingerprints also, right? Because they are being stored in a database. If I was to hack that database, I'll get all of that information. That is basically a data breach. So you see, there are certain businesses shown there that have been affected by data breach. Okay. You also see data compromises. Every year it is increasing. 2021, 2022, 2023, it is almost doubled, right? If you look at the extreme right hand side top corner, again, it says by 2025 increasing by 15% annually. Cybercrime is globally estimated to cost $10.5 trillion. And as I told you, it is all about dollars. So of course that requirement is going to probably go even higher. All right. And then you also see that no industry is being spared right now. A lot of people earlier used to think that, we are in manufacturing business or we are in medical business, we will not get attacked. Most of the times, people in technology sectors, people who have an extremely huge presence in tech, only those people will get attacked. But if you look at that number there, you will see that there's a lot of variety of companies being attacked in those segments also. So there's people who have been in manufacturing that have been attacked, educational institutions also getting attacked, healthcare has been one of the biggest victims that have been attacked. Financial and banking also are getting more and more attacked. So what has happened because of this is that even if you are in medical business, even if you are in any business, earlier you only used to have an ITT, okay? Because of course you have infrastructure, you have people logging in from remote. You still need some IT infrastructure, even if you are in medical or anywhere else. You still need IT infrastructure, so you will probably only need ITT. So every business used to have an ITT. But now, because of all these things which have happened in the past 3-4 years, every business also want to have a cybersecurity team. Every business also wants to have a SOC team, Security Operation Center team, defensive security team. Okay, application security team. Requirement has increased, attacks have increased, and of course, as you see, no industry is being spared by the attackers. All right. Okay, so let's move forward from this slide to the next. Now we're talking about types of cybersecurity or the domains of cybersecurity. Two primary domains of cybersecurity we are going to talk about here in today's session. One of them is focused on defensive security, which is blue teaming. And the other one is focused towards offensive security or attacking security, which is known as red teaming activity. So two primary streams of cybersecurity. One of them is defensive security, also known as blue teaming, which is focused on defensive approach. What is defensive approach? Defensive approach is identifying possible attacks, threats, vulnerabilities, or chinks in the armor of an organization, reporting them and remediating them. All of these tasks come under blue teaming. Okay. What is red teaming? Red teaming is basically when a person goes into the shoes of a hacker, putting yourself into the shoes of a hacker and trying to attack an organization with the intention of finding those chinks in the armor of any organization is red teaming. So basically, you can say that red teaming is the ethical hacking which an organization pays an individual and tells them that, okay, please, you are a well known security expert. So please get into the shoes of a hacker and perform some activities against our environment. And please let us know if you are able to get into our organization. So, ethical hacking or ethical penetration testing, something that is associated with offensive security or red teaming. Now, both of these streams are different from each other. They are both, you can say, siblings, or the parent cybersecurity is the same, but these two are very distinctive and different from each other. How are they different? They are different, first of all, through the tools that is used for each of this activity. Okay. So the tools that you use for blue teaming or defensive security are completely different. The tools that you use for red teaming or offensive security is completely different. Okay. Second thing, how they are different. The job roles and titles associated and included in blue teaming, defensive security, very different. The job roles and titles associated with offensive security or red teaming, very different. Okay, two things, how they are different. Third thing, how they are different. The time frame in which these two operate is also very different. So defensive security is a continuous process. It will keep on going 24 by 7, 365 days a week, keeps on going. Every day you have to get up in the morning, hold your shield and defend. Okay. Red teaming, probably a lot of organizations, they want to do it every quarter. What is a quarter? In business terms, quarter is a period of 3 months. The year is a collection of 4 quarters, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So every 3 months, I will hire somebody to do the red teaming exercise on my organization. In the end of the exercise, they will give me a report, and that is going to be it. But blue teaming, it is not like that. Every day I create a report and I send it. It's continuous process. Red teaming, it's a short-term arrangement focused on finding the flaws, and usually the frequency is once every 3 months. But it is not written in a stone once every 3 months. Some organizations might want to do it once every month or maybe once every 2 weeks, but most of them they focus on one activity at least per quarter. Okay. So those are some very basic fundamental differences when we talk about defensive security and offensive security. What are the tools that are covered when we talk about blue teaming or defensive security? Anything that is considered an antivirus, EDR, XDR, MDR, all of these defensive tools come under defensive security. What is antivirus? Very straightforward. A software that you install on your system or an endpoint. Endpoint is basically your laptop. Okay. When you install antivirus on your endpoint, it becomes protected. So there is a software which is looking out for any kind of malicious things on your laptop. Okay. Examples are Kaspersky antivirus. Okay. And if you are an old schooler like me, maybe you have heard about Norton antivirus also. There was a very good McAfee antivirus also. Okay. So these are some examples of antivirus. But now we have moved forward. And now you don't see antivirus being sold to organizations. Organizations get sold something known as EDR, XDR, MDR. So what are these things or what are these terms and how are they different from our traditional antivirus? EDR is extended detection and response. I'm sorry, XDR is extended detection and response. EDR is endpoint detection and response. MDR is manage detection and response. Now, there's one thing that is getting added here. If you notice in all of these three terms, which is the response part. Okay. So earlier antiviruses used to be a little passive. All right. What do I mean when I say passive? The job of an antivirus was to detect the, the virus or the malicious software on your system and then inform you that a virus has been detected here. And that's about it. That's all it does. Okay, it's not very smart. The only thing it will detect is maybe it will detect one virus or one malicious program, and it will just show you a pop-up saying that, okay, here is the file, please delete it. Now, this technique was something known as signature-based technique. Signature-based is something that is identified through a file name or a hash value or something like that, maybe some static registry values. All of this was very static. And as the threats also were moving forward, we saw that a lot of these threats were now starting to do malicious activity, which was behavior based and very hard to detect. Okay. So they will probably do 1, 2, 3, 4 activities that will look not even malicious. And then the actual malicious thing will happen. But they will do it in a way where the antivirus was not able to detect it, especially if it was using something like a signature based detection. So now, because the situation required these softwares also to get a little bit more intelligent, they came up with something known as EDR, XDR, MDR solutions. So these are detection and response solution. So now the first thing that was an upgrade on these softwares was to make the detection behavior based. What is behavior based? So what it will do is it will profile your systems. What is profiling your systems? Profiling your systems is basically creating a profile of your systems where the EDR or the software, the detection software, creates a set of rules based on your daily activities. So, very easy example I'll give you. For example, let's say you as a person, your daily activity from Monday to Friday is to go to office. Okay. So the first thing you do is get up in the morning. Then you, of course, take some transport and you get to office or college. Then you log in through your biometric and then, of course, you can go into your office. You log in at 9 a.m. and you log out at 6 a.m., which is your work timings or your college timings. And after that, you leave the premises, you go to your home, you chill, you relax, you watch Netflix, do whatever you want to do. Right? Now, let's say one day, one fine day, from the system, I'm able to see that all of a sudden you've entered the premise at 2 a.m. and left at 4 a.m. Now, this is not normal behavior, right? So, in defensive security or blue teaming, we call this an anomaly, something which is different from your normal behavior. This is exactly what these tools have now been trained to detect. So, they will monitor your systems 24 by 7. They will make a profile of your systems and they will alert you even when there is an anomaly detected. Behavior based detections. Now, there's also the element of response enabled with these softwares now. What that means is that they will not wait for you to make a response. They will stop that file, they will quarantine that file. If there is a network connection that has been established by this certain executable or file, that connection also will be cut off and everything will be moved into the quarantine where you can later check it out. Okay. So what that means is that it has not only made the detection, first of all, detection is made behavior based. Next is it is also able to provide you a response without any human intervention. So this is where the antivirus, traditional antivirus turned into EDR, XDR, MDR. What is the difference between EDR, XDR, MDR? EDR was the first installment or the first upgrade that happened to the antivirus. So response was added, behavior-based detections was added, XDR was extended detection and response, so it was able to handle even more data. There is something known as telemetry data, which is basically system's own digital diary. You can think of it as logs. So it was able to use that data also in the detections. MDR is managed detection and response. So MDR basically an outsourced third party, which is usually the vendor of the software. They provide their own expert people to deal with the antivirus or the EDR or the software. So they are the ones who will put all the configurations. They are the ones who will deal with all the detections. All of this, of course, has now become cloud-based. So if you were to look up some vendors who provide these services, a very popular one is CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is also an EDR, XDR, endpoint detection and response software provider. A very big incident very recently has happened with CrowdStrike also. So if you are aware of that, it's really good. But if you're not aware of that, please read about it, because if you wish to be associated with cybersecurity, I would 100% recommend that please stay up to date. Okay. So if you're not doing anything, just read a little bit about cybersecurity in the general news, or just go to Google or any website and read about what's happening in cybersecurity. Okay. All right. Coming back to topic here. Next, tools used for blue teaming: firewalls, IDS, IPS devices. Firewall is basically a guard. You can think of it as a guard that sits between your network and the internet, making sure only legitimate connections are allowed from inside to outside, and only legitimate connections are allowed from outside to inside. Now, firewalls are very specific to networks only. When I say networks, it means connections, network connections going in and out of your devices. Okay. For network connections, you will need internet, right? So all internet traffic will be monitored by your firewall. Anything that is going from inside your device to the internet will be monitored. Any connection which is coming from outside to your device will be monitored. So that is one device which is used to look at and hopefully prevent you from intrusions or attacks that come from the internet. Okay. IDS is IDS and IPS are intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems. So these are also kind of similar to EDR tools, which are able to detect anomalies on a host, or depending on the type, on the network. So IDS and IPS are of two types: host-based and network-based. They can check for anomalies on your operating system, and they can check for anomalies even on the network system. Okay. IDS IPS has now become legacy. So you will not hear a lot about IDS and IPS these days. One tool that you will hear a lot about, and one tool that is going to be associated with you when you talk about blue teaming, definitely is going to be a SIM tool. What is a SIM tool? The full form of SIM is Security Information Event Management. Now, this tool acts as a repository of information about everything that happens within an organization. Okay. So on a device level, on a firewall level, on any of the endpoint level, all the information is fed into a SIM tool. Now, this information basically is sent to the SIM tool in the form of logs. Okay. What is logs? Logs, you can think of logs as a digital entry that is created by every device of what is happening to it. The current state of the device, the past state of the device, the present state of the device, all of it is recorded into something known as logs. These logs are created by the device itself. So no human intervention is required here. There is one service called the event logging service, which is also running in all of your computers, which is currently recording everything and logging everything on your devices. So you can think of logs as a digital diary that each device keeps. If you are more curious or if you want to see the logs on your local system, what you can do is you can go to your run. If you're using Windows systems, you can just press the Windows R key, or you can just go to the search box on Windows systems and you can type in event viewer. That's just one word, event viewer. And it will show you a program called event viewer. You can click on that and you will see that there will be some categories and there will be logs that you can view through the event viewer application. Okay. So these logs are generated on every device. Endpoints generate logs, laptops generate logs, desktops generate logs, web servers generate logs, all servers generate logs, switches, routers, firewalls, antivirus software, EDR, everything generate logs. All of that logs is pulled up into one single repository, which is your SIM tool. Okay. Next thing which is important when we talk about defensive security is policies and compliance. Now, of course, when we talk about anything on a global stage, there has to be a certain process, procedure, and policy applied to it, right? There has to be a standardization of something done so that anybody can follow it, sort of like a checklist, right? It's a very similar thing for any organization or any college you attend. They give you a synopsis or a checklist that you need to do. Let's say, for example, if you want to get registered in the admission process, there is a certain policies process that you have to follow, certain procedures that you have to follow, and then you can get the admission in a college. Similarly, for an organization, you have to give interviews, you have to clear those interviews, then you have to submit your documents, and then, of course, you get the offer letter, and then you are hired by the company. So there's a process and a set of events that happen, which are already predefined to make sure that there is a standardization. I got that word. Standardization that is followed. Okay. So similarly, we have compliances, policies, and procedures. When we talk about cybersecurity also, there are governing bodies that create these policies and procedures, and all organizations, when they want to operate on the internet, when they want to do their business on the internet, they must get certified by these bodies. And once they successfully complete the policy procedure implementation on their environment, they get a certification. Okay. And if you are aware, I know some of my friends are from IT, of course, they would know. Compliance people also, they will know that there are bodies that conduct an audit before giving you this certification. So they will come to your workplace, they will check everything, whether everything is done properly or not, whether all the things are done according to the standardization or not. And once the audit is complete, once you are thoroughly been checked, once the auditor is satisfied, only then the certification will be provided to your organization. For example, there is a certification called ISO 27001, also known as ISMS, right? A lot of organizations, if they want to do business nationally or internationally, if they want to gain the trust of their customers, they want to have that certification. To get that certification, they will go to a local certification body and they will say that, okay, we want to get certified. Then they will give me a checklist saying that, okay, these are the things that you must implement on your organization. These things or the checklist are known as controls, security controls. So these are basically guidelines that you have to follow. For example, one of those security guidelines or controls can be related to authentication, how your people are authenticating in the business. So there can be a security control saying that you want to have 100% coverage of MFA for authentication in your organization. 100% coverage of MFA. What does that mean now? Usually people will log into their consoles by using username and password. I gave you the example of Gmail also. Whenever somebody logs into Gmail, they will use a username and password. Now I want you to add one more layer of security on this authentication. So I want to also send you, let's say, an OTP on your mobile phone. So now this is not a unifactor authentication anymore. It is not using only single authentication factor, which was in my previous example, just the password. Now I'm using two sources here. So I'm also using the password and I'm also using my mobile device to authenticate myself. So this process of authentication, where I'm using more than one sources to authenticate myself, is known as multi-factor authentication, MFA, MFA login. So like this, there will be so many controls that will be listed if you want to get certified for a certain compliance or a certification. Example, ISO 27001. Once you have implemented all of this on your organization, one auditor will be sent to your organization. He will check everything. And if he is satisfied, they will give you the certification, which is policy and compliance. In a lot of cases, this is mandatory for a lot of organizations. If you want to do certain business, mandatory you need to have certain compliances in place. That is also one of the reasons why this becomes extremely important. Okay? This also comes in a part of defensive security. Okay. SOC is by far the biggest part of defensive security or blue teaming. This is also something that we will be covering in our additional lectures going forward. SOC stands for Security Operations Center. It is a team of expert analysts, security analysts, who monitor all of your infrastructure 24/7 using a tool such as a SIM tool that we've talked about, and they detect any possible incidents, malicious incidents, or anomalies on your infrastructure and report them. Okay, so that is basically primary role of security operation, incident response. They detect incidents and then they also respond to those incidents. Okay. Next, we look at offensive security and red teaming. Red teaming is completely different from what we have covered in blue teaming, of course. As I said, in red teaming activities, the security individual or the security professional gets into the shoes of a hacker and then he tries to attack a certain business the same way a hacker will do, and he tries to find faults or chinks in the armor that he can exploit and get into the system. Okay, now this red teaming activity can also be associated to penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing. I'll talk about those terms later, but that is also one part which is covered in offensive security. Okay. So this red teaming activity is basically, you can call it ethical hacking, which is focused. Of course, the first thing is that the permission is given by the organization to conduct red teaming first. It is not like anybody who feels like, okay, I won't, maybe, I should test some organization. If you do that, you will end up in jail. So please don't do that. It has to be a specific permission that is given to a team of individuals, and only after securing that permission they can initiate this red teaming activity. And once they start doing it, the focus is on securing the organization through attacks. Okay. Now there are a lot of tools that red teaming uses, and they get upgraded uh, very soon. The primary tool that is being used in red teaming as of now today is Kali Linux. That is one flavor of Linux. It comes, the benefit of Kali Linux is that it comes preloaded with a lot of other tools that are used in red teaming. So for example, there are certain tools like Nmap, which is used for network information, to gather information about network and connections. Nmap is also an inbuilt tool that is already pre-installed in Kali Linux. There is a very good tool called Metasploit Framework, which also comes pre-installed in Kali Linux. Like that, you have a bunch of tools that are available for offensive security activities also. These activities can range from, let's say, the most innocent looking port scans, and they can also be targeting certain applications on the web. So for example, I can also maybe do a code review or a bug bounty or a bug hunt on a certain web application that an organization is using. Okay. What is a web application? Again, something that you can access on the internet through your web browser. So for example, Netflix is also a web application that provides you entertainment service. Like that, there's a lot of web applications that are available on the internet. And finding flaws in those websites or in the code of those web applications is also a part of red teaming. Okay. A lot of people do this individually, independently also, and they report these bugs to the administrator or the security team of that certain organization. And usually what happens in the security industry is, when you give me a bug bounty report or a bug report, the company usually pays the individual who has found out the bug. So this is basically known as bug bounty. You found a bug, I'll give you a bounty. And a lot of security researchers, what they do is they look at certain web applications, they run certain tools, find out any clinks in the armor, chinks in the armor, and they report it to the respective organizations. Now, what happens if you don't report it? If you don't report it, it remains unknown, and maybe you can use it for other criminal activities or for your own benefit. And that's when, you know, that boundary you will cross over very soon. So from an ethical hacker, you will turn into a cyber criminal. So those boundaries are very, very hazy and very, very thin, if I must say, when it comes to red teaming activity or bug bounty for that matter. Okay. Now, two terms also associated with red teaming are vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Now, I will talk about vulnerabilities in detail later on. As of now, you can think of vulnerability as a weakness in a system that can be exploited to gain access to that system. Simply put, a vulnerability, as of now, you can understand it as a weakness in a system that can be exploited by an attacker, through which he can gain access or do anything malicious on the system. Okay. So assessing a vulnerability basically means assessing the type of damage I can do by exploiting that vulnerability. Okay. I will talk about these terms later on also in detail, where I will tell you how these things matter and how these vulnerabilities are scored and how these are also being used when I talk about exploitation. Okay. We'll talk about that later. So you'll get to understand those things. Penetration testing is basically testing how far you can go when you are exploiting a certain vulnerabilities, or what are the things that you can do when you exploit these vulnerabilities. Okay. All right. So this is all the things that is covered in red teaming or offensive security. And we've already talked about defensive security and blue teaming, of course. A lot of organizations also do something known as purple teaming. Now, from the name itself, you can get the hint of what those activities are. Now, if I mix blue and red, the resultant color would be purple. So a lot of organizations, what they want to do is they want to integrate both of these security siblings into one, and they want to take advantage of both these in a way where their organization is the most secure. So the end result is to make the organization more secure, and for that they incorporate both blue teaming as well as red teaming activities. Both of those terms, when they come together, they are in the corporate environment, they are called purple teaming. Okay. All right. So we have covered the two aspects of cybersecurity: defensive security, which is blue teaming, and the offensive security, which is red teaming. We also looked at the tools used for each. We have also looked at certain roles or jobs that are associated with blue teaming as well as red teaming, and how they are different from each other. Okay. So now we can move forward, and now we can look at the roles in detail. And I would also tell you certain things that is going to help you with these certain roles, and the things that we will cover within this training that will help you prepare for these roles also. Okay. So very quickly, when we talk about defensive security, what is going to be your role if you are associated with defensive security, or if you want to pursue defensive security? Your training will be focused on enablement, on requirements fulfilled through roles, SOC analyst. So we already talked about SOC. SOC you can think as a business unit. Now, if I have to explain you business unit, I can say that in an organization, let's say XYZ organization, let's say you started one startup called XYZ Companies Limited. Now, when you build this company, you need to have multiple departments here, right? So you have different functions. You have finance, you have HR, you have IT. Like that, you will have different functions, and all of these will become separate BUs or business units. Okay. So finance, HR, IT, all of this becomes business units. And there will be one more business unit that you would need to add, which is the defensive security business unit, which is your SOC, or Security Operations Center. The people who get employed in the Security Operations Center are known as SOC Analyst. Okay. Now, what is the job of SOC Analyst? The job of a SOC Analyst is monitoring and analysis of events through logs and the SIM. Okay. SOC Analyst will make use of a tool called SIM. We have already covered what a SIM is. The SIM is basically a repository of all the information of your organization collected in the form of logs. Then on the SIM, you can build certain logical use cases to detect anomalies or detect something malicious, and then you can trigger alerts based on those detections. Now, when these alerts pop up or show up, the person who is going to interact with these alerts is going to be your SOC analyst. Okay. Somebody who works in the security operation. SOC analyst is the level 1 role when it comes to SOC, or when we talk about SOC. Okay. So you start your journey in defensive security through this role. I have also started my journey being a SOC analyst for 2 years in my experience. Okay. SOC analysts are also responsible to run daily operations in a SOC. They are also responsible for reporting all of these incidents, creating an incident report, and notifying certain different departments that need to be involved in order to remediate these alerts. Okay. You should also be technologically well versed with threats because your job is going to be that of identifying threats through the logs. You also need to work with various security tools like XDR, IPS, maybe even a proxy, a ZTNA, a SASE, or other tools that you can think of, which fall under the defensive security perimeter. Okay. So these are basically things that get associated with a role in case you wish to pursue defensive security, or if you wish to apply for defensive security, the JD probably at an entry level is going to look like this. These are the things that is expected of you. Okay. All right. Moving ahead. Now we'll also throw a little bit of light into this BU and what basically Security Operations Center means. Who are the people who work here? What is the process like, and what is the technology that is followed when we talk about Security Operations Center? Now, all right. So let me show you what the logs look like. So logs that I'm talking about, you can do this too. You can go to your own machines and you can write event viewer on the run box like so. And when you click OK, a new program opens up here. Okay. And this is event viewer. All right. This is also a graphical interface through which you can check the logs that have been generated on this local system. So there are different type of logs also. If you look here, you see there is critical logs, there is error logs, there is warning logs, information, and audit success logs. So if I wish to check any error logs, I can see what errors have happened on my device. So if I click on this, you will see that I'm taken to a page where information regarding this error is shown. So you can see it has some information here in the description saying session cloud files diagnostic event listener failed to start with the following error. So here is a code and it says that there is a certain service that has started, that has failed to start, and for that reason the error log is created. So all of this information is extremely useful to identify what is happening to your device in real time. In past tense also and in present tense also, all of this information is very much necessary. I will give you one example. Okay. So for every login, one log is generated. Okay. And there is a specific number that is associated with that event. Okay. All of these logs are also known as events and they have their own unique event ID also. Okay. If I have to show you here, so if I have to show you, you see there is an event ID mentioned here. Yes, where my cursor is. So all of these are generated events. All of these are generated for certain activities that have happened on this device. In our example, let's say when somebody logs into this device, for that also one log will be created. That log will be created with an event ID of 4624. Okay. For every successful login, a 4624 event ID will be created, and that log will contain all information: who has logged in, what time he has logged in, which device he has logged in. All of that information will be there. Okay. And if somebody has failed login, there will be one more log that is generated, that will be 4625 with the event ID 4625. Okay, that will say that this person has failed login. It will mention the reason, it will mention the time, all the details will be mentioned same way like you can see it here. Okay, so this is extremely useful information. If you are working in defensive security, it is very much required for you to be able to understand these events or logs that happen on each and every system. Okay, now these are Windows logs. Okay, so there is a specific format to these logs which is only relatable to Windows logs. Like this, you will be receiving logs from firewalls also. Like this, you will be receiving logs from a lot of multiple devices also. But you understand the concept here, right? From the logs, you will get the information of what is happening at what time. All the information will be there in the logs. This also is very useful when you are presenting evidence. In DFIR, DFIR is basically another subset of defensive security, incident response and forensics. So in DFIR, we present these logs as non-repudiable evidence or non-repudiated evidence. This is 100% true evidence which has not been tampered with. This is electronically generated logs. And if the log says that somebody has failed the authentication, then definitely at that point of time, the authentication failure has happened. This is treated as non-repudiated evidence when you are presenting something in an incident. Okay. So this information is extremely useful. Now this information, you see there's a lot of events over here. If you look where my cursor is, you will see that there's a lot of events that have happened on this device, right? And like so, there are different categories also. So there is application logs, there is security logs, there is setup logs, system logs, so on and so forth. All these logs are my Windows device logs. All of this information, when I enable log forwarding, all of this information will be pulled from my device and it will be sent to the SIM tool. So whatever is happening in my system, all of these logs will be sent to the SIM tool. Please note, SIM tool is also receiving a lot of data from different sources. So not just my machine. Imagine that the SIM tool is deployed on an organization, big organization with 5,000, 6,000 endpoints. All of those devices will be sending their data into the SIM tool. Okay. Each of these machines will also have some kind of antivirus or EDR or thing installed on them. Those also will be sending data to the SIM. There will be a firewall monitoring this complete network. That firewall also will be sending the data to the SIM tool. So all of this data is going to get aggregated, normalized into the SIM tool, and then you can use all that data in correlation with each other, and you can identify any anomaly that is happening within these systems or within the organization completely. Okay. So now I hope the answer, you've got the answer of, of what I wish to explain. So that is basically the difference between the log and the SIM. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll start with what is SOC or what is Security Operations Center. So a SOC basically is a BU or a business unit, as I told you, that focuses primarily on protecting organizations from cybersecurity breaches or any kind of a cybersecurity incident by identifying, analyzing, and responding to threats. Okay. So SOC basically primarily is geared toward defensive security. They put tools which of course provide the capability of defensive security. Then they identify, analyze, and respond to any potential threats that might happen in an organization. What are the tools that are deployed? Some of the tools we've already seen. SIM tool is the most primary tool that is used by a SOC. Apart from this, there are other defensive security tools also like EDR, XDR, firewalls, proxies, and all the other tools that you can think of. They're all reporting to a SOC. Okay. Now, since SOC is a BU, it also has functions and layers to it like any other BU. It's a business unit like any other. So the layers also are kind of similar to other business units. They will also have a management tier. They will have a security analyst tier. And then it will also have some engineers who are associated with the security operations center. Okay. Usually SOC is in association very closely with other business units of the same organization. ITs and operational teams are in close contact with SOC because usually those are the people or those are the teams who have to work with the SOC to remediate a lot of these incidents and remediate a lot of these threats. So IT teams you will see work very closely in association with Security Operations Center. A lot of operational business operational teams also, especially when it comes to third parties, those teams also will be working very closely with Security Operation Center. Okay. Now, when I explain a BU or when I want to identify or understand a BU, the very best practice or the best way to identify is to break down that BU into three sections, like I have done here. Every business unit, every organization, you can divide it in three major components: people, process, and technology. Same is true for Security Operations Center also. It has all three components. I will talk about each of these components now. Security Operations Center is made up of people, process, technology. The first section is people. So in this people section are the people who are responsible for running the Security Operations Center. These are also job roles that you target if you want to work in a SOC or if you want to be associated with a SOC. These are basically the job roles that are associated with SOC. Now they will have a management layer. The topmost person who is associated with SOC, the topmost layer is a CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. That person is on the top of the management tier when it comes to Security Operations Center. All the SOC people will be reporting to the CISO of the organization. Chief Information Security Officer is on the C level, basically. So CEO, CTO, you will have a CISO also. Now, under the CISO, you will have a SOC senior manager or a director. Under a SOC director, you will have one more layer. Maybe you will have a SOC manager who is responsible for managing day-to-day operations. Under the SOC manager, there will be three layers of analysts: analyst 3, analyst 2, and analyst 1. All of these are SOC analysts. Their primary role is to work with the tools that are provided to the Security Operations Center. Which are those tools? Those tools are most of the times SIM tools, SIM. They can also be certain other tools like a ticketing tool that they use to create incidents and record all their findings into that. Okay. It can also be tools like EDR and XDR. So even EDR, XDR, they will have one single command center console or the admin access through which you can see all of the EDR, XDR detections. So that console also usually is a part of either IT team or a SOC team. Okay. And then there will be a reporting tool that will be used for creating reports, daily reports, and then they'll be sending these reports to the top management or the CISO every day. Okay. So this is basically the primary architecture of people who work with Security Operations Center. There are different departments even within the SOC also. So there can be one more offshoot of Security Operations Center, which is responsible for threat intelligence and threat hunting. Now, these are also terms that are associated with SOC these days. Threat intelligence is basically collecting information about all the bad actors and using that with your SOC, integrating that with your SOC. Threat hunting is one step further, identifying those bad actors that are targeting your business. Okay. Now there's one more department for automation that is associated with SOC. So there will be engineers working in all of these offshoots also. There will be one engineer that will be associated with the SIM tool also. So he will be responsible for setting up the SIM tool, maintaining the SIM tool, doing the daily activities to make sure the SIM tool itself is working properly. There will be other engineers who will be working with other different tools also, making sure that the analysts are able to use these tools and those tools are functioning properly. So all of these people, engineering team, monitoring team, or the analyst team, as well as the management team, all of these together form the people component of the Security Operations Center. Okay. Now we come to the process part. Now, what are the processes that a SOC has to follow? A SOC has to be very strict with its processes. And like I said, it also has to have some kind of a standardization or a framework that it must follow in its day-to-day activities. Okay. So, for example, a huge part of SOC is to do incident response or IR. Incident response is basically if something critical happens, if something high priority or critical priority is detected, the SOC team has to respond to that incident, and there is a process of how that response will be. It's basically a step by step guide or an SOP that the SOC has to follow and make sure that it is being followed when they are doing the incident response. Like this, there will be many duties associated with SOC. Incident response is one of them. All of this has to be standardized and done into a documentation format. This has to be in a documentation. All of that contributes to the process component of the Security Operations Center. Okay. So if you're not aware of what a SOP is basically a standard operating procedure document that is just, a document that has a step-by-step listing of what a person needs to do when a certain alert is triggered. Okay. So it has very clear instructions on what you need to do and how you need to report when a certain incident has occurred. Okay. There are also cases when the SOC team has to be responsible to work with other different teams like legal teams. Okay. Now, when some, maybe, in certain cases, when some incidents happen, there is a legal aspect also that needs to be covered with these security incidents. For those things, SOC team again will have to be responsible and they have to follow a process on how to work with the legal procedures. That's going to be a different process associated with SOC. They have to work with other teams also. These are state actors. So, for example, if you are a business today in India, okay, let's say if you are a business today in India, the Indian government itself also runs its own cybersecurity team, which is known as CERTIN. It is a department of government of India that deals with cybersecurity within India. CERTIN, you can Google it. It comes under the MEITY or the MIGHTY ministry. Okay. So CERTIN also has a certain process and procedure that needs to be followed when a certain incident has happened on any business in India. Okay. So let's say, for example, you run a business, and if a ransomware has attacked your business, if a ransomware attack has happened, there is a certain procedure that you need to follow, and you need to report that incident to certain also. Again, that is also a part of process that has to be followed within the security operations center. So all the things that a SOC needs to follow, all the things that need to be standardized within the SOC, all of those elements are covered in the process component of the security operations center. Okay. Next component of security operations center is the technology part. The biggest technology that the SOC uses is the SIM tool. So we have already talked about the SIM tool. It acts as a repository of logs. You can search all the logs from all the devices on your environment in the SIM tool. You can also create logic-based use cases depending on the log sources to identify a potentially malicious activity, to identify a potential misconfiguration that might result in exploitation, or to identify a potentially vulnerability that has been left open on your organization infrastructure. All of these things you can do with the SIM tool. There are other technologies also that get used with the SOC. So for example, I told you about a ticketing tool. Ticketing tool is basically a tool that you will use as an analyst or a member of the SOC to document everything. So if an incident has happened, usually SOC teams will be working in 24 by 7 environment. So information has to be handed over from one shift to another. It is very important to document all the information regarding an incident. So all of that documentation is done in a ticketing tool, and it is stored on the basis of each incident, so that all the information from multiple teams or multiple analysts is stored in a way where it is understandable for everyone in the team. Okay. So that is also a piece of technology that is used by SOC. Now, certain updated security operations or certain upgraded SOCs also use something known as SOAR. SOAR is security orchestration and automation. So over there, they have certain automation that is enabled on their tools, through which their workload for the analyst is reduced. Certain SOC also have enrichment capabilities. So what that means basically is that they use the threat intelligence data and integrate into their SIM tools so that it becomes easier for them to identify bad actors. So let me give you an example to make this more clear. Let's say a certain domain. Okay, what's a domain? Domain is basically a website. So the thing that you type on the browser, for example, when you want to visit Google, you type google.com. So that google.com is the domain of Google that you need to mention on the browser, so you will be taken to the Google website. Okay. So domain is also one kind of a threat intelligence. How and why? So a lot of cases you will see that domains are used for phishing. For example, let's say there is one domain called, okay, let's make it less complicated. Let's say there is one domain called google.com. Now you know the spelling of Google is google.com. Okay. Now if I want to fool somebody, and if I want to maybe make them a victim of a phishing attack, what I will do is I will just add one more O to that Google domain, and I'll buy that domain and I'll put a phishing page there. Okay. So I will register one domain called google.com, and anybody that goes on that domain, I will present them with a Gmail login page, which is of course going to be a fake page. The moment you put your details there and when you click on submit, instead of logging into Gmail, your data will be sent to me. That is basically how phishing works. I will present you with a very similar looking domain, a very similar looking thing that might be able to fool you and then capture the details that are only going to be specific for you. Okay. So that domain, in case if somebody registered that kind of domain, and in case if security vendors have noticed it, or somebody, end user like us, has already fallen victim to it and reported it, what happens is there is a reputation that gets calculated for things like domains, IP addresses, and all these things. Okay. So in our case, we are talking about domains. If somebody gets fooled by such a domain, he reports it, and then after reporting, the reputation of that domain will change. Now, this reputation score is nothing but threat intelligence. Okay. So in the threat intelligence, I'm pulling things like domain scores, reputation scores, and all the other details that might help me identify a potential bad actor. Then what I do is I integrate that information along with all the logs in my SIM tool. So now what happens is, for example, I can identify certain bad actors just by the information that I've got from the threat intelligence. For example, if on my firewall I'm able to see one of my users has gone to the same website which was reported by a previous end user for doing phishing, that also will trigger an alert for me saying that, this guy has potentially gone to a phishing website that was reported earlier. So there are certain tools that are required for that integration between threat intelligence and my SIM, and those also become a part of technology that is a part of security operations center. Okay, so we've covered the people, the process, as well as the technology that is associated with the security operations center. So let's move on to types of SOC. Okay, so there are four major types of SOC. There is an internal SOC. This is basically an organization that builds SOC as a BU. So for example, if I've created XYZ corporation and I create all departments like finance, IT, HR, I will create one more department, SOC internally, and then that department will function as my SOC. Okay. In a lot of cases, what we see is businesses go for managed SOC or external SOC. Now, there are vendors who offer managed SOC services. What does this mean? This means that basically, as an organization, I can outsource the SOC part to a vendor outside, which has more expertise and experience than my own in doing that thing. So I export the whole thing to them. So, such an arrangement where a different vendor is providing you the SOC services is known as an external SOC or a managed SOC. Okay. Now, there's also a GSOC, which is known as a global SOC. In large organizations or in multinational companies, we have many different geolocations. The term multinational itself means that the company is operating from various regions. Okay. So, usually, what these organizations or companies do is they have a separate SOC for each geolocation. Now, you might ask why it is like this. Because there are different set of legal rules and compliances for each geographic location. So in India, the SOC might have to deal with something like DPDP, which is a local law. Okay. DPDP is a privacy protection bill that has been passed by the government of India. So let's say if I'm a big multinational company that is dealing or that has offices in India as well as Europe as well as America, I have to serve three different governments and I have to serve different laws also. So in order to make things a little bit less complicated, I will have a regional SOC for India, I will have a regional SOC for Europe, and I will have a regional SOC for America. And then all of these three security operations will be reporting to one final major command center, which will be my global SOC. So the GSOC will get reporting from all of these regional entities, and I will have people working there also. That entity basically is known as a GSOC. Okay. The next thing is CSIRT or a CERT, which is Computer Incident Response Team or Computer Emergency Response Team. These are basically state actors. So every nation state will have their own CERT teams. In India, I already told you that we've got certain. Like that, each nation has their own cybersecurity team, both defensive as well as offensive. Usually they go by the CSIRT tag, and then the name of the nation comes after that. Okay, so we'll move ahead from this slide. Now, this is basically a slide that explains to you the functions of a security operations center. What are the things that are expected out of a SOC? If I am setting up a SOC, if I've got people working in a SOC, what are the functions or what are the deliverables that I'm expecting the SOCs to deliver? What are the things that I get out of a security operations center? Here is a list of things that is expected out of a security operations center. The first thing that is expected is incident management. Okay, let me just go to the previous slide here. Incident management is basically identifying incidents. What is an incident? A set of anomalies on your environment that can be a potential threat is an incident. So for example, if you see that a certain user has failed logins, 400 failed logins, and after those 400 failed logins, all of a sudden, one login is successful right after those 400 failed logins. This can mean that it can be a suspicious activity, right? It can be a part of a brute force attack. What is a brute force attack? A brute force attack is where an attacker tries to use many passwords for a single username until he lands up with the correct password. Okay. So if I am an attacker and if I'm trying to attack your Gmail ID, what I will do is I will just use your Gmail ID and I will use a list of passwords. You can get a password list from the dark web, or you can get a password list from a lot of offensive security tools also. There's one tool called JTR, John the Ripper. That's basically a brute force and password cracking tool. They also provide you with a password list that you can use in a brute force attack. So I'll use those passwords, and what happens is this is an automated activity. So I just have to put your username and I just have to instruct that tool that, okay, now keep on trying the password until you succeed. What happens is after that, I just hit run. The tool starts running, and for that one username, the tool will keep on trying a list of passwords, maybe thousands of passwords, until something is successful. Usually, there should be no successful hits if you are good with defense, but in some cases, the attacker gets your password and then is able to log in. Now, what happens in such a case is you get a lot of failed password attempts. Similar thing can be observed here also. Such a thing becomes an incident for you, and that incident again gets triggered for the SOC to take a look at and manage. So those incidents, triggering those incidents, investigating those incidents, as well as remediating those incidents, all of these are going to be the primary function of a security operations center. Okay. So incident acknowledgement, alerting, triaging is basically investigating. So triaging an alert is saying the same as I'm investigating. Okay. Remediation, of course, there should be a remediation also in case such an activity is detected. And then the lesson learned also needs to be figured out. Okay. Next thing is sensor and tool management. So incident management basically is something that is associated with SOC analyst. Now SOC engineers are responsible for sensor and tool management. So any tools that work with security operations, all of those tools, whether they are working fine or not, whether they're working to their optimal condition or not, is the job of the SOC engineers. They'll be always looking at SIM, the health of a SIM tool. They'll always be monitoring how the SIM tool is performing. They'll always be looking at EDR, XDR, always be looking at firewall and making sure that all those devices are up and running. Okay. That is also a function that is expected from the security operations team. Next, threat intelligence is also an added functionality that is expected of SOC. Threat intelligence, basically, you can think of it very similar to criminal intelligence, like how police station keeps a record of every NC or every bad activity that has ever been reported. That is similarly true for cyber also. So there are certain vendors and certain bodies that give you this information. CISA is one of those bodies, that is basically the government of the United States sponsored entity. You can download the information in a form and you can integrate it with your SIM. Okay. Threat intelligence integration. Threat intelligence feed is basically information that is being provided to you. CTI stands for Cyber Threat Intelligence, and there are multiple sources that provide you with this information. Okay. This is also an expected function of a SOC. Next, the SOC is also responsible for forensics. In case if an incident has happened, you must also provide the log sources, the log evidence, as well as any other artifacts that you find in your analysis whenever there is a legal aspect or a legal team or a legal requirement for such a case when an incident happens. Okay. So forensics basically is done after an incident is already reported. Forensics also deals with root cause analysis. So anything where there is a requirement of legal entities being involved, anything where there is a requirement of government entities being involved, forensics is called into action. And basically the job of the forensics is to gather evidence based on past activities. They will look at past logs. They will ask for certain things like backups. If you are working in an AWS cloud environment, they will ask for something known as AMIs. So all of those data, collection, triage, and submission of all of that data comes under forensics. That is also something which is expected from a security operations center. Okay. Compliance reports, also a part of SOC. SOAR is basically automation of SOC, which is a newly wedded term into SOC. That is also one of the functions of SOC. Vulnerability management and patch management are also functions of SOC. All right. So we will start with the first term here, that is the asset. So what is an asset? In cybersecurity terms, an asset can be a device, it can be a service, it can be a platform, it can be a software that belongs to an organization. Okay, simply you can say that it is either a device, which is known as asset, it can be a person, which can be known as an identity also. All of the things that are associated, these devices, services, platform, software, all of this gets associated belonging to an organization, becomes an asset for them. Okay. So that will always be termed as asset in cybersecurity. Now, these assets are subject to the rest of the terms that are mentioned here: vulnerabilities, threat, and risk. Okay. So assets are basically something that we are bound to protect within an organization. For example, if I have an XYZ company, I have, let's say, 4 or 5 servers, 200 endpoints, some 400 people working there. All of those things would become an asset for me that need protection. Now, the severity or the criticality of these assets might be different from low, medium, high, critical. But all of these assets, I need to be responsible for these assets and I need to protect them. So all devices, services, platforms, software, everything that belongs to an organization becomes an asset. The responsibility lies with the organization to provide protection to all of these assets. Okay. So this is the first term. The next term is threat. So what are we protecting these assets against? A threat, basically. A threat is basically something that is out there on the internet to harm your systems or assets or identities, softwares, platforms, devices, or services. The main goal of a threat is to somehow get into your organization and do something malicious or unfruitful to their own advantage. Okay. So basically, like a cyber criminal would become a threat. Okay. A malware would become a threat. A phishing attack would become a threat. Okay. But there is one more thing that can be threat. And this is basically something that takes us back to the CIA triad that we talked about in the last session. So anything that hampers confidentiality, integrity, and availability can be treated as a threat, right? So if I was to ask you people, would you also consider natural disasters as threats? Would agree to it that even natural disasters would be categorized under threats. Why is it like that? Because a threat is anything that hampers the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of your assets. For example, let's say I have an organization that has built a data center. Okay. So for me, for data centers, it is of utmost importance to be available all the time. Okay. If I am not available, if the resources is not available to my clients, they will sue simply. So I promise them 99% of the times I will provide you the availability of my assets. And then all of a sudden, where I have the data center, let's say the physical location, the geolocation of this data center is in, let's say it is somewhere uh, in Mumbai, and then in Mumbai we experience an earthquake, and due to that earthquake, it's a huge earthquake, and then the infrastructure has all come down, and because of that, my assets are not available or unavailable. Now, this is also hampering my availability, right? The assets have gone offline and they are not usable anymore. So, in these cases, even a natural disaster will be termed as a threat. Anything that hampers the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of your assets becomes a threat. Okay. All right. So, what are the common examples of threat? I already gave you one example. The other examples are mentioned on the slide there. Malwares, Trojans, DOS attacks or denial of service attacks, data breaches. All of these are also known as threats on the outside world. Okay. All right. Next, we move on to vulnerability. What is a vulnerability? A vulnerability is a flaw in any of the devices, service, platform, software that you are using on your organization or even personally. Any device, any service, any platform, any software, if there is a flaw in the design, the security procedures, or internal controls that is present in that asset, and which can also be exploited by a threat, becomes a vulnerability. So if I was to give you an example of a vulnerability, you can think we talked about bugs in a website or bug bounty hunters reporting application code bugs to the authors of the application and telling them that, hey, there is something wrong with the application. This thing can be used by some person to, exploit this application. So that is also a kind of vulnerability that is getting reported. Okay. A lot of security researchers, what they do is they dedicate their time to finding these vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can be in the operating system. What is an operating system? Operating system is the layer on which your applications are running. So Windows is an operating system, Linux is an operating system, Mac also has its own operating system, right? So all of these are operating systems. Vulnerabilities can be present in the operating system also. They can be present in the network also. They can be present in some kind of a process also. They can be present in softwares also. And they can be present in a human also. Very interesting. I gave you an example yesterday of social engineering. So in certain cases, if the attackers are willing, they will also target certain humans and use them as vulnerabilities to enter in your organization. Even when they are sending phishing emails, they are targeting certain people who are not so technically savvy. Most of the times, what I've seen is people will probably target somebody in the HR. Okay, no offense to anybody from the HR department, but usually they are the ones who are found culprit. I don't know what is the reason, but this is just data that has been put. Okay, that also becomes a vulnerability. All right, we need to understand the concept here. A vulnerability is a flaw in any of the assets that can be used by a threat to gain access or exploit those assets. You can think of it as a chink in the armor. Now, when we talk about vulnerabilities, a lot of threat actors are currently also using these vulnerabilities to maybe get into a lot of systems or maybe get into certain organizations that they have targeted. Vulnerabilities are always getting reported. Even as I'm speaking, as we are sitting attending this lecture, some vulnerabilities are getting reported. There is a common database that stores all this vulnerability index and data that is known as CVE. All right. So if you go to Google and you search CVE, you will see that a lot of indexes will come that store CVE information. The naming convention of vulnerabilities is the heading CVE and then the year in which they were discovered and then a specific unique number ID that is associated with the vulnerability. As I said, vulnerability can be in a operating system, it can be in a software, it can be in a process, or it can be in a human. Of course, human vulnerabilities are not recorded or reported in this index, but you will find that a lot of softwares will have these vulnerabilities and those are getting reported and stored into that CVE database so that the rest of the general population can look at it and patch it. Okay. Once a vulnerability is discovered, the vendor of the software or the owner of the asset has to find a workaround to fix that vulnerability. Okay. So for example, I created one software and I put it for download on Play Store. Okay. And then somebody reported a vulnerability saying that, you know what, in your application, there is a problem. And if I copy paste a password, that password appears in plain text. So please fix this vulnerability in your application. So this will come up as a CVE, the year in which it was detected, and there will be a unique ID to this CVE, and then they will give you a small POC, which is known as proof of concept, that proves that the vulnerability exists. Okay. So like evidence, they'll put those screenshots or some code And then they will show that, okay, see, this is true, this has happened in your application, I was using your application, and this is something that I discovered, and this is a vulnerability, boss, please fix it. You are the owner of the software. So they will send me an email, or maybe they'll raise a support ticket, and then the data will come to me saying that, okay, somebody in the world has discovered something wrong with my software. Then it is my responsibility to fix that vulnerability in my software. So what will I do now? What I will do is I will create a small snippet of code, or I'll just make some changes to the code of the application so that the vulnerability is no longer there and it is fixed. Now, when I make that change itself is known as patching. So I will create a small patching utility and I will give it to everybody saying that, okay, I have just got to know that my software is vulnerable. Anybody who has downloaded this software, please use this patch utility, install it on your software, and then the vulnerability will be fixed. So you will no longer be vulnerable. So you will no longer be at risk. This will fix the risk. All right. Now, in a lot of cases, these vulnerabilities take time to be patched. Okay. And I'm talking about vulnerabilities with operating systems. People who are using Windows, and people, especially from IT background, they will know that every Tuesdays, Microsoft releases patches for all kinds of vulnerabilities that are discovered, and that patching Tuesday becomes a nightmare for everybody. Any which ways, a lot of software vendors have been regularly providing patches on all of the vulnerabilities that are discovered or reported all around the world by normal endpoint users, security researchers, or even in some cases white hat or gray hat hackers. All of this is getting fixed. CVEs come, as I told you, in the format. You can check Google and you can see what CVEs are there. They also come with a severity score. So a vulnerability basically has a severity score which defines the level of damage that somebody can do based on that vulnerability. So if I was a threat, I was an attacker, and if I have disclosed a vulnerability and it is extremely serious, let's say I can get into the system and I can execute something using this vulnerability, the score of that vulnerability will be high. Okay. Sometimes even critical, or mostly it is high. A score is presented to each vulnerability, even in the index that I told you about, the CVE. When these CVEs are getting listed, when these vulnerabilities are getting listed, based on the kind of damage that can happen to one, a score is assigned, and that score is known as the severity of that vulnerability. Okay. The highest score that is assigned is 10, which means it is a very critical vulnerability and it needs to be fixed. The lowest score is 1, which is basically saying that nobody can do much. Even if they were to exploit the vulnerability, it will not result in a lot of damage for you. It's okay, it's fine. Okay. So generally, when a vulnerability is reported with a high or a critical severity, all the vendors and the owners of softwares or operating systems or other security controls, they rush to patch it. They release the patch as soon as possible. But in a lot of cases, we see that, when a vulnerability is disclosed, there is always some time gap before a patch is released for general population. And in that time period only, a lot of people, a lot of threats, what they do is they attack the systems and somehow they are able to put some kind of a malware or things on systems that are found with a vulnerability. Okay. So this is the reason why vulnerabilities are extremely important topic when it comes to cyber security. A lot of threat actors, a lot of bad guys, a lot of cyber criminals, they make use of the vulnerabilities. Most of the times, they will target a software that is being run on an organization, or most of the times they will target the operating systems, and they will find those vulnerabilities within the operating system or the softwares, and then they will attack these organizations through those vulnerabilities. Okay. All right. Now, what happens if a vulnerability is not disclosed to anybody? So let's say instead of the user that reported these things to me, in my previous example, when I said that I have created a software and I put it on Google Play Store, somebody downloaded it and they figured out that, okay, you know what, if somebody was to put their password in the password field and copy and paste it in a notepad, they will be able to see plain text. But instead of reporting, they they didn't report this. What they did was they started using it in their own way, and they started creating some malicious things through which they can use this vulnerability to their advantage. So what happens then? Such cases are known as zero-day vulnerabilities. A zero-day vulnerability has never been reported. Okay? Somebody out there on the internet is making use or using these vulnerabilities for their advantage. Nobody else in the world, not the owner of the software, not the vendor of the software, not the organization itself, know about such vulnerability, but it is only being utilized by a certain threat actor who has discovered. These kind of vulnerabilities are known as zero-day vulnerabilities, which lead to zero-day attacks, which is basically the same. If somebody is using a zero-day vulnerability to attack or gain access to your asset, that is known as a zero-day attack. And there has been a lot of rise in the zero-day attacks these days, because a lot of these vulnerabilities that have not been disclosed yet to general population are being sold on the dark web. Okay. All right. So that is all about vulnerability, I hope. Now, what is risk? Now, risk is a potential consequence of a loss or damage of assets or data caused by a cyber threat. Now, you have to think like an owner of the organization. Okay. Let's say you are the owner of the organization, and let's say there is a case where you see that a lot of attacks are happening on Windows systems. All right. And in your organization, you have only Linux systems. So based on this data, you would probably say that the risk that your organization is facing right now is not much, because a lot of attacks are happening on the Windows system, right? So understanding what technologies you are using is one part of the risk. Okay. The next part of the risk is to understand what is the magnitude of damage that you can expect when something goes wrong. This is the most important aspect of risk. Okay. So I'll repeat it again. What is the magnitude of damage that you can expect when something goes wrong, or when a vulnerability is exploited by a threat to try and gain access to one of your assets? For example, let me give you an example so you understand it better. For example, let's say you have a business which is e-retail business. Okay. So basically what that means is that you are just like Amazon. So what you have is, you have a set of things that you want to sell on the internet, and you have a website like Amazon.com, and you are doing business on that website, and you are selling products on that website. Okay. Now, in order for the customer to be able to see the website, you have to host that website on a web server. Okay. So there is one server known as web server that provides a service, which is a website. So customer is the requester or the client. Your web server is the service provider. So you will have one web server in your organization, and all the requests from outside will come to that web server, and the web server is where your website is hosted. So from there, the customer is able to see that, okay, this is the website, this is what I have to buy, check in, check out, then pay the money, your transaction is done. Now let's say you only have one web server. Now if the attacker was able to gain access to that one web server, what would that mean for your business? That would mean that your business is completely shut off because you don't have any other backups, right? You don't have 2 or 3 web servers. You're not operating from multiple geolocations. You don't have a backup server. You only have one web server. And all of your business is put on a website which is running from that same web server. If somebody has compromised that web server, means your business is completely gone. Zero. Website is not visible. So that is extremely critical risk for your organization, right? That asset itself becomes an extremely critical asset for you. So risk is basically calculation of the severity for each of your security controls and assets. Through risk, you are able to understand what in your organization needs more protection and what in your organization maybe requires less attention when it comes to cybersecurity. That calculation basically is risk. How is it calculated? A very basic formula that is given for risk usually is the product of threat and vulnerability. The amount of threat which is out there and the product of the vulnerabilities that are present on your environment will give you the total risk that you face on the organization. Okay, there is something known as a risk register which is created that lists down all possible scenarios where something can go wrong, and it also lists down certain remediation measures that you can take when something goes wrong. A lot of organizations have this risk register, and they also do risk analysis to make sure that their organizations, in case of exemplary risk, also are able to function. Okay. All right. Now, all these 4 concepts are done. All threats cannot be mitigated, but all risks can be mitigated. Is this true or false? You cannot mitigate all the threats because threats is going to be ever present on the outside. You get it? Threats are always going to be there. Even in case of a natural disaster, you cannot mitigate it, right? Maybe you can take out a certain precaution where you are able to create a backup policy for a certain threat, but you cannot mitigate them completely. Whereas risks can be mitigated. Usually, it is very hard to mitigate all the risks, but it is achievable. Okay. If you have 0 vulnerabilities, your risk would become 0. If you have a strategy for every threat that you seem to be facing, you can say that all the risks can be mitigated. But not all the threats can be mitigated in any case because that is an external entity and you have no control on it. Okay, so these are 4 terms here: asset, vulnerability, threat, and risk. All right, so we will move forward now. And let me move this slide just one slide ahead so that I can also explain to you a little bit about how enterprises are spread out when they are built up on an infrastructure level. Okay. Now, if you want to be a defender or if you want to be an attacker, you must know what is it that you are dealing with, right? So, what is the objective of a defender? The objective of a defender is to defend the assets or the infrastructure of an organization. What is the objective of an attacker? The objective of an attacker is to compromise a certain asset or an infrastructure of an organization to do something malicious. So both of these people are dealing with one common factor here, which is the organization infrastructure. So in both the cases, when it comes to cyber security, it becomes very much important for both these people to know what they're dealing with. What is it that they're dealing with, or what is it that both the sides are dealing with? They are dealing with the infrastructure that is present on the organization. When I say infrastructure, it includes physical as well as logical infrastructure of an organization. When I talk about cybersecurity specific infrastructure, most of the times controls which you use for physical security will also be considered, and controls which you use for logical security will also be covered. So, what are controls that are used for physical security? Any biometric system, any CCTV cameras, anything that makes or controls the access to physical systems or physically providing an access to any infrastructure would become a physical security control. Okay. Easy examples are biometric and CCTV cameras. All organizations have this. Okay. And when I talk about logical infrastructure, there is going to be a huge list of logical infrastructure here. So most of this is covered in IT infrastructure. Okay. So what is IT infrastructure? IT infrastructure starts from each laptop that is assigned to every identity. From laptop, it can graduate to a desktop, which is being used by the organization. It can also be something known as a thick client or a thin client. These are also type of computing devices. It can also be certain instances that you run on cloud. So let's say there is an organization that has some production in cloud environment because they have a lot of people who are remote working, work from home candidates. So what they've done is they've put their production on a cloud. Anybody with an internet connection can access it. So all that infrastructure on cloud also becomes the logical infrastructure. Security controls that are used to protect this infrastructure also are put in the same basket. So what are those? Those can be firewalls. Those can be something known as a WAF, web application filter. Those can be something known as EDR, XDR tools. Those can be something known as VPN, or those can also be something like a policy known as a DMZ that an organization puts in place to protect its logical infrastructure. So I just want to give you a little brief about each layer of this infrastructure and how all of this together forms all the moving parts of an organization, so that you know that what you are protecting or what you are planning to attack. Okay. So let's say we have created our own company. Let's say we have created our own organization called, uh, this organization is called Mobile to Go. Okay. And what I do with Mobile to Go is that I provide uh, instant news to all mobile users who are my customers. Whoever downloads my app, we provide instant news like pop-up news about weather. Okay. To all of the customers, wherever they are using it, they will get a pop-up saying that, okay, there is rain that is going to happen in your city. So please be prepared. Something like that. Okay. So now let's say I've got an office in Bangalore. Okay. This is where all of my teams are sitting. Okay. I've got an office in Bangalore. This is my C-level people sit. Who are C-level people? C-level people are the people who are at the topmost layer of the organization: CEOs, CTOs, CXOs, anybody in that category. Okay. They are using some infrastructure also. They've got their own laptops. They are using a shared Wi-Fi, okay, in the office. And they are also connecting to the internet. They also have an email account and they're also working on their laptops. Like that, I also have different departments in my organization. I have the HR department, I have the finance department, I have the IT department, I have the development or dev department also, people who are developing my application. Okay. So all of these departments, they have their own devices, they have their own laptops. Again, they are also connected to a Wi-Fi or somehow they are connecting to the internet through my office. And then they are also able to do whatever work is required and they are going on with their daily activity in the office. Now, all of this traffic from my Bangalore office, what I want to do is I want to have some kind of security. Okay. So what I do is I install or I put a security control known as a firewall as a middleman or as a guard between all the connection that goes out from my network to the internet. Okay. So something that I put in between my network and the public network, which is internet, is going to be called a firewall. Okay. So you can see here on the diagram on the slide here, this is where a firewall sits. Okay. This is all my employees and all the devices, everything in my office premises. All of that is getting connected to different networking devices. In a local area network, there will be other networking devices also like switches and routers. I'm expecting most of us know what is a switch and a router because I really do not want to explain switch and router. So basically what happens is all the traffic gets routed to a certain networking device within my premise first. It gets decided whether this has to go out to the internet or whether this can only be routed in. That routing is basically done by my networking devices like switches and routers. Let's say now that it's been decided that okay, this request has to go out on the internet and it's not going to be serviced internally. So then what will happen is router is going to forward it, and when it gets forwarded, it first hits the firewall. Now the firewall, what it does is it checks where this request is going, who is the author of this request or the owner of the request, and what kind of request it is. And based on the policies set by the organization, it will take one of the two options. It will either allow that request to go out or it will deny the request to go out. Okay. So for example, let's say in my organization, I have put a policy that I do not want my employees to use YouTube. So what I'm going to do is I will just put a policy on my firewall saying that, okay, if anybody requests this URL, youtube.com, please deny that request. So now anybody on the inside, if they want to watch YouTube, they will send a request, they will put it in the browser, they will hit enter. The networking devices will figure out, okay, this is something that needs to go out on the internet. They'll send it to the firewall. Now the firewall will check that policy or the rule that I have created. And based on my requirement, it will take the action. So what have I said? I've said that, okay, nobody gets access to YouTube. So this employee will get a denied or a page cannot be displayed message on their browser. So they will not be able to browse YouTube. Now, when I set that rule, there is a certain technical word that we use for that. This is known as an ACL. ACLs are rules that define what resources each network can access. Also says there on the diagram. Okay. So a basic level of security is provided here by my firewall, making sure that I can control whatever traffic I want to pass out or take in. It works both ways. You can write rules who can come inside and you can write rules who can go outside and access what, basically. Okay. So like that, a firewall will have certain rules known as ACL, access control list, that you can put on the firewall and those rules. These days, we have even more advanced firewalls, stateful, stateless firewalls, stateful firewalls, of course, where there is also a feature for packet analysis and there is also a feature for threat intelligence integration. So the firewall itself is able to have certain data with it. It can take a decision saying that, okay, this is something bad for you, so you will not be around this. Okay, so like a very strict dietitian, it will act saying that, okay, you cannot eat an ice cream today. That's not going to be allowed to you because it's bad for you. Similarly, if there's a website that has been declared as a phishing website, the firewall will connect to its servers and it will come to know that, okay, there is something website which has been found out doing bad stuff. So anybody in my organization, if he goes out to that website, the firewall will stop it. This is some kind of a feature that has been enabled in NGFW firewall, next generation firewalls. Okay. All right. Now from the firewall, it will go outside to the internet. Sometimes you will have remote employees. So you would use a technology called VPN. What is a VPN? VPN is also known as virtual private network. The job of a VPN is to give you an environment of a private network on a public line. Again, I'll repeat that statement. The job of a VPN is to give you the environment of a private network on a public line. Okay. So basically, what a VPN does is it encrypts all traffic that passes between it. It creates a tunnel from point A to B on a public network like internet. So basically, okay, how to explain this? Let's say you have shared a PDF file, okay, and you want to share this PDF file only on your private network or to certain people who want to access it privately, and you have put it on a public network like internet. Okay, so you want other people who are geographically away from you to access these files, but you also don't want to make it public for everyone. So what you will do is you will just ask the other users to use a VPN to access it. You will put a shared folder and you will put a rule there saying that if anybody who is only accessing through VPN can access this file, then you'll give VPN access to all these users that you want the file to be shared with. They will first connect to the VPN and become a part of your private network. And only after that, they will have access to that file. Okay. A lot of people use VPN regularly, normally also on the internet. It also gives you privacy when you're using VPN because all the data that passes through a VPN is encrypted traffic. What is encrypted traffic? It is encapsulated traffic that cannot be decrypted. Okay, it is not plain text traffic. It is something known as ciphertext traffic. So if somebody was sitting in between looking at all your communication and he was able to intercept this traffic, they will still not be able to make sense of what this traffic is because this is encrypted in a certain way. Okay. So again, two functions of VPN. First thing is it provides encrypted traffic. Second is that it gives you a feel of a private network on a public line. Okay. Example very easy is this is being used for all kinds of remote workers. Anybody who is working remotely, they first have to connect to a VPN and only then they will have access to all the company resources that are in the head office or somewhere not near to them. Okay. All right. So this is how a very basic architecture of an organization looks like. There are certain security controls, there are certain network devices, and there are definitely a lot of endpoints in all of the organizations. Okay. So as an attacker, you need to figure out which technology or which chink in the armor you want to attack to get inside the organization. As a defender, it is your duty to make sure that everything in this diagram or in this picture is covered, monitored, and being secured, making sure that no attacks or no attackers are getting an access inside your network. Okay. So this is a very easy example, guys. I've given you a very basic example. Usually organizations are much more complex than this. They would have a lot of different environments and a lot many tools. Apart from what I've told you also, they'll also have something known as Active Directory. They can also have a hybrid setting where they have an on-prem device also, and they also have infrastructure on cloud, and they also have something which controls the access of these cloud resources, something known as SASE. If you've heard about it, there is also something known as ZTNA. There's a lot of different technologies that are being currently used by organizations. As cybersecurity is evolving, this architecture also is getting more and more complexer day by day. A lot of people are adopting a lot many security controls to protect themselves. And this is also resulting in a lot of business coming up when we talk about cybersecurity. So vendors like Zscaler, vendors like CrowdStrike, vendors like Sentinel One, Sophos, Fortinet, all of these vendors, these are people who sell security equipment. Some of these are selling WAF, web application filter, that is also a type of firewall, which is only applicable for web applications. Web application is something that is hosted on the internet and it allows interaction with the customers. For example, Netflix is a web application. So if you want a firewall to protect yourself from web application attacks, you will have something like WAF to protect the web application. What are the attacks that a web application can expect? There's something known as SQL injection, which is basically passing SQL queries in certain unsanitized input fields to have the query run on a backend or a database, which is unexpected or unknowingly due to a misconfiguration. An attacker can use that also. There is something known as SSRF also, server side request forgery. There is also client side request forgery. There's a lot of attacks, focused attacks. There's a lot of ways through which attackers try to get in. But can you tell me the most easiest ways an attacker can bypass these security controls and can reach somebody on the endpoint? And tell me what is the easiest of ways? Email, phishing. That is correct. The most easiest ways through which you can get inside an organization is through email. And that's not just me saying it, but it is basically the results or the statistics of the data that has been come up from a lot of security vendors. Nearly 73% of attacks get initiated through emails. People click on emails, people open emails they should not open. People see the emails, they look suspicious, they still go ahead and open it. And then what happens is that the attacker is able to get inside the network with the least amount of effort. Okay. So no need to do a lot of coding, no need to do a lot of vulnerability finding, no need to do a lot of activity. I could just send one innocuous or one smart email and I can have a script running on one of the endpoints of the organization. Okay. So cyber kill chain, what is cyber kill chain? Cyber kill chain is a concept that was developed by an organization called Lockheed Martin. If you are a fan of defense, when I say defense, I mean, uh, state defense, things like fighter jets, missiles, all of that technology, you might have heard this name because Lockheed Martin is the same organization that has also created F-15 fighter jets for the US. Okay. So the cyber kill chain was a logical methodology or a framework that was created by Lockheed Martin. And basically, it is a kill chain that shows you 7 steps that an attacker takes from start to finish when it comes to cyber attacks. Okay. So this is basically a step-by-step methodology of how an attack is constructed, how an attack is created, how the delivery of that attack happens, how the whole exploitation happens, and what happens once the attack is complete. Okay, so you can think of this cyber kill chain as a life cycle of a cyber attack. Okay, What is a cyber attack? A cyber attack is done by any external threat against any internal asset of an organization to gain access into the organization for various malicious purposes. What can be the malicious purposes? Malicious purposes can be stealing information a lot of times, which is also known as data breaches. It can also be to sabotage operations. It could also be to put some kind of a malicious program for their own benefit. Okay. So all of these things the attackers or the threats want to do on the defender or in any organization of their choice or target. And basically, what the cyber kill chain does is it explains the steps that the attacker takes to construct and execute such attacks. Okay. This is important for both offensive security as well as defensive security because you get a structure of what you need to do and how you need to construct an attack if you are a member of a red team or if you are a white hat hacker. And from a defense perspective, when you are detecting certain things, you know what part of the kill chain a certain activity belongs to, so you can figure out how far the attacker has already gone in the attacks when you are defending against an attack. Okay, hope it makes sense. All right, so as I said, it's a 7-stage cyber kill chain and the steps are linear in nature. So when I say linear, it means it moves always from top to bottom. So the first will stay always the first, then it's not going in reverse order. It will always start from 1 and always end at 7. Okay, all these steps are step by step, linear processes. Okay, and the best way to understand this cyber kill chain from my experience, even when I am teaching, even when I'm doing corporate batches, the best way to understand cyber kill chain is basically use your imagination and step into the shoes of a hacker. Okay. So you have to become a hacker or an attacker yourself. Even if you want to imagine for a little bit of time, please do that. Please imagine in your head that you are constructing an attack against an imaginary organization and you are the attacker and you are following each of these steps and how you are doing each of these steps. Okay, that is the best way to keep this in your memory, and that is the best way to even understand the things related with cyber kill chain. Okay, so now I want each one of you to start pumping up your imagination and get into the shoes of a hacker or an attacker. Okay, once you are an attacker, you will follow the cyber kill chain from step 1 to step 7. So what is the first thing that the attacker does? The first step is known as reconnaissance, basically also known as scouting. So in this stage, what you do is you collect a lot of information and you decide who to attack. Second stage is known as weaponization. In this stage, what you do is you use the data that you have collected in the previous stage and you create a weapon that you are going to use against an organization. Okay. Next thing is that you want to get the weapon delivered to the organization. So the next stage is known as delivery. So somehow the weapon has to reach its end goal and it has to reach an end point so that it can be used as a weapon. So the attacker also thinks about delivery. Next is the exploitation phase. Over here, the delivery is complete, the weapon has exploded, and now you are able to do certain things on the endpoint. Next stage is installation, where your code or whatever weapon you used has installed some more applications or has installed some more tools, has also made sure that it will stay on that endpoint, and basically it has completely created an ecosystem on that endpoint so that it is stable and it is comfortable within the endpoint. Next step or the sixth phase is the command and control. In this stage, you are able to connect to this endpoint now. As an attacker, Because your weapon has been delivered, exploitation and installation has been done. Now you can send the commands from outside to inside to this endpoint. And when you send those commands, that stage is known as command and control. Okay. And the seventh, the last step is basically actions on objectives, in which you do whatever is required and then you do a cleanup on that endpoint so that nobody is able to detect you. Okay, so these are 7 stages of cyber kill chain, and I will explain each of this in detail in the next slides, starting from 1 to 7. Please again think of yourself as an attacker and think of yourself as preparing for an attack on an imaginary business when you go through all of these life cycles. Okay. All right. So the first thing you will do as an attacker, let's say you want to become a hacker. Now you are, okay, let's say you are already a successful hacker and now you are looking for your next target. So the first thing you want to do is you want to put your time, invest your time in reconnaissance. This is where you will search for targets. What does it mean when I say searching for targets? You cannot attack anyone, right? You can't just decide one random name that came in your head and then say next day that, okay, now, yes, I'm going to go and attack these people and I'm just going to get inside their organization and break hell like anything. It doesn't work like that. You have to be meticulously planning and executing that planning, collecting a lot of information, making sure that whatever you're planning has a high chance of success. Okay, so this is what an attacker does when he wants to perform reconnaissance or when he wants to search for potential targets. What are the things that I am looking for? If I am an attacker, when I'm searching targets, I am looking for, in certain cases, organizations that have an easy entry point. Okay, so let's say if there are certain organizations that are basically doing a lot of communication from the outside world, not closed off, that can become one of the potential positives for me when I'm doing reconnaissance. Okay, to explain it even better, for example, if I want to attack a specific website, the website is always active and it is always accessible to all users on the internet, right? So that means it's always on. That is an easy target for me. I can check what are the vulnerabilities on the website, and then maybe I can figure out a certain website vulnerability, and then maybe I can use it against this target. Okay. So I will look for those things. Next, I will look for more details about a certain organization. I would look at what is the kind of business that they are doing, what is the kind of geo presence that they have. By this, I mean I want to figure out whether they are a multinational company, whether they are a local player. I'm also trying to figure out with all this information what kind of money they are making. If I'm going to plan a data breach, or if I'm going to plan something like a ransomware attack, I also want to extort money out of the business. So I want to know that these people are going to be able to afford the extortion money that I'm going to ask. So I want to be sure that the kind of business I attack is not a very small scale local business. It has to be a little big business. It has to have some kind of a turnover so that my attack is profitable. Okay. I will collect all of that information also. I will collect, if possible, information about the physical and logical infrastructure of an organization. So I will figure out what kind of tools they are using. I will try and figure out where are their servers, what technologies they are using. Very important, what people work in these organizations. Okay, what people work in these organizations, what are their email addresses, what are their telephone numbers, if possible, what is their geolocation also. All of this data I will collect when I am planning an attack on a certain organization. Okay. So now there's two things here that you can do. You can do an external reconnaissance also. There are certain things that can fetch you information from the internet. So if you just Google the name of an organization that you wish to attack, you can Google it and it will give you basically a website and some information about that business or the organization. And that information again gets put into your reconnaissance catalog. Okay. Now there is one search called a whois search. Now, what is a whois search? A whois search is basically a search that gives information about a specific domain. Okay, what is a domain? It is just basically the human readable name of a website. So, for example, google.com is a domain. So, that google.com is basically a domain. Each business will have their own unique domains. For example, amazon.in will be a domain for Amazon, correct? Flipkart.com is going to be again a domain associated with Flipkart business. Okay. Ola.com, Uber.com, all of these domains are going to be registered to those specific businesses. Okay. Now, these domains, a certain organization, when they want to be present on the internet, when they want to create a website, they have to buy these domains from a governing authority called ICANN. ICANN. That is basically the governing body on all the domains. They are the ones who provide you the domain names. Okay. So when I want to purchase a domain for my business, I will go to ICANN. I can also go to a broker like GoDaddy or BigRock or Public Domain Registry or Radix, and I can use those services to buy a domain for myself. So when I want to buy, I will give them a name, basically something similar to my business. Maybe I will say, okay, mobile2go.com, whether it is available or not. This is the name of my business. So I want to buy this domain. I'll put that domain name in GoDaddy and it will tell me that, okay, you can buy this domain. You will have to pay this much amount of money. And this some documents will also be required. So please submit these documents, some data, some forms, and then your ownership will be created on that domain. So when you buy this domain, you give out this certain information, right? Who is purchasing it? What is the address? What is the payment method? All of this data. So all of this data gets stored in ICANN's public database. Okay. Since the website is public, the data regarding who owns that website also is available in public through a whois search. So if you want to know when was a certain domain bought or registered, when will it expire, who is the owner of the domain, who has registered the domain, what are some contacts associated with this domain name, what is their phone number, what is their email address, these things you can find out through a whois search. So if you are using Google right now, you can type in Google whois, just type in whois search, and then a lot of portals will come up that will provide you this service. Okay. So in reconnaissance, attackers also gain information about domains that can potentially be useful, like phone numbers, email IDs, when was the domain registered, until when is it going to stay registered, what is the address through which the domain was registered. All of these details you can find through a whois search on a specific domain. Okay. Next thing you do is a port scan. What is a port scan? Every service that is being provided on the internet, okay, every service that is provided on the internet is being requested through a specific logical number known as port. Okay. Each service has its own corresponding port number. For example, let me give you example so that you understand this better. When I say I want to use the HTTP service, What is HTTP service? HTTP service is basically you browsing a website, right? http.google.com. You are accessing the HTTP service, Hypertext Transfer Protocol service. Okay. The port that is associated with that service is port number 8080. Okay. This is plain text HTTP, not encrypted. You just type in HTTP and then you type in the name of the domain, you hit enter, you are presented with a website. So you are requesting the HTTP service. The logical port number that is assigned to this service is port number 80. Like this, a lot of services are present on the internet that you can request that have their own functionalities and their own users. And there is a specific port number that is assigned to that service. For example, there is a service called FTP, File Transfer Protocol, which is only specially used for file transfers. So that service has a port number which is associated with it. The port number is 21. Like that, there is also one more service which is known as SSH, which is very useful for Linux terminals because it provides remote access to those Linux terminals. Secure Shell. The port number associated with SSH is 22. Like that, when you do remote desktop connections to your Windows machines, the service name is RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, and the port number associated with that service is 3389. These are default port numbers that are associated with each service. Okay. Now, when I am an attacker, it is very much important for me to understand what are the services that are being offered by a victim organization because I want to attack and I want to get in, right? So I want to know what public services they are providing that I can act as an innocent public bystander and maybe use a vulnerability and get in. These services are provided by servers. Servers are also computational machines. They are also computer systems, but they have specific functions that and specific software through which they are able to provide these services. For example, HTTP service is provided by a web server. HTTP, HTTPS, both these services are provided by a web server. Like that, there will be servers for each and every service. There is an FTP server also. For SSH also, there is a jump server sometimes. Otherwise, there is directly a terminal access. So like that, there will be specific servers which are associated with each of the servers. So I want to know each of these servers. And what I do is I scan them for open services. I scan an organization to figure out what are the services that are being offered by a certain business or an organization. What is the purpose of finding this? The purpose of finding these ports or purpose of finding these open services is so that I can scan these ports and the softwares that are running, that are providing these services on the servers, and check if any of these services, software or operating systems are vulnerable. Now go back to vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities are a chink in the armor. So what I'm looking at right now through a port scan is to find out if any of these services that are running, that are being presented to public are vulnerable to any of the vulnerabilities that I can use to get inside the organization. Okay. A very famous example of a vulnerability that was used in attacks is a vulnerability on port 445. The service that runs on that port is known as SMB v1, Server Message Block v1. That's the service that runs on port 445. If some of us are aware of WannaCry ransomware used a vulnerability on port 445 to propagate and spread to a lot many systems. Similar to that operation, the job of the attacker over here with respect to port scans is to find out whether there are any vulnerabilities in the services, open services that are being run on a business or an organization. Okay. So what I'm doing here is a port scan. So I will get a list of all open ports and I will get a list of all open services that I can see on a certain server or an organization. How to do a port scan? To do a port scan, you get specific softwares that are used by attackers. One very popular software is known as Nmap. Nmap port scan. Very useful tool and a very well-known tool also that you can use to perform port scans. Okay. If we go to the practicals, I'll show you how these port scans are done. And I will also show you how those results are interpreted when you do a port scan. Okay. So next, what I will do is I will also try social engineering. So social engineering and social media these days has clubbed together to become a very problematic thing to deal with, especially for organizations when it comes with respect to security. Why? Because everybody has a presence on social media, right? All organizations also, if you look, whether you go on LinkedIn or whether you go on Instagram, you will see that those employees are putting their pictures, celebrating something, recording videos, and putting them on social media platforms. Sometimes what happens is a lot of confidential information is also shared when these posts are being shared or when these things are being shared on the social media. And the attacker only needs some of this information, so they will keep on collecting all the things that they can find. Through social media, it is also very easy to find out who is working for what organization. So, for example, if you go to my own LinkedIn profile, you will know that I work for a company called West Advanced Technologies Inc. You will know my designation, you will know my past history, and if you are interested in attacking West Advanced Technologies, you can figure out who else is also working for West Advanced Technologies. So you'll just go to West Advanced, you will see all the people who are working for this company. If you are lucky, you can also harvest information from there like email addresses and telephone numbers. And then you can also use these for your advantage. Now, since you are the attacker, and since I've also given you a little bit of hint in the previous talk, which department do you feel would be the best to target? But of course, accounts is also a very important department that you can collect information about. Okay. Top level management is also a very good target. Once you get into top management, basically you have complete control. But since these are critical assets, they will have more protection there. Marketing is also a good department to, have a go at. So all of these targets, whoever you can collect the most information about, become potential good targets. Okay. So from reconnaissance, you will collect all kind of information, and then you will use this information in the next steps of the cyber kill chain. Okay. So we'll move forward from reconnaissance to the next stage, which is going to be weaponization. Okay. Now in weaponization, I need to create a weapon. So what does this mean? Creating a weapon. A weapon is basically an exploit that you are going to use against a certain vulnerability that you have found in reconnaissance. Okay. So let's say, for example, you have found out that there is a certain vulnerability in one of the web servers. It uses a software called Apache. Okay, these web servers use a software called Apache, and in that Apache software, there is a vulnerability that you can exploit by using a certain code. That code you have already created because you are a master hacker and you are good with coding. So you have created that code against Apache, and you know that if I execute this code on Apache web server, I will be able to further do some damage on this system. Okay, I can exploit a vulnerability basically. Okay, so when you write that code or when you create that weapon, this is the phase that we are talking about. So you creating something that is going to create an entry point into that organization or that vulnerability that you have discovered, that process or those, basically you can, so those activities are going to be grouped in the weaponization stage. So let me give you a very easy example. I told you already that the easiest way to get into any organization is through a phishing email, right? Because email is a very public thing. A lot of emails are being sent, and email is basically a way of communication as well as very much required for any business. So email is the best way to get inside. So in the reconnaissance, what you have done is you've gathered a list of people who you think would probably be susceptible enough to open that email. Let's say, for example, there is a finance team as well as HR team that you are going to target, and you want to target them through maybe, let's say, a attachment file that you will put in that phishing email. Okay. So let's say you want to put a Word file attachment or you want to put an Excel file attachment, and the moment they open the Excel file, there will be some script that will run. So the only thing you require from the user is to open the email and click on that Excel file or the Word. Then your things will start running. So when you are creating that macro on an Excel file, or when you are creating that macro or a DOM, maybe you can say DOM object exploitation code on a Word, when you're doing that activity, basically you are creating a weapon that is going to explode once it is triggered. This is what weaponization deals or talks about. Okay. So whenever you are creating an exploit for a known vulnerability specific to a target, that is your weaponization stage. Okay. We talked about zero-day vulnerabilities. So this zero-day vulnerability is the most harmful and the most hardest to stop when it comes to cybersecurity, because nobody knows, there is no public knowledge about a zero-day vulnerability. It can only be discovered if it is found out or if there is somebody vigilant enough to check for it and discover it. Okay, otherwise it is unknown. All right, so this is basically your weaponization stage. Let's move ahead to the delivery phase. So delivery is basically how your weapon is going to reach your target audience. So over here, we have already talked about how we are going to send this. So staying with the same example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this doc file, or let's say for ease of discussion, let's say it's an Excel file, and I have created a macro, a malicious macro. In the weaponization stage, I've created a malicious macro in the Excel file, and I want to put this as an attachment and send it via an email to the HR department or the finance department of the organization that I want to target. So that medium through which I am sending becomes active in the delivery phase. Okay. So as of now, as an attacker, what are the things that I've done? I have collected all the information about a specific organization that I want to attack. I have harvested the list of employees of that business. I have made a list of possible targets with their email addresses. And now I've created a weapon, which is an Excel file that has a malicious macro that will execute a certain script. Let's say it will execute a PowerShell script. So once the person clicks on my Excel, it will execute a PowerShell script and it will do something malicious after that. I want to deliver my weapon to the target through an email. So I will send them an email and I will just cross my fingers and hope that somebody is stupid enough to click on that Excel file. Okay. Now attackers have to be very mindful and very clever when they are doing these activities. Okay. So there are certain cases where I have seen that the attackers have waited for a special time window, a specific time window in 3 months or 4 months to send their emails to maximize the possibility of somebody clicking on that email. So for example, let's say that I want to target the finance department. Now finance department is extremely active at the end of the quarters. Why? Because all the invoices get paid and all the invoices get delivered to these finance people at two times, once at the start of the quarter and once at the end of the quarter. Okay, quarter is a 3-month window. Every business has 4 quarters, some also have 3 quarters, but this is a 3-month window which has basically decides the output that the company has given based on each quarter. Okay, some deals are yearly, some deals are quarterly. Based on that, these people in the finance and accounts, these people will get the emails from partners or other vendors, which will mostly be in Excel form. If I have to give you one more example, I can say that as an attacker, what I'll do is I will check for all the HRs on LinkedIn in my recon stage. I will harvest their email address. Okay, and then I will wait to send my email until there is a possible hiring. Okay, so when I see that one of the HR has posted something like we are hiring for SOC analyst, that is the time when I will send that email. That is the time when there is an extremely huge possibility that one HR is going to click. I will say, this is my CV. Please consider me for the role. And in that Word file, I will have that number. Okay. So like this, the attacker also has to be very mindful when constructing an attack. This is why the reconnaissance stage becomes extremely important, deciding all these things later. So this is how I am getting my weapon delivered to the target or the chosen victim of my choice. Okay. So in the delivery phase, I am either looking for misconfigurations, I am looking for a lack in security policies, I am looking for a human error. So phishing emails, compromised RDP servers, compromised FTP servers, all of these I can use as my method of communication or the channel to get my weapon delivered. Okay. So now let's move forward to the next slide where exploitation will start happening. So now the weapon has reached, and assuming that one of the people from the accounts team has opened my email, it says invoice, please find the invoice, and it's an Excel file. It has a PowerShell code. So let's say the accounts member opens it and he opens the Excel file also. And as soon as he opens the Excel file, my code starts running on his system. So when my code starts running on his system, that basically means that now the weapon has been delivered and the weapon has executed on the target environment. Over here, there are certain things that the attacker must keep in his mind when these things are happening. Whenever this code generates or runs or executes, this has to be silent. Okay. First thing is that it has to be silent. So if the person from the accounts team clicked on Excel and if he saw one window pop up in front of him and if he sees that, okay, some code is running, of course he'll get suspicion and say, this is not supposed to happen. So maybe I need to consult with someone. So that should not happen. They should not get aware of what's happening. This has to be silent or done in the background. That's number one. Number two is that they will also have some kind of antivirus or EDR tools installed on their devices. So your code has to be written in a way where you have already tested it out on some EDR or antivirus, making sure that it's not getting detected. Okay. So you have to write that code or you have to create that weapon in a way where one, it is silent, two, it is not getting detected, or it is having least detection when encountered by a defensive tool. So, okay, this is what happens in exploitation. Exploitation is basically when the code is run and it is successfully run. We will see what happens when the code runs in the next stage, which is installation phase. Now, in installation phase, what happens is the code runs and it starts installing some more software or some more binaries that are required for the attack to be successful. Usually when these attacks are created, what happens is a certain tool or a certain weapon is sent to you first. Then when that weapon runs, it starts to download more malicious tools from some website or some address or some kind of an internet based data store, and it pulls those files also in your system or the system where these files have run. Okay. The ultimate goal of any attacker when they are attacking your system is to establish something known as a reverse shell. To understand this word, first you must understand what is a shell. A shell is something that allows you to interact with the operating system. Okay. Now, not a lot of people know this, but even your web browser is a shell. What do I mean when I say that? If you were to ask or instruct your web browser to interact with your operating system and type find out where C drive is. So don't basically type find out where C drive is, just type C colon marks and a backward slash and press enter in your browser will fetch it for you. Why does it fetch it for you? Because it has been created in a way where it acts as a shell. A similar shell is command prompt. So I am not sure if all of you are familiar with command prompt or not, but the black window that comes up when you type in cmd in run or when you have to type certain commands or the terminal in Linux, all of these terminals also are shell. Shell is something that fetches something for you by interacting with the operating system. Okay, so that basically means that it has a lot of power. You just have to tell the shell to get you something and the shell tries its best to get that resource from you by interacting with the operating system. Okay. Of course, there is a syntax to how you need to ask the shell that you should be aware of. And I think most of us are now aware of how to basically work with Linux or Windows commands. A reverse shell is a shell that has been opened on another endpoint apart from yours. So when you open a browser or when you open a CMD or your window or on your system, it's a shell on your system. A reverse shell is something that is a shell that has been opened on a remote system or the victim system. So basically now what you can do is you can interact with the remote operating system and you can instruct that shell to fetch things for you. okay, or do things for you. So this is the ultimate goal of any hacker when they want to attack your system. What they want to do is they want to have a reverse shell. Okay. Now there are some other things also that need to be done in the installation phase. There is something known as persistence that also must be done in order to make sure that your exploit or your malicious program is always stuck to that computer and not gone away when the computer is restarted. Okay. So making persistence means creating copy of itself and storing it on the hard drive, creating certain registry entries if you are attacking a Windows system, creating certain registry entries that make sure that the program is always started when the computer starts itself. So, ever heard of anything like startup entries? There are, if you look at your systems also, if you're using Windows systems, if you look at your systems, you will look that there are certain applications that always start when you start your computer, right? Every time you start your system, there will be some applications running and they will keep popping up on the lower right hand side of the screen. There'll always be some icons there. So those are applications that have startup entries. How are they able to start every time you start your computer? Because there is a startup entry created by those programs on something known as registry. There is a path in the registry where you can create a startup entry through which you can tell the operating system that, okay, every time the operating system restarts or starts, you have to start this program also along with the system. So like that, even the malicious program has to put in a startup entry, even the malicious program has to put up persistence, and even the malicious program has to do certain objectives in order to make sure that it is always there. Once it is in, it is always there on the system. Okay. So this is basically what happens in the installation phase of the cyber kill chain. All right. Okay. So now moving forward to command and control. Now this is where the hacker finally can interact with the victim system. So now that the person, the account team member has clicked on the Excel, my code has executed. Now it's also become persistent and it has also downloaded some more software on the victim system so that now I can communicate with it. Basically, now what it means is now I have a reverse shell on the victim system. What that means is that they are now ready to do my bidding. They are ready to do as I command their system to do. I now have access to their system. So what I can do is I can do a lot of things. Based on the privilege that the user has, I can run commands. I can see what is being shared on their internal network. I can check what is the traffic that is passing from this device to other devices. I can also sniff passwords. I can also dump certain files like lsass.exe to get passwords or to decrypt passwords. I can do a lot of things from there. Okay. So CNC is basically the stage where the attacker already has access to your machine and now he is communicating with your machine to do certain things. Okay. Usually you will see that CNC connections are created using Tor. Tor is another piece of technology that provides you with anonymous connections. You can use Tor to become anonymous on the internet, and that is basically the same technology that is also being used by attackers to hide themselves when they are connecting to these victim systems. Of course, they will not connect directly from their own systems. They will use a Tor relay and they will basically use another machine and a proxy, and then they will connect to this victim system. So even if there was somebody who was smart enough to do some forensics and trace it back, they will still have to do a lot of work and still not be able to find the attack. Okay? So this is command and control stage. All right. Okay. Next is your actions on objectives. So here basically is something that explains the bidding of the attacker. So whatever the attacker wants to do after he has established a reverse shell is the possibilities are endless. Okay. Certain things that I've mentioned here, I will explain them. So the attacker, once he's got access to one compromised machine, he can use that internal compromised machine and he can do an internal reconnaissance also, and he can identify all the other devices that he can figure out that are present internally. So I can figure out how many people exactly are working in accounts team. I can figure out how big is their infrastructure. I can figure out how the information is passing from internal to external. I can figure out all of those things. Internal exploitation. I can also start exploiting applications that are not facing outside. Okay, very important. Some applications are only kept internal and not put for external use. When I say internal, I mean they're only accessible to employees internally and not accessible to anybody on the internet. So I can start exploiting those internal applications also. Next thing I can do is something known as privilege escalation. What is privilege escalation? Let's say I have hacked somebody from the accounts team and now I want access to a certain file which is stored in the file server. But I figured out that this person who works in the accounts team does not have access to that folder. Internally, what their team has done, what their IT team has done is made sure that, okay, this is a highly confidential document. So only somebody like an IT administrator will be able to see this file. So they've only restricted that files for IT administrators. Now I know that this person in the accounts team is going to be no good for me because he is not an IT administrator. So now I want to pivot my attack from internally from Mr. Accounts team to Mr. IT administrator. So this whole process where I move from this one machine to a certain user or a machine that will provide me that access is the process of privilege escalation. The word itself means escalating of privileges or trying to become the administrator. Privilege escalation and lateral movement, both of these terms are very much interlinked with each other because I will get to privilege escalation through lateral movement. What is lateral movement? Lateral movement is basically jumping on different devices until I can find somebody who has the required access. So in the process of finding someone, I could jump on multiple devices, I could exploit multiple devices, I could install my tools on multiple devices until I find that one ultimate authority where the person is able to make these changes, right? So when I do those hopping from one place until I reach what is required to me, that is known as a lateral move. Okay. Target manipulation, not so much explanation required there. I can delete certain files, I can delete logs, I can delete evidence. Once my activity is done, I can clean up my tracks and I can leave the place like nobody was ever there, right? So all of that is basically cleaning up your tracks, manipulating the target. Okay. So these are 7 steps or 7 phases of the cyber kill chain, which starts from reconnaissance and ends on actions on objectives, and it basically defines the structure in which an attack happens, an incident happens on an organization. Okay. Now these slides after the cyber kill chain are going to start focusing more and more towards defensive security, because I've already told you that these sessions are going to have more flavor of a defensive security learning. And that is the reason why we need to complete these few slides, because these are also important slides when it comes to defensive security or SOC. Okay. Now I want to talk about two terms again, which are very much important when we talk about Security Operations Center or SOC, which is events and incidents. Okay. Now I have already explained to you what are logs, right? Logs are basically like a digital diary that each system writes of whatever is going on within the system. A log will be created. Okay. So that is a log. Now these logs are showing some kind of activity that is happening on the system. Now all of those activities together are called events. Anything that the log showcases saying that, okay, this is an event which is happening, all of those activities will be termed as an event. So all actions that occur on systems are called events, and all of these events are recorded as logs. Okay. Now what's an incident? Incident is something that requires intervention by a member of the SOC team. Okay. So incident is something which has happened anomalous, and incident is something which is triggered, and somebody needs to take some kind of an action because an incident has happened. So what is an incident? When a chain of events is identified as malicious or anomalous, then that activity gets classified as an incident. Okay. So in order for an event to be termed as an incident, there has to be sufficient confidence to make sure that it is an incident. So there has to be a chain of events in a specific time set that show that certain events are now getting grouped or classified as an incident. This is something anomalous. This is not normal behavior. This is something which is malicious in nature. Hence, it is getting defined as an incident. Okay. So all of these incidents are triggered on the SIM tool. So the SIM tool is basically the tool which is used for monitoring all of these logs. We have already looked at what a SIM tool is. A tool that is going to act as a repository for all the log sources. It will collect log from all your sources, like your firewalls, your endpoints, your desktops, your laptops, your servers, your EDR tools, your proxy, everything. All of these tools are going to report their logs to a SIM tool, and then that information is being used by the SOC team to check for potential incidents. Okay. Now this is going to be based on behavior or the kind of log that are being triggered on the environment. Okay. So the SOC team interacts with the SIM tool, and they create certain use cases or scenarios that get triggered when a certain log is generated. Okay. So you can think of these scenarios as a run book that gets triggered as soon as the conditions for that run book are met. So for example, if I am detecting a lot of failed logon for some user, and I'm detecting a very large amount of failed logons in a very short window. For example, I'm detecting 400, 500 logon failures for one specific user in, let's say, 1 minute period. Do you think that it is possible for a human being to be able to log in that quickly or put his credentials so many times in the system? No. It is going to be an automated script. It is also possible that it can be a malicious script, which is trying a brute force attack by trying a lot many passwords and just trying different passwords until it succeeds with one of those passwords. So such kind of behavior, I will detect that behavior through the logs, and I will create a runbook on the SIM tool. So I will instruct the SIM tool that whenever you detect this kind of behavior through the logs, you please alert, or you please trigger an alert, so that the SOC team members can take a look at this alert. They can start investigating. Okay. So the logic behind creation of these alerts, or the creation of these alerts, basically is called use cases. All right. Now the monitoring, response, investigation and remediation of these incidents, the whole process is known as incident response, or IR. This is one of the biggest deliverables that is expected of a SOC, which is basically to detect incidents and in a timely manner respond to those incidents and make sure that they are remediated also. Okay, now is also a very good time to talk about something known as an SLA. Most of us are familiar regarding what a service level agreement is. So just for people who are silent or have not put it out on chat, I'll just take some time to explain what an SLA is. So an SLA stands for service level agreement. What that basically means is it promises a certain time frame for the delivery of a specified service. Okay. So let's say if there is a deal between two businesses, both the businesses will come to a mutual agreement regarding a certain SLA, with an agreement saying that, okay, this is the service that is going to be offered, and this is the timeline in which the service is going to be offered. When we talk about security operations center, the SLA is basically how fast the response is going to be for these incidents or use cases that get triggered on the SIM tools. Okay. One of the reasons why SLA is extremely important when it comes to SOC, because this is a very critical business unit. Okay. If you delay the response of a very critical finding in SOC, that will result in loss of production. It will result in a loss of dollar value, and a lot of dollar value at that. So organizations don't want to have that. Example SLAs that are set for SOC are based on severity and the time it is taken by the SOC team to report a certain incident back to the stakeholders or whoever is the responsible party. How is this SLA set? These use cases, when they are created, they are also created with a priority or a severity. So severity can be in 4 levels, which is critical, high, medium, and low. Okay. So if I feel like there is an activity or there is an incident that is extremely critical in nature, which is affecting extremely critical assets of my organizations, I will create a use case that, when triggered, will trigger with a critical priority. Okay. And usually the SLA time frame in which the SOC team can respond once this alert triggers is extremely small time frame. Okay. So the higher the priority, the higher the severity of the use case, the lower the time in which the SOC has to respond back to the stakeholders. So you need to be responding fast when the problem is serious. So if I was to give you a basic default SLA that a SOC operates on, these are basically two types. of response when it comes to SOC SLAs. One is the detection response, which is MTTD, and the next is the remediation response, which is MTTR, mean time to remediate, mean time to detect. These are also two KPIs when we are dealing with security operations center. Okay? Key performance indicators. It's basically a way through which you can judge how good a security operation is performing. Okay. All right. So if there is a critical incident, the detection or the response SLA is going to be very small. It's going to be about, let's say, anything between 0 minutes to 10 minutes or 5 minutes. If it's a high alert, then you can report it between 0 minutes to anything between 2 hours to 4 hours. If it's a medium alert, then you can report it between 0 minutes until 12 hours. And if it's a low alert, you can report it anywhere between 24 hours. So this is the kind of SLA that is set for each of these incidents. Okay. So SLA is also very important when it comes to incident response, because it is the duty of Security Operations Center to maintain 100% adherence to SLA. What happens if you do not maintain the SLA? Somebody who is experienced, I think people who've been working for 5 6 years, they'll know what happens, because this not very desirable thing which happens when you are not able to maintain the SLA, because there are huge penalties. There are huge financial penalties. There are huge penalties and clauses that no organization wishes to take on, no business unit wants to take on. So SLA adherence is something which is extremely strict and must also be kept intact when we are talking about Security Operations Center. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next slide now. When these incidents are detected, it's not always going to be the case that you detect true incidents. Okay. Not everything is going to be malicious in nature. Some of them might also be some kind of a misconfiguration or an innocuous user doing some activity, and maybe some script that has been put by a legitimate user, and because of that the incidents have happened. Okay. So there are 4 cases that you can classify these incidents in when they are triggered. So the first one is where the detection holds true and the activity really is malicious. That kind of an incident is going to be a true positive incident. Okay. So the incident detected and the incident is true. So your SIM has picked it up, your use case is triggered, your analyst has identified, investigated it, and they have figured out that this is really some malicious actor which is being doing some bad activity that my people have detected, and this incident is a true positive. In Security Operations Center, we always focus to have most number of true positive incidents reported to either the client or to the company itself. Okay. Next is a false positive. So what is a false positive? In false positive, the incident is detected. So the detection has worked, but the incident which has triggered is not malicious in nature. Incident is false, or it is a false alarm. For example, you can say that you detected a lot of failed logons for a certain user on a database, and you saw that there were a lot of logon failures for this account, and you went back to the user and asked them that, hey, I have detected these failed logons for your user account, especially targeted towards database, and this has been coming from one machine specifically. So what's happening? Then the person would probably tell you that he is the database administrator, and to automate certain things, what he has done is he has created a script that automatically logs him in from a certain system, and it basically logs him into the database on multiple systems from a single system, and he has recently changed his password and he's not made the changes to the script. Hence, that script is still running, and because that script has been running, this case has come up. So it is not really something malicious, or it is not something which is, you know, going to hamper the organization in any way. It is just basically a misconfiguration or a missed out change by a legitimate entity that has caused you to get this alert. Okay. So those kind of cases get classified into the false positive incidents. Okay. Next case is true negative. Now this is red in color, which means that this should really not happen when you are working in a SOC. What has happened here in a true negative incident is the incident has failed to detect, but the incident has happened. So basically, what that means is that the attacker has gained access, done everything, and he's gone. He's left, but your SIM tool, your detection use cases, nothing has worked, and you have not even come to know whether anything has been done or not. Okay, so the malicious activity has been done. The attacker has completely done what he required and he's gone from your environment, and you are still not able to detect anything. Those cases where the detection has not triggered or detection has not worked at all, those kind of cases get classified as true negatives. Okay. And last but not the least is the case of a false negative, where there is no incident, but there is no detection either. So even if the activity has happened, it was not something malicious, but the detection also has not worked. So that basically gets classified as a false negative event or a false negative incident. Okay, so these are the four types of incidents, and this is the four types of classifications that get associated with the incidents when you are working in a security operations center. True positive, false positive, true negative, false negative. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity certification training, which will enable you to learn skills like ethical hacking, network security, cryptography, digital forensics, malware analysis, and threat detection. Through this course, you will also master hands-on tools and techniques using Kali Linux, Wireshark, Metasploit, Burp Suite, Nmap, and many more, while working on real-world projects like wireless security and incident response, all taught by top industry experts and IIT faculties. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals make successful career transitions in cybersecurity and IT security roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. And without any doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Want to learn directly from our industry experts? Book a free demo webinar now via the link given in description below and experience how our live classes happen.
We're going to start off by setting up the lab that will be required for the hands-on practice. Okay. Okay. So you see, what you can do is you can go ahead and you can go to splunk.com and you can download the Splunk Enterprise on-prem software from there also. Okay, so once you install the software, you can go to this address here. Okay, this is a loopback address 127.0.0.1. Then put a colon mark and then use the port 8000 because Splunk service runs on a web server on port 8000. Okay, so now how Splunk works is basically it takes in data. Okay, and this data can be heterogeneous in nature. Okay, what does it mean when I say heterogeneous? Heterogeneous means there are different formats of logs that will be ingested into Splunk. Again, so the data which is coming into Splunk, to give you an example, it will be coming in from various different devices. Okay, some of the logs you'll be pulling in from Windows system. Some of the logs you'll be pulling from Linux systems. Some of these logs you will be pulling from devices, for example, firewalls, routers, network devices, so on and so forth. Some of these might be from, let's say, a different technology, different brand of firewall. Like some people might be pulling data from Cisco firewall. Some people might be pulling it from Fortinet. Some people might be pulling it from Sophos. So all of these log formats are a little bit different from each other. Okay. So in order for Splunk to understand that format of log, the requirement for the admin or the requirement for the user of Splunk is to install the corresponding app for that log type. Okay, very easy to install. So if you want to be dealing with Cisco devices, you need to download an app on Splunk. Okay, this is a platform. Think of Splunk like a platform. And in order to integrate something into this platform, you also need to install a small app on top of this platform so you can read the data. Okay, that bit is clear. Now, where to find these apps? There is a website called Splunk Base. Splunk Base, if you put it on Google, you will be taken to a Splunk supported website that has applications developed for all kinds of vendors, right from AWS to your GCP to your Azure to your Cisco's to your Fortinet. All the vendors have put their applications on that one website called Splunk Base. So here also, you need to understand why we are doing this activity, and you need to understand what is the significance of the things we are doing. I can just blindly give you the instructions and you will install it also, but you will not understand, means you've not learned anything. So this is the reason I'm explaining. Okay, Splunk Enterprise is going to work like a platform. On top of it, based on the logs that you are ingesting into Splunk, you will put on different applications so that Splunk is able to understand what you are ingesting in. Okay, every log has a different format and Splunk has to pull out data from these logs and show you. So in order for it to parse those logs, in order for it to understand those different logs, these apps need to be installed. Okay, now from the add-ons folder, all of you have downloaded the apps. Okay, those are apps which are required for our data set to work. Okay, now we need to install all of those apps into our Splunk Enterprise. All right. So how to install it now? I will show you how to install it. First, be on this screen. This is the home screen of Splunk. The most used application on Splunk that we are going to make use of is going to be search and reporting. We'll come back to that later. Right now, you want to install the add-ons that we have downloaded from that shared folder on my Google Drive. Okay, so how to install it? You see this apps option here. Click on this apps drop down. When you click on it, you will get some options here. For you, there will be only one or two options. Don't worry, don't panic, it's okay. Click on this manage apps option here. When you click on it, it will take you to another page which will show you all the installed applications on your Splunk platform. Okay, let me show that once again for everyone. We need to install all the add-ons that you have downloaded from the Google Drive. To install them, first be on this screen, click on apps, click on manage applications here, second last option. When you click here, a new window like so will open up. Now you have already downloaded the file, so what you need to do is you need to install this application from file. So you click on install application from file and then you choose the file. So when you click on choose, you have to browse to the location where you have downloaded those add-ons. Okay, so click choose the file wherever it is. Okay, and then click on this upgrade app option all the time. No matter which add-on you are installing, just make sure that you are always clicking this checkbox. This is also required in our use case. Once you put all the details, like once you have browsed to your add-on file and once you have clicked on this checkbox, just click on upload. It will take some time and it will get installed. In some cases, it also might ask you to restart. So don't restart yet. It is recommended that you install all of the add-ons first, and in the end, once you have installed all the add-ons, only then you restart your Splunk Enterprise. Okay. I'll tell you how to restart also. But let's all wait until all of those add-ons are installed first. Okay. If all the apps have been installed on your platform, by again going to apps and manage apps option here, and just make a quick check whether the files that you have installed are there or not. Okay. So they should be there. If in case it's not there, then maybe you would need to reinstall those files. Okay. Over here, my stack is showing some extra files, but don't worry about those. You just need to check the ones that you have installed on your stack. Okay, so now all the things are ready for us to put in some data into Splunk now. The data that we are going to use here is actually being provided by Splunk. This is specially or specifically provided to blue team activity people. From here, you will need to download the data set. Data set is basically the data that we are going to use on the demo. We are now ingesting the data set, the file that we have downloaded from GitHub, into Splunk. So step 1 is to copy that downloaded file. Okay. Step 2 is to go to the path where you have installed Splunk on your system. Okay. So in my case, I'm using Windows. You can see that the installation path is Windows, program files, and Splunk. Okay, when I'm here, it shows me these folders here. Once I am inside Splunk folder, I want to go into this etc folder. Okay, this etc folder, double click on this folder. Okay, now once I'm inside etc folder, I get more options here. Now I want to go into the apps folder. Okay, double click on the apps folder. Now this is where I want to paste my data set. Okay, to give you an understanding of what's happening here is we are using or we are putting this data set as another application into Splunk. You remember just before we put this data set, we installed the applications into Splunk. All of those applications are going to be here. So if you look at all the applications that you've installed, they're going to be listed here as folders. And what has basically happened from the GUI is when you have uploaded those files, they have got decompressed here inside this folder. Okay. So now what you want to do is you want to paste your bots v3 dataset here. And since this is going to be unextracted form, you also want to right click on that and then extract it all here. Okay. Please make sure after your attraction, you should have a folder like this that says bots v3 dataset inside your apps. Inside your apps folder. Okay. One thing or one mistake that I've seen in previous batches also is that once you see this folder here, this folder should open to something like this. Okay. There should not be another bots v3 folder inside this, and inside that there should not be these files. It has to be one single bots v3 dataset folder here, and once I double click, I should be able to see all these files here. Okay. So no multiple folder inside folder. That will not work. It has to be in this same format. Okay, once you complete all of that, once you restart Splunk, you will be again come into the home page. You will be greeted with the home page here like so. So you can over here, you can choose search and reporting, and then you'll be taken to the search and reporting page like this. Okay. So when you are here, now it is time to check whether Splunk is reading the data that we have put inside it or not. How to check that? You need to use this search box here. Just on this search box, you need to type in index is equals to what's v3, and make sure that you are changing this to all time, and then you search, and then you will see all these events popping up. That means the data is being read. I'll explain to you what this means also, so don't worry. This is just to check whether all the data that we have put in just now, whether your software is able to read it or not. Okay. Once again, after we have put the dataset folder into Splunk, go back to your Splunk, restart it once, get to this search and reporting app like I have here, and within this search box, just put in this query, index is equals to bots v3. And please make sure that you change this time frame to all time. If you keep it for 24 minutes and search, it will not work. So I'll get probably 0 events. Very important to make this all time because this data set has old dates. Okay. So make sure you change this to all time, and then you search, you'll see the events pop up. If you're not able to see the events, you need to check two things. The first thing is, please go back into the Splunk folder and check if there are multiple folders created in the extraction of that bots v3 folder. That is the first thing to check. Next thing to check is when you are searching, make sure that all of the query that I've put here is all the similar, extremely similar to the one that I've used here. So if you are getting 0 events, check these two things. Check if you are searching all time and the query does not have any caps lock or anything in caps. It has to be same as the one that I have written here. Okay. If you are still not able to see the events, that means that the data set is not configured properly. So what you need to do is you need to go back to that folder which I showed you. Okay. Let me show you one more time. Okay. Make sure that there are no multiple folders. I'm saying this again and again. Make sure that there are no multiple folders. Look at where I am right now. I am in C program files, Splunk, etc apps. Okay. Once I am in apps, there is this one folder called bots v3 dataset. When I double click on this folder, I should get this kind of files. There should not be another folder saying bots v3 dataset. Okay. Please make sure there are no multiple folders within this folder. If it is still not showing, then probably the file that you have downloaded has not been downloaded properly or extracted properly. So go back, download file, put it back again, re-extract it and see if it's working. If it is still not working, then restart Splunk and check one more time. You basically go back and you check if there are any errors or warnings or things like that, right? So what you're doing there is also looking for an answer. Why a certain thing is not working? Why a certain thing is stuck? Why a certain thing is not behaving the way it should? So these are the questions that get asked in IT. Splunk is able to answer them by providing analytics, gathering all types of data, providing analytics and visualization. It is able to provide you visualization, means it is able to show you the data in a visual format in a dashboard. So your team knows exactly what is going wrong or exactly what is happening. We are looking at Splunk from a perspective of a SIM tool. What is a SIM tool? SIM tool is a tool which gathers data about organizations' devices and is used by SOC team to find answers. SOC team will ask different type of questions because SOC team is for security operations. So we are considering security here. So what kind of questions are we going to ask? I will give you one example. We are looking for certain evidence or certain activities that can possibly be done by a bad actor. So we are looking for anomalies or events that can possibly mean that something bad is happening. For example, if I create a use case in Splunk saying that, okay, please alert me if somebody is logging in from a different geolocation apart from India. Let's say in my business, I only have presence in India. Nobody is going outside the country. All my workforce is in India. So I want to know if anybody is logging in from a different country like Russia or Iran or North Korea, South Korea, China. I want to be alerted. So you can create a logic here in Splunk and you can have an alert setup so that Splunk will alert you if any kind of activity like that happens on your environment. Okay. Splunk can also be used to check a lot of misconfigurations that can possibly result in data breach or some kind of a attack. What are those misconfigurations? Or maybe I should explain you what is a misconfiguration first. A misconfiguration is an unintentional error made by a person who is working for the company. Okay. So he is a legitimate person, he is a legitimate employee, he has access to all the tools, but unknowingly or in error, or maybe, out of lack of presence of mind, he makes a kind of a change that can result in somebody exploiting that. That is known as a misconfiguration. For example, if I'm using cloud services, okay, all my data is stored in AWS cloud, let's say, for example. So if all the data is getting stored in AWS cloud, I have one thing called Amazon S3. That's the cloud storage service which is provided by AWS. So let's say I'm using AWS S3 and I'm storing all my data there. Now my developers and my AWS architects or my AWS admins who are responsible for setting up everything, what they've done is they've opened an S3 bucket to public. Okay, ideally it should only be kept for only internal employees because that data is confidential to my employees only. I don't want anybody else to check it. But due to some error or due to some misconfiguration, what has happened is they've made that S3 bucket public. That means anybody from the web, if they know the location of that S3 bucket, they will be able to access that data that is being changed as public, or the data which is confidential to my own environment. Now, this is a breach of confidentiality. Okay. And in open S3 buckets, what happens is anybody can interact and they can also upload files. So this is even a bigger risk because they can upload something which is malicious in nature, and my AWS admins, if they're not paying attention, they might think that, okay, this file has been uploaded by somebody. Let me try and open this file. Once they open the file, they will also get infected. And through the S3 bucket, the attacker theoretically will be able to access or get access to some internal machines also. Like I told you in cyber kill chain also, he can move in a way where he can move from delivery to installation to exploitation and then command and control. Okay. So these are the things that we are looking out for. Okay. This is very much doable in Splunk. I will show you 2 or 3 use cases in this test data also. I will show you how to code in Splunk also. You see this box here, this search box. All Splunk queries are written in this search box. Anytime you want to interact with the tool or the data in Splunk, I'm sorry, you need to use this search box and you need to write a query in Splunk search. Okay. So over here, you can see there are multiple options. Over here, this is the branding. So it just says Splunk and they have a branding here. Then there is the apps section, which I've already shown you. This will list you all the other applications that you've installed on your Splunk platform. We have seen the manage apps option also, which shows you all the apps that you have installed on Splunk. So you can enable or disable these apps also from here. If you do not require any apps, you can disable them from here. You can enable them in case if you require them also. Okay. Search and reporting is an inbuilt app in all instances of Splunk. Then you have this option called messages here. These are basically internal Splunk messages. So if there is something wrong with Splunk, or if there is a resource shortage, or if Splunk is experiencing some issues, it will tell you in a message here. Okay. Then you have settings option here. Settings option is huge. You have all kinds of configurations that you need to do in Splunk. All of these are present here in the settings window. You will see that it is divided into 4 major categories. You see knowledge here, you see data, you see distributed environment and system. Now, all of this in detail will not be covered. It's not in scope of these lectures. So don't worry about these. As of now, you just think of this as options presented in Splunk to you. Okay. Then you have the activity tab and the help tab, which shows you or has a URL link to all of these other resources on Splunk. Okay. Then you have the search box here. You have the time range picker through which you can select a preset in which you want to search. We are searching all time because our data is old. But if you are on a live environment, you can choose either 15, 60 minutes, 4 hours. Like this, there are many presets that are already defined by Splunk. If you don't agree with this, if you want to go and put in your own custom time, that is also possible. So you can either go for a relative search, you can go for a real-time search, you can go for a date range. If you are only interested in 24 hours worth of logs, you can select a date here. You can select date and time also. So let's say you want to get more granular and you only want to see the logs between a time frame, you can choose the date as well as time frame. And there is also the advanced version, which is basically encoded version of a script, which we are not going to cover here. So don't worry about the advanced tab as of now. Most of the times you will probably be using presets or this option of date and time range here. Okay. So basically you just choose your options here and you click on apply, and then the time for the search gets selected like so. Okay. Now there is one more interesting button here, which is selection of mode. So what is this mode now? In order for you to understand this, I have to understand, or you have to understand how Splunk is showing you data and how search works. Okay. So let me show you a basic search. Here, what I'm doing is I'm using a combination of field and value. Okay. So how Splunk works in search, or how the queries work in search, is based on field value pairs. Okay. This is the field index and this is the value of this field that I want to search. Okay. And I put an is equals to in between so that Splunk understands that this is the field value pair that I have to show the user. Now, what is index here? Index, you can think of index as basically buckets that Splunk creates to take all the data in. For example, in my architecture, let's say I am deploying Splunk in my company. I have 2 firewalls. I have 100 networking devices. I have Windows servers and I have Linux servers. Okay. This is the organizational network that I've got with all the devices. So in order for me to make it easier for search in Splunk, what I can do is I can create different buckets for these ingest values or these devices. For example, if I have two firewalls, let's say one of them is Cisco and the other one is Sophos. I can create one index is equals to firewall. And what I can do is I can integrate both those two firewalls to send data into index known as firewall. So now every time I want to only look at firewall logs, what I can do is I can use the field value pair like index is equals to firewall, and then it will show me the values that I've stored in that index. Okay. Like that, indexes, you can think of indexes as buckets, different buckets in which you are storing information. Each index will have its own retention period, and each index will have its own size also. You can create these indexes in Splunk. Okay. All right. Now, as I said, Splunk will always, or the Splunk search will always work with field value pairs. All the data also here is shown in field value pairs. Okay. So this is all the data that has been extracted from the kind of logs that we have put. This data is being read from all the data sets that we have already ingested into Splunk. Now there are three fields that are going to be present in all the data sets, especially if you're using Splunk. Those three fields are host, source, and source type. Okay. So host is basically the name of the device which is sending the data to Splunk. So for example, if I was saying that, okay, I've got two firewalls configured to send me data. If I click on host, I will see there will be two hosts. Basically, one of them is going to say Cisco firewall or the IP of the firewall. And then the other one will say Sophos firewall or the IP of the firewall will be mentioned there. So whatever is the name of the device which is sending logs into Splunk, that will show in host. Okay, this is the first field that gets parsed in all the logs. Next field that Splunk parses is the source. Source is basically from where the data is getting pulled. Okay, so it can be through a port, okay, like a UDP port like 514, or it can be a TCP port like 8080, or it can be any specific port that you decide, or it can be a custom file also, because from Splunk you can also read files that are written on the hard disk. All right. So in those cases, you will see an entry like this, because what it is doing is it is reading, Splunk is reading the data from a file. Okay. And the last option that will get parsed is the source type. This tells you what is the kind of log that is being processed. Okay. So usually over here, you will see the name of the vendor pops up, so that it is able to show you who these logs basically belong to. So if I only wanted to see the CloudWatch logs in my environment, I could select this source type, and then as you see, the search will now filter my results based on the field value pairs that I've used here. So I put index is equals to bots v3, and then I've put one more qualifier here that says source type, which is my field name, and then there is the value that I want to search. So I only want to see CloudWatch logs of my environment. What I've done is I've chosen a field and I've given the value AWS CloudWatch logs, and only CloudWatch logs now are visible here. So if I go to host now, you will see it says serverless. On the source, it says Lambda. And on source type, it says only AWS CloudWatch logs. So when we are doing iterations or when we are creating searches, this is how we will structure our searches based on field value pairs. Okay. Now coming to these options here. Okay. Now we can explain what these modes are. Okay. Now, in some cases, when the data is huge, you might only be interested to know sometimes just the number of total events in that search. Okay. You might not be interested in a lot of data. You just want to see how many events are there. So you don't want Splunk to take all these past fields and show it to you. You're not interested in so many fields. You only want the most basic fields, the most important three fields to show up. In those cases, what you can do is you can change this mode to fast mode. When I change this mode, you will see that the number of fields here has become very less. It doesn't show me a lot of fields here now. Okay. Now, if I would have not selected these fields, it will only show me three fields here, which are host, source, and source side. These are the three major fields that will be shown here. In fast mode, usually the searches complete very fast. Okay. That is one advantage of fast mode. So in case if you're only interested in finding out the number of events or just checking some major information about these logs, you can prefer fast mode when you're not using a lot of fields. If you want to see more fields in your results, there is a balanced mode known as smart mode. So it will show you more fields, but not all fields. Okay, so you see the fields has now increased, but it is still showing you a limited number of fields here. Okay, fields. And then when you click on these fields, they'll also show you some values, right? Now, if I was to choose verbose mode, this is the slowest form of search, but it presents you with all the data that is there to showcase. Okay, so now you will see this is the maximum number of fields that Splunk is able to show you here on the left hand side. Okay, there's also one option called more fields. So all the fields that it is not able to fit in here will appear in these other fields that are listed here. And you can see there's so many fields here. If you want to search for a specific field in your data set, you can always type the name of that field and you can get that field here. Okay. All right. This blue line basically is the current status of your search. So if this blue line stops appearing, means your search is complete. But if it is still visible, means Splunk is still working on fetching all the data that you have requested. So over here, you can see that the blue line is persisting, and that's because the data set is pretty big. And my machine, unfortunately, does not have a lot of resources. So it takes time to complete. You can stop these searches also. If you feel like you've got what you needed, you have this option of stopping your search here. So you can always click on stop. And then you can see that Splunk tell me that it's finalizing the job. And now you don't see that blue line here anymore, right? The search has stopped, but these are partial results because you have stopped the search midway. You have stopped the search manually. Okay. So now we'll just look at some basic commands and how you can integrate them in search so that you can make your searches more useful. Okay. So again, the first thing that we are going to write in this query is going to be the specification of the index. So first we need to tell Splunk that we want to look into this specific index. Again, the field value pair is at work here. I have used the field name as index and then I've used bots v3 as my desired value. And then I search for data. Okay. Now I want to be able to work with data in a way where it is easily understandable, and I only intend to work with small chunks of data. Okay, I don't want to be overloaded by so much data. I know exactly what I want to look for, so I can select those values based on what I am looking for. Okay. So one way of doing it is by filtering it by using multiple field value pairs. So like in the last example, what we've done is we have chosen one of the source type or chosen one of the technologies. So for example, we will just choose which one looks promising here. Let's say we want to check for AWS Cloud Watch Logs, okay, like the last time. So either I can type in the whole thing manually, for example, like this, is equals to, and then the value is going to be in double quotes, okay. And either I can search it like this by manually typing, or I can just click on this option here and it will automatically populate on my search, okay. So there are a few rules when you are searching in Splunk. What are those rules? Very important rules. Please always remember. Field names are case sensitive. Okay. So the fields that are here, all of these fields are case sensitive, but the values are not case sensitive. Okay. So don't confuse. Field names are always going to be case sensitive, but values you can change. You can use caps or you can not use caps. It's all right. But the field names are always going to be case sensitive. So if I had to show you an example, this is the value and this is the field. Okay. So if I am to change this to caps and then search, you will see that Splunk will not find any events. Why? Because what I've done is I've replaced the field name with a caps alphabet. So always take care that field names are always going to be case sensitive, but that's not true for the values. So if I change this to caps AWS and then search this, you will still get the logs, right? So you still see that the search works, and even if this is in small letters, I'm able to pull these results. Okay. So that is one rule to remember. All right. Now, whenever I'm passing values, the values have to be passed as string values. Okay. So whenever I'm passing string values, you see I'm enclosing these values in these double quotes. Now you will ask, why, sir, you have not enclosed this bots v3, but you have enclosed this value here in double quotes? Because this value is using a special character. You see this colon mark here? So in case if the values have got some kind of a special character or a space or a semicolon or whatever, you will have to pass those values as string in the search. How to pass those values as string is basically enclosing them between these two double quotes. Okay. Fields will never have the double quotes. Field will be as it is, case sensitive. But values, not case sensitive, but in case you're using any special characters or you just want to find the literal string, you need to put them in double quotes. Okay. It's good practice to put them in double quotes. You can put them as without quotes also, and some of the time it works, but you might get different search results. Okay. So please be careful. If you're not using quotes, please be careful. But as you can see, I've got some more results that I did not want. So this field was not populating earlier, but now I've got that field. So like that, some changes might arise if you do not use the quotes. Okay. Now Splunk is also able to find just the values if you put something in there. So if you're only looking for a keyword in search, let's say for example, you are very much interested to know what are the errors being generated in your environment. So you basically know where your data is. Okay. You just want to look for logs that have this message within them. So you can just pass this value as is without any field, and you can hit enter and Splunk will still give you the results, and you will see that it is matching this string in the logs that it is able to find this value. Okay, and this is regardless of source type or any other thing. Okay, so regardless of any of the fields, I just want to see all logs. No matter what logs is, I just want to see all the logs that have this text value in them. Now over here, what Splunk is doing is it is mapping this text and showing me all kinds of logs where it is able to find the errors. Okay, so these are some ways in which you can use this search. All right, now there are some more rules to Splunk search, and especially staying with how you want to search. You can also use wildcard character in Splunk searches. Okay, what is a wildcard character? Wildcard character is something like an asterisk that you can use in search. Why would I need to use an asterisk? Okay, asterisk is basically matching anything that you want to find in a string. Let me show you this with an example so that it is easier for you to understand. Okay, so let's say within this source type, I have this AWS, right? So earlier I showed you that we went into the logs for AWS CloudWatch, but there's multiple different source types that I want to see. And they all start with AWS, but the rest of the string is changed. Okay. So in those cases, what can I do? If I want to keep this much as a string that I want to use in search, and then I want this to be regardless in my search, I can use these wildcard characters. So for example, let's say I want to see all source type that begin with AWS, but I don't really care what's the next part of it. So I can use this wildcard asterisk character here and then hit enter. So now what will happen is you will see that Splunk runs this query, matches this part of my query in the values, and then it says that, okay, you have used a wildcard. So I'm going to match until here, and the rest of it, I will just consider everything. So now if I go to source type here, you will see all of these begin with AWS, regardless of what the trailing part is. Okay. So you can see I've got CloudWatch, RDS, CloudTrail logs, ELB, all kinds of AWS logs. And this is one of the ways through which I can use these wildcard characters. Okay. Let's say I was only interested in seeing anything that starts with warn, and it can be warning or just warn. So I could use this and then search. So now I will get results with both. So I get warning also. In some of the logs, I can get warn also, and like that. I can make use intelligently of these wildcard searchable characters, and this will match all the strings that get preceded by these characters that I've mentioned here. Okay. Now this is only true for values. Okay. Field, again, as I told you, these are case sensitive, and you cannot really search fields like putting those values here in the search box. They are already populated for you here. Okay. So you can choose any of these fields. From here, you can just write the field name, and then you can maybe go into the values and decide those values also. So this is my field name, and then of course I'll check the values that are there that I can mention like so, and then I can search. Okay. Now the wildcard character is very useful in case you want to see all the values in a field. Okay. These field value pairs are very important aspect of logs because this is where all the information regarding your environment is. Okay. It also takes a little bit of time to get familiar with these field names and the values that they hold. So don't get overwhelmed. I recommend that you spend some time with these logs, see what kind of values these fields are holding, and get familiar with them. Okay. All of this is basically some kind of information that is being pulled from your environment or the logs. Okay. For example, I can show you one interesting field here. The field is called Cisco ASA action. Now, if people are unaware, let me tell you that this kind of data is being pulled from firewall. Okay. Cisco ASA is a type of firewall. And basically what this field means is that it is telling you the action that Cisco has taken or the firewall has taken on these logs. So you can see that some of the communication has been blocked, some of it has been allowed, some new rules in the firewall have been added, some have been terminated, they started, and then there is failed options also here. Okay. So like that, there will be different fields and there will be different field value pairs that you can check out. Anything that catches your interest, you can read about it or you can go into detail about it. Okay. There's going to be a lot many field value pairs. Okay. Most interesting ones, I will cover those. Now, what else can you do in this search? There's a lot of things that you can do in this search. There is a list of commands also that you can use in Splunk. I will get to those also, but let's first study Boolean values that you can use or Boolean commands that you can use in your Splunk search. Okay. So for example, let's say I want to see all the action that has been blocked. Or let's say, for example, in this Cisco ASA. Or let me take an easy example. Okay? Let me make this easier for you guys. So this data set should be easy to understand, and we can get a lot of examples also in this data set. Okay, so now I am pulling logs from a data set called or a source type called access combined. Okay, from my experience, guys, I know that this data set or this source type is pulled from web servers. All right, so all these logs that you see, all this information that you see is being pulled from all of your web servers. All the web servers that are reporting to Splunk are sending the logs to Splunk, getting stored in this source type here. Okay, access combined. If you look at the field, you will see that there are different fields that show you a host of field value pairs. For example, there is a field called client IP here. If you click on this field, you will see that there are multiple list of IP. So anybody who is accessing your web server, their IP is getting recorded in the logs and that is being showed here. Okay. You can see both IPs here. You can see internal IPs also, and you can see some external IPs also here. How to understand whether an IP is internal or external? This is networking basics. So you just look at the front suffixes of the IP, and I will tell you in very easy language. If you see they start with 192.168, it basically means that it is an internal IP. If they start anything with 172 dot something, basically means that it's an internal IP. If anything you see that starts with 10 dot something, again that's going to be an internal IP in most of the cases. Okay, these are internal subnets. 172 dot something, 192.168 dot something, 10 dot something, all of these are internal subnets. All right. Now again, we'll get back to the fields that are listed here. So just to explain you some more fields, there is a field called method also. Okay. So whenever somebody is requesting something from a website, so for example, when I type in my browser google.com, I am requesting a page from the web server, right? So the kind of request that is being sent from my browser to the server is a GET request. Okay. So I want something. Post is when I am sending some kind of data to the server. So if I am filling up a form or if I am proactively putting in some information that I'm sending the server again, those appear as post requests. Okay, these are two methods that get used on websites or web servers. This is only for easy understanding. Okay, if you want more details, you can read about them also, but this is for basic understanding that I'm telling you this information. Okay, there's one more very important field in this data set. Remember, this is from web server, and that is the status field. Okay, so status field is basically the status codes, HTTP status codes that are being returned from the server for each request. Okay, whenever there is a communication between a server and a client, whenever they are making communication, these codes, status codes, are generated. Each of these codes are known as HTTP status codes. These are numbers here. Can you see them? 200, 304, 404, 400, 301, 302. Each of these numbers mean different things. So what you can do is you can search Google for HTTP status codes. You will get a complete list of codes and what those numbers mean. For example, whenever 200 code is recorded, that means that everything is okay and the requested resource has been provided to the client. So for example, if I type http.google.com, when I get the Google website on my browser, the web server will store that status code as 200, all okay. If I get 404, that means page cannot be displayed, or something that means that there is something wrong. Like that, there's other codes also, 400, 304, forbidden, access denied. Like these, there are all kinds of different status codes. If you want a detailed list of that, you can search on Google about HTTP status codes and those will be presented to you. Okay. Now assume that you want to work on this data set and you want to check from which client IPs these 404 status codes are being generated. So which are the IPs who are not able to see my website? You can now do that with this data set. So for that, what you need to do is, first thing is you need to choose the fields that you're going to use. The question is, again, we are trying to answer a question here. Okay. So the question is, how many people on the outside are not able to access some resources on my web server? When a resource is not available, it will give you all these codes apart from 200. Okay. So let's first see these two codes. Okay. 404 and 400. Let's take these two codes. So let me say I want to check for all logs where status is equals to 404. Then I'll be presented with some more data here. And again, if I go to this field, I will see that it is filtered as 404. But over here, I want to access one more field within the one more value within the same field. So how to do that now? There are ways through which you can do that also, and that is through Boolean operations. Okay. So what are Boolean operations? Most of you are engineers would probably know that Boolean operations are and, or, not, XOR. Most of the primary ones are those. All those Booleans can be used here. Mostly three of them are being used in Splunk search also. They are and, or, and, not. Now, how to use them in search? Let me show you with example. So let's say I only want to see status 404 for this one host. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say in my search, inline search, I will just say and then I will mention the field name, and then I will mention the value that I've just copied. So now I'm filtering the search more based on 404 and I only want to search for this host. So I'm putting a condition saying that I want status 404 and I want host this. I'm ANDing both of these to get a more structured, more filtered result. So if you look at the result now, you will see that there is only one host that I have specified here. And let's check status also. You will see that status is also 404. So I have used this query with and I'm able to see these filtered result. I can also use this as and when required, and I can continue with my search queries. Okay. Now, one more thing to add here is that by default, Splunk will always treat your searches with an and in between. So you see all of these things that we have mentioned here. By default, Splunk has already assumed that there is an and in between all of these searches. Okay. Whether you put it or not, whether you specify it or not, by default, Splunk will assume that you have put the AND operator in between, and it will produce your search results like so. Okay. All right. Now let's say I don't want to use and I want to use a different operator like OR. Okay. So for example, let's say in our earlier case, we wanted to see two status values, not just one. So I'm again going to look into the status field, and I'm going to probably look for 404 and 400 status. Okay. And I don't want the rest of this. So what I can do here now is I can either do an AND, that will also work. So I can either say this, but I hope that you understand the logic behind how this search is working. Okay. When I'm using the AND, you must in your head know that I am saying to Splunk that both of these values have to be true. All right. I am not saying either or. I am basically saying that both of these values have to be true in my search results. In some of the cases, it might not work. Clearly to understand, this is basically telling Splunk that both these conditions have to be true in order to be displayed. Okay. Even if one of them is false, Splunk will not display you the results. Okay. The case completely turns around when you use OR. Okay. And you notice how I am mentioning these Boolean operators. I'm always mentioning them in capital letters. Okay. So if I was to mention this as lowercase, it is not going to work. You see, there is also a change of color when I type it in capital letters. That means that Splunk has realized that you are using a Boolean operator between your search query. Okay. Always has to be in caps. Okay. And some of them feel like you would get both the status messages. So now, if I click on status, you see both of them are shown here. Now, why do you think this has happened? Why do you think that there is no difference in both of those queries that we have just used? We have used and also, and we have used or also. And the results for both of these are shown the same amount of logs, I'm assuming. So here you have 43 events. And if I was to change this to and, you get 0 results. Why do you think this is happening? When I use and I search, I see 0 events. When I say or, I see 43 events or both the values in status. So now is it clear why this is happening? Okay, one person has understood, and I think Rajat has understood. So he has answered yes. But just to tell you what has happened here is the same thing that I have told you. Okay. Now Splunk is going to treat each of these as single search values. Okay. So when I say and here, you can think of it something like this. Okay. Let me say something like this. So you see how many events are returned? Zero. Why is that? Because within the same field, I am saying that I need to have two values at the same time. So both of these have to be true, and only then I will get the results. Is that possible? That's not possible, right? So within the same field, there can be either or these two values, and I want to display both those values. Would it be possible? Yes. So you see both these two values when you use the or function. Okay. So you get it. In certain trivial cases, when you're using the same field name, you might have to use different operators. If you're using another field here, let's say, for example, you're using and, like I showed you in the previous example, and then you're using this. Okay, let me just change this query a little bit. All right, let's say and here, and then I mention the host. Okay, so these are two different fields. Is this possible? Yes. Do I get the results? Yes, I do. What is the host here? The one that I've mentioned here. And what is the status? Of course, it is only going to be one status that I have mentioned. Both these conditions are true. So I can see the results in search. When you are using AND operator, both sides have to be true. If I say anything here, it will not work because you're looking for the same field to have two different values at the same time. Okay. So I hope now the understanding is clear on how you need to use these operators. Okay. These are logical expressions. Correct. All right. Now the third logical expression, or the third Boolean operator and or operator that you can use is not, which is very useful. So for example, not basically denies you the result for a certain field value pair that you specify. So for example, if in this, again, let's take the same example. So I'm going to first look at all the status values. When I want to see all the status values, I just use the field name and then I use a wildcard. So what happens is Splunk matches all the status values and it shows me in the search results. I hope so. You see all these values are here. Okay. Now I don't want this value here. So what I can do is I can use the not expression and I'm going to say not status is equals to 200 and then I'll search, and you will now see that in the events status is going to be all the other values except for this 200. Okay, very easy to understand. So what is my problem statement here? I want to see all the status values apart from this status value of 200. So I'm not interested in people who have successfully fetched their resource. I'm only interested to see who is not able to fetch it. So what I've done is I've excluded this all OK HTTP status code, and then I am left with all the other status codes apart from 200. Okay. What we are going to do is we are going to cover some additional commands within Splunk, how you can use certain commands in Splunk. They are a part of Splunk's own processing language, which is also called SPL. Okay, search processing language, that is only useful in Splunk. On Splunk, you can write certain queries by using these commands, and you can manipulate or design the data in a way that is required for you, or that is maybe just an answer for the use case that you are answering. Okay. I have to tell you about this special character that is used in Splunk search, and you are going to use it quite frequently if you're going to work with Splunk. This is the pipe symbol. Okay, can you see that? Over here, when I press on my keyboard the pipe symbol, Splunk automatically gives me a drop down and it shows me all the commands that I can use, which are inbuilt in Splunk and they are supposed to perform a certain function. Okay. And like all the commands that you might have gone through in operating systems or any other programming languages, all of these commands also have their own syntax and they have their own parameters also. Okay. Very good documentation is provided by Splunk themselves also, in case if you wish to read about what those parameters are and what all syntax, apart from the basic usage, you can use within these commands. If you wish to explore more, you can always refer to the Splunk documentation for each command and you can get some more information from there, because some of these commands are going to have a huge list of parameters and the way that you can use them. All of that is not going to be covered here. The basic commands as well as the commands that will be required in order for you to present this information in a report format and to present the information in dashboard format, okay, in a visual format, as well as dashboards. Now, I feel like the licenses on our Splunk instances would not allow you, yeah. So the licenses that you've got would not allow you to create an alert. But what I'll do is I'll hop on to a production environment that I've got access to, and I'll show you how those alerts are also created. Okay. So this way you can look at reports, alerts, and dashboards, all of them. Okay. What I'm going to do here with my query is very straightforward. The first two elements are going to be the same. So what I want to do is I want to make these examples easy to understand. So I'm going to use the same access combined source type. If you remember from the previous lecture, this source type will hold the data that is being fed into my Splunk through the web servers. Okay. So all the web server data is going to be in this source type. All right. Now, when I wish to use a command, I always have to use this pipe symbol. Okay. Before I use any command, it is mandatory in Splunk to use this pipe symbol. Now, if you are familiar with Linux, you also would be familiar with the meaning of this pipe symbol. Basically, what this pipe symbol means in Linux as well as in Splunk is that the output of this query, okay, the preceding query becomes the input to the query that I'm about to write here. Okay. So the output of the preceding query becomes the input for my command or becomes the input for another search criteria that I'm about to introduce. All right. So the first two commands are going to be very straightforward and very easy to understand. So let me show you first how this search result is going to look like. Okay, let me change this to all time and then you should see those events start popping up, right? Okay, so this is how my search is looking like without any commands. Okay, the first command that we're going to look at is going to be the head command. So very straightforward, very simple, and very easy to use. Just type in head and the number of search results you want. Basically, what this command is going to do is it is going to pull the first 100 results of your search criteria that you've entered here. Okay. So here in this case, if I want to see the most latest 100 logs from my web servers, I will use this command. I will just pipe the output of this search to my head command here. How to do it? Just use the pipe symbol, type in the command head, and then type in an integer value. It has to be an integer value. Please don't paste a float value there, because otherwise you'll start getting some errors. It has to be an integer value based on the number of search results that you want to see. The first 100 results would be displayed. Now you see the event count is 100 here, and based on timestamp, you will be able to figure out that, okay, these are the most latest logs that are being shown to me. So if you look at the timestamp here, you would see that it says 28/2018, 8:47 p.m. If I move on to page number 2, you will see that the time changes to 8:38. So what does that mean? That means that all the older logs are going to be on the next pages, and all the latest logs are going to be shown to you here when you use this head command. Okay. Now exactly the opposite thing is going to happen if you use the tail command here. Okay. So if you want to see the last 100 logs for any search query or any source type, you can use the tail command. So the syntax remains the same. This is my search query, and I want to see the last 100 logs on this search. So I just pipe the search results to the command tail, and then I type in the integer value or the number of events I want to see. So I can type in 200 here also, and that is also going to work. And you see that the search results are now only showing me the last 200 events here. Okay. Very straightforward, very easy to understand, right? All right. So after head and tail, you will also be interested to find out top as well as rare values for each of the fields or each of the searches. All right. Now there's two ways you can do that. Since we are all using this GUI version, if you click on any of the fields here, you will see that it will show you certain values that are there within that field. So action is the field, and then you have these values within the action field, which has get as an action, profile as an action, register as an action, and all these fields representing action. Okay. It also shows you the count of each of these values that are shown to you here. And you can see the same kind of pattern in all the fields. Okay. Again, to understand this better, these fields are showing me certain things that I can search, and the values are showing me the values that are being held in that field. So if I want to see, for example, since these are web server logs, if I want to see who all have visited my web server, there is a field called client IP. When I click on that field, it will show me that it's got total of 22 values. Can you see that? It's here. And it will also show you the top 10 values out of that 22 over here, along with a count as well as their percentage. Okay. So when I say top values, it means I want to look at the values that are sitting on top. Okay. So if I wanted to see the top values through search on the same field, what I could do is I could just use again a pipe here and then type top and then mention the field name and then hit enter. And then Splunk gives me the result of all the values starting from the most present client IP. So this one has the highest count. Since we are using top command here, it is going to show the highest first. Descending to ascending, it also shows you a percentage. All right. Now here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 values. What if you want to see all the 22 values? Certain parameters can be passed along with the command. So you just need to insert one parameter here that specifies the limit of results that you want to see. So if I was to put in a limit like this and then search again, you see that now the statistics column is showing me 22 results here. So I get all the results. Okay. Now this was not possible just by looking at this option here, because it is only going to show me the top 10 values. If you wish to see all the values in such a count format with their percentage associated with these values, you can use another parameter with this command, which is limit. You specify the number of results within this parameter, and then Splunk presents you the number of results based on what you've chosen on the parameter. Okay. Also, one more thing to notice here is the color change when you are typing these commands and parameters. So commands, whenever you type in Splunk, they're going to appear as blue. Once a command has been typed, most of the times, I would say almost 99% of the times, the commands are always going to be preceded by this symbol here, which is the pipe. Okay. As soon as you introduce the pipe, Splunk knows that you are about to use commands, and it shows you a list of all the commands. Okay. And it also gives you a small example of how you can use that command. Okay. All right. So in this way, you can look at the top values. Now, what if you want to see the rare values? You just change this top command into rare, and then you search again. And this time what's going to happen is the search is going to change in a way where you will be presented the most rarest values first. So earlier when we used top, how the search was presented was from descending to ascending. Okay. So the count that was highest was being shown first when you mentioned the top command. Exactly the opposite has happened when you have used the rare command. So rare command is going to give you the least values first. So you can see that it is showing you that all of these IPs here are associated with one count, which is going to be the least percentage of all the client IPs that have been recorded on the web server. Okay. So these are first two commands. Again, the parameters, you can either not mention it at all. In case if you do not mention it, it is going to show you the first 10 results by default. So you see there's going to be 10 results here as shown in this parenthesis. And you see that the results are all the most rarest values in the search that you have provided. Okay. Please make sure that you are passing the field name here as the input after the command. Okay, so this is the command and this is the field name. So don't type values there. Because you want to see the number of values with the help of the command, you will always use field names as data that needs to be passed after the top and the rare command. If you wish, you can use one parameter like limit is equals to whatever your option is. So you can choose 10 or you can choose 12 or any kind of a integer value, and then Splunk will read that search and it will give you exactly what you require or pass in the parameter here. Okay. So very easy to understand. Now, next command that we are going to look at is going to be one of the most used commands here, which is going to be a table command. Okay. In a lot of times, what you require to show is only a number of fields within a search result that are interesting you. and you want to show those results in a tabular format so that it looks good and you are only showing relevant fields like a table or like a presentable data set that can be understood by everyone. Okay, so for that you can use the table command. Now the input to the table command is going to be the field names that you feel are required for that table. Okay, so for example, I can say that I want to pick, let's say, 5 important fields that are going to show me some kind of a data which makes sense. So let's say, for example, I want to see results from all client IPs that are giving me some problem and don't want to include this status here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to filter my search from this first statement. I do not want status 200 because I know that everybody who's getting 200 status is basically being successful in reaching my website. I only want to see the problems here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter this out. How to filter this out? Either you can use this or you can do this also. So I'm going to remove this here just to show you the result first. If you check the status field, there is no 200 option here. So two ways through which you can filter out the result. This is the shortcut way, which means does not equal to. This is basically an exclamation mark that I use before the equal to sign. Okay, so this also tells Splunk to filter out this field. All right, I can either do this or I can use the logical operator like so and also get the same results. So again, if I was to show you, there are only 5 status messages here. 200 has been filtered out. Okay, so now my search is filtered out. And now I wish to present a table where I want to show maybe, let's say, action field because it's holding the name of the page that somebody is trying to request. I can also mention the host name through which I've received. I can mention the client IP, of course, because this is going to be important. And then maybe I can mention the status code as well as the URL that these people are trying to access. Okay, so some fields that I want to be shown in the table. So let's do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type the name of the command first, which is going to be table. And then I will start typing the name of the fields that I want in this table. The manner in which I write the names of the table, same way it is going to appear in the table. So if I write host here first, that's going to be the first column of my table. Okay. Next, I want to pull a field called action. Next, maybe I can pull a field called client IP. Next, I want the status field, of course. And then maybe I can use this field here that says URI. And then I get the results like so. Okay. So here, when I'm using the table command, the syntax is extremely simple. You use the pipe first, then write the name of the command, and then you start mentioning the name of the fields that you wish for your table to appear as columns. Okay. So now you see that within the table here, I've got host that I've mentioned. I've got the action column here. I've got the client IP column here. I've got the status column here and the URI column here. All of these are field names and the table is getting populated by the values within those fields. Okay. Now, if you look at this data or this table, there is one thing which is a little troubling, right? You see, a lot of the times I get 404 requests from a certain IP, and there's a lot many entries with the same IP. Okay, you see that? You see that one IP is getting repeated time and time again. And I don't want to have this duplicated entry in my table. I would rather have just one entry or one unique entry per IP address so that this can shorten my table and my table is looking a little bit more presentable. Okay. So what can I do here now? This is where we will get to know one more command that you can use in Splunk, which is known as deduplicate. So the command is dedupe. The function of dedupe command is to deduplicate a certain field or a value that is getting repeated within a search. Over here, how to use this command? I want to use this command after this search is run so that I can filter the duplicates here before I create the table. Okay, easy to understand? All right. Now, which field is holding the value that is getting repeated? It is the client IP field that's got so many duplicates that I want to filter out. So I need to write the name of the field as the data that goes here with dedupe. I am going to write the name of the field, which is client IP, so that the duplicates within the values of this field are filtered out. Now, if I search here, you would see that I only get 6 results. So now all the duplicate values that were there within the table with respect to the client IP field have been removed. So now you will see that all of these IPs are unique IPs and are only showing once. If you notice, the host is still the same, right? There are duplicate values there in the host field, but the client IP field has been filtered out of all the duplicates. Why? Because we've passed this field here and then use the deduplicate command. Okay. Now, if I was to write another name of the field along with this command here, do you think that would work? So for example, if I wrote host here, would you think that it's going to work for me? Or would I get an error? So if I run this, I'll get the error. Why? Because there is a way in which these are being handled in Splunk. Dedupe command is only going to work on a single field at one time. So if you want to again remove deduplicates from another field, again you'll have to mention it like so, and then dedupe is going to work for you. Okay, so at a time it will only deduplicate a single field. You cannot club multiple fields when we are using the dedupe command. Okay, I do not want to deduplicate it based on host, so I'm going to remove this part of my search and then again search and get this result, which is my desired result. Okay. So these are basically the unique IP addresses that are having some problem and are not able to access my website. Okay, because they are not getting the status as 200. They're getting some kind of an error. This is their IP addresses. And this is probably the URL that they are trying to access. Okay. All right. Now, still there's some things that can be changed here. So if I wish to present this report to, let's say, somebody on a C level, somebody who is, not so technically sound, or just to a layman, I would still need to put in a little bit more details into the name of the columns here so that it becomes easier for them to understand. So instead of this client IP, I want to put in something like visitor IP, okay, or website visitor IP, something like that, so that it becomes easier for you to understand. If you are presenting this as a report, over here on a status, I can probably say HTTP status, so it's more clearer to understand for everyone. And instead of URI, I could write in website resource that somebody is trying to access. Okay, these two fields don't matter much because host and action are probably going to remain the same, so that's okay. Now I want to rename some of these some of these columns here. How do I do that in Splunk? There is another command that you can use for that, and basically the command is called rename, and the function also is similar to the name itself. It is going to rename the columns or the field names that you have already mentioned in the table here. So how to use this? What is the syntax? Very easy. So you choose the name of the field first. So you use the command rename and then you choose the name of the field, which I'm going to rename client IP first. So I'm going to write client IP here. Okay. Then after that, you're going to use the phrase as, and then you're going to use the string that is going to replace the column name there. So I'm going to say visitor IP address. All right. And then I'm going to put a comma and then I'll move on to the next field that I want to rename. So now I can say status as, and then mention over here HTTP status code. Okay. Then I'm going to change this URI field as resource that was requested. Okay. And this is how I'm going to rename the fields. It becomes more easier for everybody to understand. So now when I run the search, you see that the name of the columns has changed to the renaming convention that I've put here. So now over here, instead of client IP, it says visitor IP address. Over here, instead of status, it says HTTP status code. And over here, instead of URI, it says resource that was requested. All right. Now there's one more inbuilt field in Splunk that is extremely important, but you don't see it most of the times in this section here. Okay. That field is the most important field of time. And this is basically an internal field that Splunk maintains on its own. If you wish to add it on your table, you can mention underscore time and make use of that inbuilt field within Splunk. Okay. Now, if I search again, you will see that there is going to be a time field also that is going to show you the time at which these requests were made. Okay. Now, let's say I want to change or rename this time field also. Now, please remember that this is an internal field. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and rename this field and let's see what happens. Okay. If I rename the time field, is it going to show me the renamed field name? So let's try that. Okay, now I've renamed the field, but then, the thing that I see here is not what I want to see in the output because I get a weird value here that does not show anything like time. Okay. So why is this happened? This has happened because Splunk usually uses the clock function in epoch time settings, EPOCH, which is also used on extremely old or very legacy Unix systems. Okay, that's a very good way of timekeeping for internet devices. And Splunk also uses the same format. When you rename that field, Splunk is not able to format the time in a way that is represented in epoch time. That is the reason you get these values. So you can either keep this without renaming, that's perfectly fine. But if you still feel that OCD of changing that field name, you can do it. But for that, you're going to require something known as eval command. Okay. I'll give you a hint that eval command can be used for a lot of things. Most of the times, eval command is used for creating variables, temporary variables within search that can be used to store certain values that run through a function. Very similar to how a programming language is going to work. Okay. We'll not go into the details of eval, but you can read about it in your own free time because it's a very useful function or command that you can use in Splunk. Okay. So if you are wishing for the time to be shown here, and if you don't want to get into the nitty-gritties of changing epoch time values into hours, minutes, and seconds, you can just keep this name of the column as underscore time, which is the default way in which time is stored in Splunk. Okay. So within this example itself, I think we have covered some of the commands that are important here. One of them is the table command. Other one is the dedupe command. And the third command that we've looked at is the rename command that you can use here along with your search results. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to take you into a use case scenario where you will be creating certain rules, use cases for security issues. Since these told you about open S3 buckets. Okay. What is an open S3 bucket? An open S3 bucket is a storage medium that is provided by AWS. And when I say open S3 bucket, it means that it is kept open to the public. Now, this can result in a lot of problems for any organization because this could have been done as a misconfiguration or a human error or somebody with legitimate access themselves changing it to open without their knowledge. But what that basically means is that that storage medium or that drive has become accessible to anyone on public networks. If they have the link or if they're scanning your networks for active S3 links, they will be able to access the resource without any problem. Okay. So over here, as a security analyst, we are going to create a rule in Splunk to figure out or to find out any open S3 buckets in our environment. Okay. So get this problem statement right again. You have to get into the shoes of a security analyst. The tool that you're using is Splunk. And what your manager has told you is to go ahead and create a rule in Splunk that shows any open S3 buckets on the environment. Okay. So the first thing that you're going to do is to figure out where those S3 logs are going to be stored. Okay. Okay, this is going to be the AWS source type. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say AWS, and there's a bunch of different source type that are supported by AWS, but I know that the thing that I'm looking for most probably is going to be in the CloudTrail source type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose the AWS CloudTrail source type, and then I'm going to search for the logs. Okay. So now I get a lot of fields here, and I get so many field value pairs that I can go through and check for if I am looking for open S3 buckets. Okay. Now, over here in our data set, especially if you're working with AWS, there is a field called event name that is going to store all kinds of events that are happening within your AWS logs. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be a little bit smart and I'm going to use this field name. And then since I know all events are going to be there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a string value and say star bucket star. Please find me all event names that have bucket within them to check what kind of events I've got. Even with that, I've got about 15 events here, right? The ones that are very interesting for me are going to be get bucket ACL and get bucket policy. Okay. So now I only want to have these two values to be shown in my search. So how am I going to do that? I want these two event names to show up in my search now. So what should I change in my query? Okay, so if I want both these options to be present or both these values to be present, what I'm going to use here in my search is an OR query because I want both the values to be there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the name of the value here, pass this like so, and then I'm going to say next value here like so, and then basically put this in a parenthesis. So this is being done every time the search runs as an independent criteria. So now if I look at the events, I have two events here that say get bucket ACL and get bucket policy. All right. This is the search that I wanted to show up. Now, if you look at the logs over here, you will see that these are JSON logs. Okay. JSON is a format in which logs are forwarded, and these are all enclosed within brackets. If you wish to see the complete log, what you can do is you can open these brackets and then you will get more options as I'm doing here. Okay. It always helps to take a look at a raw log like this so that you get to understand the log better. Over here, this is a raw log that you have received from AWS Cloud. Okay. Over here, it is giving you all kinds of information in field value pairs. Okay. So it's telling you which region this server belongs to. There is an error code that has generated. There is also an error message that has generated. There's an event ID, event name, source, so on and so forth. There's also a source IP address, and then it gives you a list of other details also. Now, the interesting field for me here is going to be the policy field here. Okay. So I'm going to look for any fields that are going to show me the values here. Here is one. So when I click on it, there is nothing that I can see. So maybe I can check for all the fields and find out something of interest. Okay. You can use this option here to check all the fields that are present in your data set. Okay. So over here, you just need to change the coverage to all fields. You can filter out some important fields just by typing in the name here. Okay. And you can see these fields here also. Or you can just take a look at all the fields. If you're not sure about the values, what you can do is you can always expand them, and you can also take a look at what the values are there. All right. So this is basically how you can filter out certain things that you wish to search for. It might look a little bit complicated as of now, but once you practice, you can understand and you can work with the logs in a better way. Okay. But it is extremely important to be familiar with these logs first. Over here, if you look at this data set, the information that you require is regarding ACL, but that is not populated. Why? Because you're using the get bucket ACL. The user is trying to fetch the ACLs here, not actually giving a command to put those ACLs. What you really need to search here is going to be in the put bucket field values. Okay. You want to know whoever has put a certain value, and you want to look at those events where somebody has put the ACLs. Okay. So over here with this data set, are you able to now find the field? So we were looking at get bucket ACL events. Now in get bucket ACL, the word get means that somebody is requesting access to a resource, not giving the access to a resource. Okay. So the event name that we really should be looking for is somewhere when somebody is putting the access instead of getting. Okay. Please understand, that is the reason why I have changed the event names to put bucket ACL and put bucket policy. Okay. Now over here, I am getting a list of users that have actually put some permissions on S3 buckets. Anybody who has created an S3 bucket need to put some permissions for access within that S3 bucket. All right. So this log or this data set now will hold the information that I'm looking for. Again, the question here was to find out if there are any open S3 buckets. All right. So now if you check for these fields, you will probably find out the field that we are looking for. The field that we are looking for here is going to be the grant permission field, because now somebody is granting permission to a certain S3 bucket based on the kind of value shown here. So read is something that should be the only thing that is given to everyone. Over here you can see some red flags. Okay, there are 4 events that show that somebody has provided full control to an S3 bucket, and that should not happen. So you need to check these logs here. What you're going to do is you're just going to click on that value here, and then these logs come up here. Just go through these logs once and see what has happened here. That will give you the complete picture. Okay, what has happened here is, to explain it in a way which is time friendly for all of us, if you open this JSON log, you will find out that there is an access control that has been granted. The log also gives you evidence of who has granted this access. There is a user called bstol who has granted this access. What is the access? The permission level is given as full control. Okay. All kinds of permissions have been given over here. Who is the owner of the bucket? It's the same person bstol. The bucket name is this, and the IP address of that bucket is this. Okay. So through the log, now you are able to see that a person or a user called bstol has created a bucket called Frothly Web Code, and unfortunately what he's done is he's provided full control permissions to the buckets to everybody on the internet. So what does full control means? Everybody has read and write access to these buckets. Okay. So over here, what we've done is we've already filtered out what was requested or what was required from us. Now we are in the process of creating a report out of these details or information, so that this can be submitted or shown to other users or people who need this communication. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to use the table command here. So if you notice, I've got my search running here, and then I've got a pipe symbol right here, and just after the pipe symbol I have mentioned the name of the command, which is table command. Now how to use this table command? Just put a space bar and you start mentioning the name of the fields that you want to appear within the table. Okay, so the first field that is of interest to me here is going to be, let's say, AWS region. So again, since these fields are case sensitive, please make sure that you are using the field names as they are mentioned within the logs. Okay, then I'm going to use this field also. I'm going to paste it here. Just put a space after the name of the field and put the name of the other field or the next field that you want to use on the table. Okay, now over here, this is a display name or the person who has granted the access. I want that value also. Now I can't copy the whole path from here, so I'll have to look at it from the field section. So I'm just going to use this field here, copy this field and paste it as is here, put a space and then look for the other field, which is going to be the kind of permission that has been granted. Okay, so I'm going to copy this whole field also. Okay, and then maybe I can also pick this field here, which will show me the name of the bucket for which the permissions have been granted. Okay, very important field to mention here is also the time in which this activity was done. And I feel like I've got all the required fields that are important and necessary. So now I can search or I can execute this table command and you will see that now I've got both the events where Mr. B.S. Stoll has given full control towards his bucket, Frothly web code. Okay, so this has happened 2 times here. First, full control access was granted at 6:31 and then again at 7:27. You see there was an ACL change and the full control access was given to this bucket here. Okay, so this is your table that shows the time, the AWS region, the event name which has happened, the name of the person who has done this, what kind of permission was given. Since you are only looking for open to public S3 buckets, you want to see any buckets that have full control or write access enabled for them. And then you also identify which bucket has been given this kind of a permission. Okay. One more thing that I need to do here is to rename the fields and do a little bit of cleanup because these fields are excessively long and they might not make any sense if I was to present these fields to somebody who wants to understand it. Okay, so I'm going to use the rename command here. Okay, first field I want to rename is going to be this one here. I'm going to copy this, and the same way, the syntax that I've shown you earlier, it's going to remain the same. So as the name of the field that you wish for the column to have, so this can be okay, something like this. I put a comma and I move on to the next field. Copy this whole thing here, paste it here, use the same syntax. Okay, move here and use a comma, put the name, use the syntax, and then mention the name of the field that I want to be shown on the column. Once I execute this, you will see that the columns name are now much more understandable You can see it says time, AWS region, event name, grantee user ID, permission type granted, and the target S3 bucket on which the permissions were granted. Now this format is ready for you to save as a report. Okay, so every time you run this report, no matter when the events are generated, you will be able to pull up those events. Okay, so the values will change, but the field names will remain there. And this report will show you every time, whenever such an event happens, you'll be able to pull up the information regarding it. So how to save this as a report? You have this option here which says save as. Can you see that? Now it gives you three options here. Since you are going to start off by saving this as a report, you're going to click on the first option here, which is report. Okay. When you click on save as report, you get a new window like this pop up. You need to give a title to your report. So I'm going to say here, open S3 buckets. Okay. And then in the description, I'm going to mention this report shows you open. Okay, small description of what this report is going to be. Do I need a time range picker for this? I'm going to say yes. It is going to be a statistics table. So statistics is basically this here. Okay, the same way that the table is presented here, same way it is going to be shared in the report also. And I click save. So now the report has been saved to the reports section of Splunk. Once I have created it, I can view it also. So if I click on view, I will be directly taken to this report. So you can see the report name is mentioned here that says open S3 buckets. There is a time range picker for me. I said yes when I created the report. So you get this option here. It shows you the results. And this is basically something that is presented in a report format. Okay, you can download this report also as a CSV, as a PDF, as an XML or a JSON. Most of the times, usually what people do is they do a PDF extension and they include all results. If you wish to include all results, you just keep this blank and you click on export. Okay. Over here, since I've got just two results, I'm going to mention 10 here and export. And then it'll basically download the report. Okay. And that's going to be in a PDF format. You can see here now. So this is how you can create reports in Splunk that are able to give you information, targeted information that you require, which needs to be searched from your data set. Okay. All right. Now, one very good feature about Splunk is also the permissions that you can set for the reports. All right. So over here, we are only assuming that you are the only user here that is going to take a look at these reports. But in a live environment, there's a lot of different departments and a lot of different users who will have access of different kinds. So over here, when I go to the reports section, when I click on this reports tab here, you see all the reports that I have created are shown here. Okay. Over here, you can also see the report that I have just created, this one, right? So over here, when you check this option of sharing, currently it says that it is privately shared. What does it mean? Private means that this report only has access to me in Splunk. So if anybody else was to log into their account and go into the report section and look at this, they will not be able to see this report. Okay. I can change those permissions through this edit button here. If I want to share it with everyone, I want to change this to all apps and then save it here. And you will see that now the sharing here has become global, which means that everybody now who has access to the reports column will be able to see the results of this report. If you wish to look at some more details regarding the report, you just need to click on this arrow marker on the left side of your report name. When you expand it, it will give you some more options here that basically give information about your report. So over here it says permissions, it is shared globally and is owned by admin, which is me, of course. There is something known as acceleration also. Acceleration is a concept that comes with data models, but acceleration basically means that having reports that run on a huge size data set. Okay, we're talking about terabytes here, and those reports need to run very fast in a short amount of time, but they need to process terabytes of data. In those cases, you need to accelerate those reports with the help of data models. So since we are not using anything like that here, and our data set is also very small, we have it disabled. Okay, there are no scheduled actions also with respect to this report. Now what does this mean? Over here Splunk also gives you an option through which you can automatically email these reports to a certain email address. For example, if you want this report to be run every day and at 5:30 p.m. you want yourself to receive this report on an email, you can do that also. That can be done through a scheduled report. Okay, over here you can see that it says it's not scheduled. In the current version of Splunk that we are using, which is without any licenses, Splunk does not give you the opportunity to create scheduled searches. But if you go in a live environment, you will see that there will be more options popping up here. All right. And you can see more options that then you can use to create a scheduled search also. Okay. So this is all about reports in Splunk. We have seen how you can use certain commands like table, dedupe, and search query commands to create reports within Splunk, which you can store, and you can also have permissions change on these reports. You can also run scheduled reports that you can email to a specific email address every time as a scheduled report. Okay, what is a scheduled report? Something that runs on a regular basis. So you can say every 24 hours, the report runs once and it emails the report in PDF format to your email account. Okay. I'm going to cover a little bit of how you can ingest data into Splunk. There are multiple ways through which you can put data into Splunk. Okay. So if you remember when we were setting up this lab, the way we have inserted data is by manually going to the folder and putting it there. Usually that's not how you put the data into Splunk. Okay. In live environments, when you're working with different technologies, if you want to integrate a certain technology with Splunk, it is a complicated matter, but I'll show you how this data can be ingested so that at least for the understanding bit, you can understand how it works and what are all options that you can use when you set up data inputs in Splunk. Okay. So over here, how to find out or how to change the configurations when you want to input something into Splunk, you go to settings here and there is a separate option for data inputs here, right? So when you click on this data inputs, you get taken to a new screen like this, from where you can configure data inputs or the ways through which you can insert data into Splunk. Okay, so I will explain to you some of these options that you see here. I'm not going to explain all of them because it's not going to be possible for me. So most important ones I will explain to you and how you can use them in order to ingest data or take data into Splunk. Now, one of the most easiest ways to insert data into Splunk is through monitoring files and directories. Okay, so over here, when you click on files and directories, Splunk is able to pull data from files and directories directly. So what it will do is it will basically start reading a certain file or a directory that you mention as a place where you have stored logs. So for example, what I can do is I can keep some files in a folder like we've done last time, and then I can point Splunk to that folder and I can tell Splunk to read those log files from that folder and Splunk will do it. When you want to create a new file folder entry here, you just need to browse and give it the path. It will give you two options here when you do it. So you can either continuously keep on monitoring that file or folder that you've mentioned here, or you can just index it once. Index once means Splunk will only read those files and folders one time. It will take all the data and then it will stop. Okay. So if you put in any new data there, you cannot read it again. If you put it on continuously monitor, even if you put in the new data there in the folder, it will still be able to read. Splunk will still be able to read it. Okay. So you give the option, you go next. Next option gives you an option to choose the source type in which you want to set up the data. Basically, identifying the type of data or the logs that you've done. So based on whatever your input is, you need to select a source type and then click next there. Okay, I'm not going to do it here, but it's a very straightforward process, especially when it comes to locating or reading data inputs from files and folders. Okay. All right. Another way of getting data in is through TCP ports and UDP ports, and this is the most used way. This is the most popular way of getting data into Splunk. Okay. So what this basically means is you tell Splunk to listen to a certain UDP port. Okay. And you ask Splunk to keep on listening to that certain UDP port, waiting for all kinds of logs that are being forwarded from that port. Okay. So my Splunk instance is going to start listening to this 514 default UDP port for syslogs when I mention it here. Okay. Once I mention it here, the next step that I have to do is to go to the other device and make sure that I forward the data to this IP address where my Splunk instance is sitting with the same details that I have selected here. So you see how this works? You'll have to set up a communication channel between two parties here. One of them is going to be the receiving party, which is going to be your Splunk instance. Okay. The other party is going to be the device that is going to send the data through a certain UDP port. For example, if you are setting up a firewall to send data to Splunk, what you can do is you can go to firewall logging option. Every firewall has a logging option. Go to logging, go ahead and create a profile of what logs you want to send. Choose a port and an IP address where you want to send that data. The IP address that you put in the firewall is going to be the IP address of the machine where your Splunk is sitting. Okay, this machine where you've installed the Splunk. The port over there is going to be 514, which is the default UDP port for syslogs. Once you do that on the firewall, you click OK, you create that profile, firewall will start sending the logs from there. Again, you come back to Splunk, you tell Splunk that, okay, you are going to receive data through UDP on the same port, and then you just go ahead and go through these settings where you select a source type, Over here, maybe you can say it is a network and security Cisco ASA firewall. So you can select this option. There's so many options here. Select one of those. Of course, host method most of the times is kept IP. You can select a default index in which the logs are going to go. You can create a new index also for these new logs. Then you review all the settings and then you basically just go through the interactive setup process. Okay. All right. Now, what to do in certain organization environments? When you have so many servers, let's say you have about 100, 200 Windows servers, 200 Linux servers, and you want to pull the logs from these servers also, then what to do? Now, over here, it is essential for us to understand how Splunk works and what are different components of Splunk. Okay, so we'll have to study a little bit of architecture of Splunk also here. There are three major parts of Splunk architecture. One of them is called as Splunk Universal Forwarder or a Splunk Forwarder. The job of the Splunk Forwarder is to send logs to Splunk. So when I say that a certain client has 200 laptops and you want to send 200 laptops logs to Splunk, what you do is you install a small agent of forwarder into all these 200 endpoints. Okay. All these 200 endpoints will be installed with one Splunk Universal Forwarder. The forwarder will pull the logs from the laptop and then it will send it to your Splunk. Okay. Where will it send the logs? It sends all these logs to another component which is known as the indexer. Okay. An indexer is the engine of Splunk where all kinds of parsing and other activities happen. So the job of the indexer is to take and collect logs from all the sources. What can be the sources? It can be file or directories. It can be forwarders sending the logs to Splunk. It can be TCP and UDP ports through which you are receiving. So the job of the indexer is to aggregate all of these logs, do the calculation of parsing. Parsing basically means splitting all of these logs into field value pairs and then basically storing them into the respective indexes. Then we come to the third most important component of Splunk, which is the search head. The search head is basically the web service that you are running on Splunk. This web service that we are accessing right now, this is basically called the search head. So the user interface where the user is able to access Splunk services or the services provided by the indexer is called a search head. So whatever we are doing here, we are doing it on a search head. There is also a CLI version through which you can access indexers and other Splunk servers. So that is basically a command prompt version of accessing. That is also possible, but those things will not touch within these lectures. So don't worry about them as of now. Okay. Over here also, you can see different ways in which Splunk can ingest data. So you can directly upload files also. Most of the times it will be able to ingest CSV files. CSV files are basically comma separated values. You can create these files or export these files through Excel also. Okay. Even log files from your own local systems you can push. Okay. You can also monitor ports or local files. There is something known as HTTP also, HTTP tokens that you can create and send the data through something known as HEC, HTTP event collector. That is also possible in Splunk. You can also run WMI scripts on Windows supported systems so that you don't have to manually install forwarders or other things on 200, 400 servers. You can run a WMI script automated and that will do the job for you and pull the logs for you. Okay. Of course, you can also use indexers in very large environments as heavy forwarders and use them to forward data into one big master server where you want to store information. Okay, so that is also possible. The way in which you deploy these things depend on the kind of the size of the data that you're dealing with. So if an organization is dealing with a lot of data, let's say about 400 gigs per day, a standalone Splunk server is not going to be able to service that much data. So for that, you need something called as a distributed or a clustered architecture where you have multiple Splunk indexers running that are able to process that much data. Okay, these are advanced concepts and you don't need to go into all of this as of now, but it's good information to learn. If you are still curious about these things, there is a very good documentation which is provided by Splunk itself. You can also go to splunk.com and you can take the free course provided by Splunk, which is known as Splunk Fundamentals 1. Okay, that's a free course. It's a certification course from Splunk. So you can get it done. I think it's in two parts. Splunk Fundamentals 1, Splunk Fundamentals 2. It will basically be a good primer for your Splunk journey in case if you wish to explore this tool further. Okay. There's a lot of paid certifications also that Splunk offers you. These are basically more professionally geared certifications. And there is a linear path that you have to follow to achieve those certifications. So you have to go get the user certification first, then go to a power user certification, then an admin certification, and so on and so forth. That information also, if you are interested, is provided on the Splunk website. You can check that out later also. Okay. All right. So now we need to move to the next section, which is going to be building dashboards or building visualizations with Splunk. Okay. So we will take some more examples and we'll look or we'll create some dashboards on Splunk through Splunk. Okay. So it is possible through Splunk. With the SPL, you can use certain transformative commands through which you can or you are able to create visualizations or dashboards. So let me start off with one of the commands, very important command and very useful command in Splunk. Let me just write in a query here real fast. And let's say I want to write in source type as, okay. So very familiar query and very familiar results for us also. Okay, so you see these results, these are all for all kinds of source types that are associated with AWS. This is what I've searched for. Okay, now we need to put in some kind of a use case first where we can use these visualizations and create a dashboard. Okay, so let's say you are creating a dashboard specifically catered towards AWS. Okay, so let's say in that dashboard, first you want to showcase what kind of logs or what quantity of logs you are receiving within a specific time frame. Okay, so you want to show that visualization in a visualized manner. You want to show that information and you want to create a dashboard for it. So how to do it? For that, we need to introduce one more very important command of Splunk, which is known as the stats command. Okay, so the function of stats command is to basically provide you with statistical functions that you can use in your Splunk queries. Okay, so what are those statistical functions? Some very useful functions like count, average, sum. Okay, all of these parameters you can use with the stats command, and you can use this statistical function on the data set that you've got within your Splunk instance. Okay, So we will start off by taking a very easy example, and then we'll slowly expand, and I'll show you different kinds of functions and parameters that you can use with stats. The first one that we are going to use, which is also very useful, is the count option or the count parameter that goes along with the stats command. So the first function that we are going to look at is the count function. And then we say stats count, and then we use the clause by, and we mention a field name to have the count done by any of the field that we request. So for example, what I'm going to do here is my goal is to find out the number of events, and I want to count the number of events based on all different source types that I see here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a field like this. And you see Splunk moves into the statistics function. And then what it does is it gives me a count based on the field that I have specified in my stats count command. Okay. Over here, my base search query is this. Then after that, I've broken down this query into another part where I've done a statistical function. I want to count the number of events, and I want to segregate it based on source type field. And then in the results, I'm able to see under statistics, I have these 11 fields, or these 11 values, I should say, and the count associated with each of these values. So now I know that AWS CloudWatch logs has this many events stored in Splunk. VPC Flow has this many events. CloudTrail has this many events. Okay. Now I can also present this information in a visualization, and I can put that visualization into a dashboard so that everybody who is using AWS or who is interested in AWS logs can see that dashboard and easily identify the information. We don't need to know any search queries. Okay. So how to do that? Now you already have the statistical data present here. The only thing you want to do is to enable a visualization into this. Okay. So you see this visualization tab here. You need to click on this tab, and you will be presented with different options here once you are in the visualization tab. Okay. The first option that you see here is the selection of the kind of visualization that you want in your data set. Over here, right now, by default, it is selected as line chart, but I don't think this data set would be represented the best in a line chart. The best way to represent this is going to be in a pie chart so that we know what kind of AWS technology is sending me the most logs. So now you can see CloudWatch logs is the biggest share of data that I am receiving from my cloud instances. Okay. So you see this is AWS CloudWatch. This is my second option here, which is VPC. And like that, you have within this pie chart demonstrated all the different values showcased in a pie chart kind of a visualization. Okay. Now there are ways through which you can also change the format in which this is actually being shown. And this format is going to change based on the type of visualization that you select. So for example, if I was to use, let's say, a bar chart here, the kind of formatting I can do on a bar chart is of course going to be different from what it is going to be on a pie chart. Okay. Trellis, no need to worry about that option as of now. We don't need to look much into this trellis option. As of now, you just look at these basic ways of visualization of data. Okay. Now my first panel is ready, and I want to put this in a new dashboard. I want to create a dashboard, and then I want to add this panel into that dashboard. So how to do that now? Over here again, we go to this option that has the save as drop down. You click on the save as drop down and you select a new dashboard because you are creating a new AWS dashboard. So you just say new dashboard here. Now Splunk will ask you, what do you want the dashboard title to be? So you can write that this dashboard is going to be dedicated to AWS logging dashboard. Okay. And then you give a little bit of a description about this dashboard will show you all kinds of things. Okay. Then you can also select the kind of permission you want. So I want it to be shared to everybody. So I'm going to share it within Splunk. Okay. Dashboard Studio is a new way of creating dashboard that has also been enabled by Splunk. We will not look at how we can use Dashboard Studio because it's a little bit complicated. We'll look at how we are creating classic dashboard. So you can select classic dashboard here. Okay. Now it asks you for the panel title. So the visualization we've just created will go as a single panel on a dashboard known as AWS logging dashboard. Okay. So for this panel, I want to say segregated logging count based on source type. I want to be saved as a pie chart, and then I'm going to save this to dashboard. Okay. Once you save this as a panel, this goes to the dashboard, and then Splunk gives you an option where you can go ahead and you can visit the dashboard and check the panel. So if I go to the dashboard now, I will see that one panel of visualization has been added to my Splunk dashboard here. This is the panel title that I put, and this is the visualization that I have chosen. Okay, now let's put in some more panels also in our dashboard. So let's say I also want to put this data set or this chart just below my visualization so that I'm able to showcase even the tables that is being shown there. So what I need to do is I can save this as a report here, and I'll say and then I will save this as a report. Let me change the permissions also for this report. Of course, I'm going to say all apps, save. And now this is a report. I can now add this report also to an existing dashboard. This is my dashboard. I'm going to put this panel title and save it to my dashboard. If I go to view dashboard now, you will see that now I've got two elements added to my dashboard here. One of them is showing me a GUI version of the data, and the other one is showing me the table for the same data. I can also edit where these panels can be placed on the dashboard. So I can edit this format of the dashboard also. I can click here to edit, and then I can move these panels around so that I can place them according to my requirement. So I like it in this way. I'm going to save it. And now you see that, okay, these are now arranged one after the other how I wanted them to be. Okay. So now you can go ahead and add some more data or dashboards into your search. So let's say we want to add something which can be represented as a line. So let's do this. Okay, so now we need to maybe find in some more details that we can showcase in the dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also find out the total number of events that are being generated by AWS. So this query basically will give me the total count of events that have been generated by AWS. Okay. What I've basically done is I've put in a base query like this, and then I have simply just said that please stats count. So from this, Splunk is able to understand that since the user has not mentioned any fields, I will just run the statistic on the base search. This is the base search. So all the logs that are associated with AWS technologies, I just want the number of the logs. Okay. I can change this to fast mode also to make it more faster. And then it will show me the total count of events that have been generated from all AWS sources. Now I can put in a visualization for this as single digit. Okay. So this is total number of logs. I can add this visualization also in my dashboard. Now I can also format it. So I can use some colors based on the range. I can use some ways that I can present it in the dashboard. Okay. And over here, I cannot show you that in the current data set. But if you've got multiple days worth of data, you can also put in a trend line here that shows you the data based on a specific time range. Okay. So let's say if yesterday the count was 250,000, you will get a trend line that shows that yesterday, okay, it was 250,000. Today it has increased to 263,400, something like that. Okay. Now, since this data is old and I cannot have this segregated through time, I cannot show you that, but you can save this also as one visualization in your dashboard. So what you're going to do is you're going to save this as existing, give the panel title as all logs received in AWS, and again save it to the dashboard. When you go and view the dashboard, you will see that this panel also has got added here. Okay, so again you see one more detail that has been added to the dashboard. Okay, so like this, you can add multiple data by using the stats count command. You can also use other parameters like stats sum and stats average and display them. So I'll give you an example of sum and average also here so that you understand them. For that, I am not going to use the AWS source type because I cannot add much in this source type. I think a perfmon is going to be a better data set for that. Okay. Now over here, I'm using a different source type, guys. This source type is basically a source type which is rich in numbers. And I wanted to use numbers because I wanted to showcase to you two different functions of the stats command that you can also use on data sets, given that you wish to calculate the sum of a certain field or the average of a certain field. Okay. So what this data set basically is showing you is the percent of processor that each user is using. Okay. So you see the fields have privilege time, processor time, the number of read operations, write operations, and the fields basically contain details about how the performance of a certain system is going on. Okay. Just check all of these fields and check the data and check the field names. This is all performance data. Whose performance? A device's performance. This is performance logs being pulled from the devices so that it can be showcased here within Splunk. Okay. So now let's say you want to see what kind of processor usage is there on a certain device. You can use a query like pipe this, of course, to stats. Last time we had used count, but this time since we want to calculate the average usage of CPU on a certain machine, what we are going to do is we are going to use the function avg, and the syntax of this function is to have avg and then within the parenthesis mention the field name that you want the function to run on. Okay, so what is the average that I require here? It is the processor time whose average I require. So I am going to copy the name of this field here. Okay, I'm going to mention it like this, and then I'm going to run this by clause, and I want to find out which machine has had the average processor time, or by machine I want this average to be run. So the name of the machine is there in this field called host. Okay, so for this machine I want to find the average CPU usage, and then I can use this function here like so to have this detail shown to me run by the average function that I can use with the stats command. Okay, so now I know that the average processor that is being used on this device is about 1.48, which is very low actually in terms of computing. So I know that this device has a lot of free CPU. I can maybe install some more applications on this, or I can use the computing power in other different devices rather than this one. Okay, so this is how you can use the average function to calculate the average of a certain field based on all the values. All right. Similarly, if you want to add all the values, you will replace the average with the sum function. Okay. Over here in this data set, maybe I can show you the memory used total that can make sense. And what this function is going to do is basically add up all the values within this field. Over here, all these values will get added up, and then in the end what you'll get is all the total of all the memory that has been used by the host BS store, or the machine for which we have collected the data. Okay, now over here you must remember that this is bytes. Okay, so it looks like a huge number, but this is in bytes, and this is the sum of all the memory that has been ever used by this device. So of course we are just showing the total number, or we're just showing the usability of the sum function. That is why we have used this example. Okay, but you can use this in different ways also. In certain data sets you might need to add all the values present in a field. You can use the stats sum function to perform that operation and add all the values within the fields. Okay, all right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity certification training, which will enable you to learn skills like ethical hacking, network security, cryptography, digital forensics, malware analysis, and threat detection. Through this course, you will also master hands on tools and techniques using Kali Linux,
Wireshark, Metasploit, Burpsuit, Nmap, and many more, while working on real world projects like wireless security and incident response, all taught by top industry experts and IIT faculties. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals make successful career transitions in cybersecurity and IT security roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. And without any doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Want to learn directly from our industry experts? Book a free demo webinar now via the link given in description below and experience how our live classes happen.
So guys, we are going to be understand the malware part. So what do you think, guys? What is malware? When we say malware, देखो guys, malware mean anything suspicious, anything which can harm you. Either it is going to be encrypt your data, either it is going to be get your credential, either it is going to be block you to access anything, either it is going to be harm you in any way, either a file, either data, either any application or anything which is going to be done. So malware is nothing, it is a suspicious tool or software which is going to be harm your device, your networks, your systems, your application, your data, or anything. A malware can become in different forms, like it can become like a virus, while via rootkit, trojans, worms, or anything. The multiple options are available when a trojan is going to be entered to, right? So you need to be understand what are the possible source to come the malware. Any file, any third party apps and ads, phishing, USB devices via any URL, right? QR code, social media, compromised device or Wi-Fi, public environment when you are going to use. So all these things guys are coming under this particular categories. So a malware can be entered from any possible way. So our target is to make sure when a malware, we know what are the possible way it is coming. So if you want to prevent your organization, you need to be check all these points, entry points. These all are the barricades. देखो, understand here. Let's suppose this is a car. In this car, some suspicious person are going, maybe some terrorists are going, and then they are going to the road. On the road, on after every certain time period, we are having all the possible barriers, toll tax barrier, police checking, and we know what are the, might be this is the highway, right? So we know on this highway what are the bypass are added there, and what are the shortcuts are added there, right? We know key which is a, you can say, shortcuts, bypass, or any service lane and all. So if you want to be catch those people, so what you are going to do, at every entry point you are going to do the monitoring, right? On every entry point we are going to do the monitoring, and we are going to do the multi-level scanning for that, and then we can prevent this one. So this is the same thing which is going to be happen into the malware scenario also. In malware part, we are going to be make sure that we need to be block all these entry points. So see, phishing emails, infected websites, right? Any malicious link, drive-by downloads. Drive-by downloads mean like you are going to be some of the advertise you are going, any infected software you are having, removable media, and any software, anything is going to be vulnerable for you. So all these things are going to be the entry point. Might be more we discuss, right? Where the a malware can be entered to your organization. So now different way it's coming. So usually whenever anyone want to produce a model, there's a fixed way, there's a predefined step to perform any attack. Okay, what is the predefined step for performing any attack? When you want to do few things only, you keep in mind. First part is coming under the footprinting. In footprinting you are going to be use different tools and anything. So you are checking what operating system is running there, what ports are open, and what protocols are running, what service are running, right? You're also going to be check here, my dear friend, what is the IP address of the device, what is the MAC address also the device, right? Which application is running on the target server. Mean everything you are, all your reconciliations, all your this one, what you say, enumeration, all are the part of footprinting. After that, you are going to be select the tools that according to your footprinting, you are going to define here which tool is best choice for me or not to perform this particular attack. You are going to make a list of the tools, and then guys you are going to be perform the attack. After performing the attack, next step you are going to be do, okay, this we called execution, this part. Then my dear friend, you are going to be make sure that you are going to be keep the access persistence, mean I want the access should be there anytime I can check. And then you are going to clear your log, mean you are going to be clear your footprint. So this is the predefined step for any attack. In any attack, these are the predefined steps are coming here which are going to be performed, right? So in that scenario, if you need to be put the malware in any system, what you will be do guys, which are the steps you are going to be follow there. My question, I told you how we perform any attack, what are the steps we do. The same way we are performing a malware attack to any target system. So what you think, how you are going to be start, how you identify the target, and you are going to be which tool you will be prefer, and how you are going to be keep the malware there. First, you will be find out what are the target system, what are the vulnerabilities are available there. You are going to be get all that information, right? In next step, you are going to be select the what are the tools. Mean if you I find that user is using email, so you will be might be use email based and to send the attack, or you check all the footprinting accordingly. You will be check either I'm going to send via email, or either I'm going to be send via URL. I need to be do any campaign for that one, or I'm going to be do this one via any, you can say AdWords, or anyway we are going to do, right? And then you will be start performing the attack. What is the malware, what purpose you are having, you will be do that one. And after that you are going to be make sure that malware give you access. Might be it will be created silently user account, using that you can access anytime. And then you are going to be clear all your audit logs about there. This is the way we are going to be perform. So what is the RTF injection? RTF is a format which we are going to be used to send the malware. RTF is a format, okay, which we are going to be perform the malware, okay, which we call RTF injection. Now, what are the components can be coming to the malware? So you see any code, polymorphic code. Either you see either it can be a ransomware based attack, either it is a dropper, either it's a payload. Payload means predefined scripts, and then finally you are going to be exploit over there. So first you are running the code, then you are defining what kind of the malware you want to be perform attack over there, okay. And after that, my dear friend, you are going to be select which kind of the attack you are sending, and then finally we are going to be exploited, okay. Now, what are the components are to the malware? I always say any spyware tool you can do complete rootkit. What is rootkit, guys? The rootkit means this is a series of the multiple code or script which we are going to be run. Okay, there's a multiple, there's a series of this rootkit, a complete kit over there. Okay, multiple steps are there included over there into performing the attack, and the same worms, trojans, and backdoor entry you can do in any device, right? What is adware? This is a good topic. What do you think, guys? What is adware attack? Look, adware is nowadays the biggest. What is the biggest scam right now, guys? You think nowadays biggest scam is scary, right? 2 lakh do 2 crore lo. Second is a mystery box. Have you heard about the mystery box scam nowadays? Have you heard about this mystery box part? Mystery box scam is nowadays very famous. Nowadays many of the big YouTuber and influencer are going to be promote this one. So here they what they are going to do, they are allowing you that you purchase mystery box, okay, and in that one you will be get some of the surprise things and all, and you are going to be pay a certain amount, okay. It is like a gambling example. You do this one, and you do this one, what you say कि भाई I purchase in 1 lakh rupees, so you might be get more than that one. वो होता था ना, if you remember when we were kid into the school, we go and we purchase a churro, remember, and we scratch and we wait कि यार will we get something. This is the similar kind of the scam. Lottery scam is coming over there. It is recently, it's very popular nowadays. Many of the big YouTuber are going to do, you see, mystery box promotion by influencers. So many influencers are going to be do this nowadays. See, they are doing, many influencers are going to be promote this one. You see all these. Okay, this is happening nowadays. Second is you are seeing this one, what you call your Crypto, yeah, crypto and trading. These are the very big scam nowadays is happening into the organizations. They are happening a lot nowadays. So this is ad work. You see, they are showing you so many ad for that one. And one more, Adivasi oil. How many people are aware about this one? Adivasi oil in India. You see, everyone, all the you notice here, all the top brand celebrities are going to be promote this one. You see, every influencer is going to be everyone, many top filmmaker, film producers, actors, influencer, they all are going to be promote this one. As per me, it is the biggest scam is going to be happen in future. I'll be give you a example of trading scam, guys. Okay, there is a in my company we got a customer. Okay, example, we got a customer and that customer asked me, "Ki, sir, we want to make a website where we want to do online classes." Okay, and that guy was looking like he's a villager guy and normally. So I just say, "Ki, will be charge 1.5 lakh rupees for this website and LMS will be create for you." He said, "Okay," and he give me 1 lakh rupees cash in advance. He said, "Will be give you entire money in cash." I was very surprised. It was the biggest deal of our company into the web design. Otherwise, in India, 10, 15, 20,000 maximum we go. So then we say, okay, we'll prepare their website and all. Then I say, ki you need to purchase the Zoom license. A don't ask anything. Whatever you say, mean totally 5 to 6 lakh rupees we take from him. And we prepare this everything. And they start online classes. And then the amount was coming to via our portal only. So we notice even the website was not ready. In 1 week, they are having 10 CR guys in Indian currency in 10 crore rupees, right? That what you say money they got in their account because they were charging 50,000 per student, and in per batch they were having 100 of the students. And after that, after 2 or 3 months, they earn more than 30, 40 crore rupees. And one day he called me, "Arun, please delete our all the websites. We are not going to be continue and delete our business from everywhere." I'll be show you the biggest. You see, he was having a YouTube channel also, SV Real Trader. Biggest scammer. You see, you go to their YouTube channel, and I don't find anything. You see, they delete everything, you know, and I don't find anything good in this YouTube channel. No video. He that a stupid guy sitting into the car and talking about, okay, you can earn money and all. And for that one, we create this website realguruji.com. You see, this website is no more available. Acha, it's working. We deleted this website, but still it is working. You see, and this was the guys. Very honestly, this was the guys. And I'm not managing this website. No, I'm not managing this website. This is not managed with us now. Someone else is managing this website. Let me check, because this is not with us nowadays. Okay, and you see, no, this is not with us. Someone else is managing, and this was the guys. Okay, and they make this huge amount, and then suddenly they shut down everything. Suddenly they shut down everything. You see, they were the owner and all, and suddenly they shut down everything. Biggest scam, 30, 40 cr guys. Can you imagine if I start I'm doing so much hard work, and I am teaching from morning 7 o'clock till 11 o'clock. I'll be teaching. I'm not, somehow I'm earning 1 CR in a year. So you understand this? So all these are coming under to your adware categories. Did you get my point? Because these people are spending a lot of money onto the social media, and they are going to be hire the peoples, okay, to promote their like influencers, social media, and all they are going to be. Did you get my point, guys? And these adware are going to be do purposely. If you open the Facebook nowadays onto the Facebook, maximum you are going to be get these only. You will be get many of the related to that only you are getting. Okay, you see. मेरे में कम मिलेगा because I don't believe all these things. Okay, I prefer to onto the technology only. But again, you see, many you are going to be get. And you see, the biggest scam is also there. What you call this one? And one other scam is going to be happen a lot, which we call this one, yeah, top 10 scams in India 2024. And you see the list which are coming. Top 10 scam, you see. UPI, which is the biggest scam nowadays. And credit card and bank all are there. QR code scam, they are there, right? And you see, online training is top. Online training is top. Can you notice, right? And impersonations, they are going to be, their family members. They are going, family members telling, yeah, I joined. You see, many pyramid schemes are coming there, right? Ponzi schemes, they called Ponzi scheme. Get pay 1,000 rupees, you'll get 2,000 rupees, and you see investment. These are the common attacks which are coming. So these all are coming into the adware categories, my dear. Okay, got it? Adware, clear? Now let's come here. What is the APT? Advanced Persistent Threat. What is this one? Please understand. APT is not for kids. APT is not for the normal hacker. If you want to be perform the APT based attack, advanced persistent threats, in that scenario, you need to be write your code yourself. You need to write your entire code by yourself, and you require advanced skills to perform over there. You require advanced skills, advanced programming knowledge to there. So what we are going to do, we are going to be write our worms or our virus and all these things, and then somehow we are going to be putting these to the, and these, these are not even going to be detected by your, what you say, malware also. They can bypass even the your malware part also, they are going to be doing. Okay, so you need to be very advanced level expert. You should know the programming, different programmings and all, for performing these things, right? Got it? So APT is for very highly scalable attackers are using this concept. Now advanced threat trait. What is traits? Trait mean basically an entire process which I told you that we are going to be used to perform these attacks in our day. Okay, it is a complete process. Okay, so please understand here what is this complete process. You see, first you are identify a target. Acha, recently one more scam is happening in India, digital arrest. Have you heard about the digital arrest? This is the biggest malware scam nowadays. You see, don't know digital arrest. Okay, be aware. You see how many news are coming, digital arrest. What they are going to do in that one, I'll be tell you in digital arrest. What they are going to do, let's suppose I call to the Charan and I say, Charan, I'm calling from the cyber crime. Okay, we got a parcel which is coming with your name, and in this parcel, you are going to be have some suspicious things. Okay, so in that scenario, what is going to be happen? Key, they will be call you. Okay, they find drugs or something to you, and they said I'm calling, and they after that one they are going to be keep a video call to you, and they say you cannot move from here, and onto the video call onto the back side they are having a complete like a DSP office or SP office or DM office they are showing you, and one person is sitting and he will be starts calling you that you'll be go to the jail and all these things. Okay, or might be you got money from Pakistan, this fine, and after that, my dear friend, they are going to be ask you to transfer the money onto the given link. They are sending you some malware and they are asking to download a tool in your system. Okay, all these things are going to be there, and they are going to be perform the entire money they are going to be take from your system over there. Entire money they are going to be take. Oh, sorry, I was speaking on mute. Yeah, sorry, by mistake. I'm telling you, they are sending a malware to you or a phishing. Okay, and they ask you to go to that link and perform the give the money to us, and otherwise we are going to be jail and all. And they are taking in millions they are taking, and they are targeting only the rich people like retired professors, retired Supreme Court judge, even DSP, even DSP they are going to be do. Okay, retired officers they are going to be do, and from them they are going to be charge. You see 12 lakh rupees, 48 lakh rupees. You see how much they are going to be do. And millions they are charging from the people. They are, you see, 2 crore retired major general. Okay, so if you find anything these kind of the suspicious, you see 2 crore retired officers. So this is happening a lot. So if you are finding anything like this suspicious, you immediately inform to the cybercrime. Immediately inform to the cybercrime. They take all your phone control and everything. They send you click on this link, after that your phone and call and all these are going to be in their control. So this is again a adware based attack. Okay, so now you see, first they are going to be define the target. What is my target? To whom I'm going to be sent this one, right? Whom we are going to be send the attack. Okay, and then they use different tools for that one. Custom tool, as I said you, they are going to build their own tools. They are going to build their own tools for that one, right? Then different technologies, they steal your data, they keep every movement of you, and then they are going to exploit your data. So these attacks normally not coming to the end user. These attacks are coming to the corporate business only. When someone is going to be planning, let's suppose government institutes and government organizations, defense organizations, okay, research organizations. Okay, these are the major target for ATP, because simply a lot of the amount is going to be spent and top hackers are going to become, okay, over there. Recently, this one, Twitter got distributed denial of service attack. Have you heard about this news? Twitter, okay, DDoS attack. You see, recently happened, 13th August. Be aware, guys. You should read the news. What happened in that one? In America, US, current President Biden and that Donald Trump have to be start a live debate on there, and someone sent an attack, and they said, Twitter said this attack come from Russia, and this entire Twitter was down. DDoS attack come there. So these attackers are very advanced. Okay. So how they are going to do? First, they are going to do your footprinting, reconnaissance. The complete they are going to be do. Then they are going to be compromised on initial level, and then they are making a bridge to enter in your system anytime. Okay, and then they are going to be create a user which can be have the admin level privilege. Okay, and after that they are searching inside your device what you are having inside the device, which we call internal reconcile, and on behalf of that one, a attacker is going to define what data he needs and what data he doesn't need from that. This is the life cycle. As I told you, they keep lateral movement, mean every activity they are going to be monitored. Then they are collecting all the possible, you can say, information from there. They are going to be exploit the data, mean they can be delete the data, they can access the data, they can move the data, anything. And they are going to be keep maintain their persistence over there. And after that, they are going to be cover their attack. It's mean they are going to clear the footprinting logs there. All they are going to. Now, come here, guys. What is Trojan? What do you think, guys? What is Trojan? You know very well this Trojan. I saw you many time also, right? Trojan horse. The first Trojan attack come into the Greek, na? Ancient Greek. You see Trojan? Let's come here. So Trojan mean, my dear friends, simply it is we are sending via we are hiding a malware inside a file. What we can do, you see, if you are getting a image, okay, so you see in this one Trojan inside a image, we are going to be add some suspicious malware we can club with this one, and that we are going to be sent to someone, and when he is going to be click, he is going to be get installed, right? It can be an image, it can be a video, it can be a like PDF file, right? Very nice answer given there. It can be any other files which is coming there, any other way they are going to be send you this, right? So simply it is a payload is running into the backend, it distribute to you, and then it enter your systems, and then so for that on how you can do, always perform the content scanning. If any attachment is coming, make sure it is going to be scanned. And also we are going to be do the URL rewriting, mean if any URL is there, it is going to be scan that URL also. Okay, it is going to be URL we are going to be do over there, right? And URL scanning is going to be defined here. Okay, that how it is going to be come. So you need to be prevent all these things. Now what are the port? This is very important. Now these are the port, common port from a malware can be enter. CH exam give this one. We are having questions from there. These all are the common ports where the a malware can be entered, a Trojan can be entered to. Okay, let's move to the next page here. What are the different kind of the Trojan? Yes, this is important. Remote access. What do you think, guys? What is the remote access Trojan? What is the remote access Trojan? What do you think? It is allow you to access any system remote. Okay, it is allowed to access any user remotely. Backdoor, which we are going to be called backdoor entry, right? We are going to do. Botnet Trojans mean these are the automatically generated by using AI or anything. We are going to do that one. Then rootkits, a complete process, multiple scripting and all we are going to be run over there, right? E-banking, this is phishing kind of that one. Point of sale, you see many of the sale item you notice, right? You are getting adverts over there. And defacement Trojans means some other kind of the Trojans we are going to be do there, right? So it's mean multiple kind of the Trojans are available, and you need to be select as per your business need, which you are going to be defined over there, right? Let's come here. Different, you see, we can send onto the mobile devices. Distributed denial of service attack we can send while using the Trojan also, that is possible, right? IoT device can be compromised by using that one. Okay, destructive mean they are going to distract you from your current environment, we can do. command base, you can do the some scripting and you can do. And my dear friend, on a particular service, on a particular port number of protocol, we are going to be perform this. Okay, so it is going to be different kind of the Trojan for different kind of the environment. We are going to be send the Trojans attack. Now, Trojan system infection. Please understand here how we are doing. So therefore, simply, we are first the process always to create the code, but before that one, you are going to do the complete footprinting. Okay, and after that, you are going to be somehow you are going to be, deploying this one into that one. You are wrapping with something, and then you are going to deploy, and then finally, we are going to be exploit that particular attack. We are going to be perform the exploit, and we are going to be run those particular Trojan or any virus into the system. Okay, gain access to target system using Trojan. Will be show you virus and worm. Guys, what is the difference between virus and a worm? So all are the same things, but they are in different way and different job they are going to do. But end of the day, they all are having a single target that they are going to be get access of your systems and going to be harm your system, right? These all are the stage coming into the virus. First stage, my dear friend, we are going to be create this virus. Then simply we are going to be trigger mean we are going to be run this one. A virus is replicating their copy to the multiple systems, and then after that one you will be start monitoring where it is going to be do that one, and then finally it will be start infecting to the devices. So a virus, first a virus is going to be create, then you run this virus, then start replica, and then it is going to be execute the attack, and then finally it will be start the infecting to the all the devices, all the systems was scope which you define, it is going to do there, right? Now, here you see same thing. You create a payload, right? You propagate, can be detect if you are having any malwares or any anti-good antivirus, they can remove. And after that, post-infection stage mean you are going to be rescan everything. You are going to be rescan everything into the environment. And this different kind of the virus which can become to you. Either boot sector virus they can become, either some other kind of the virus, file-based virus, macro Excel sheet virus. Cluster virus is going to be run into the highly clustered and HA-based environment. Stealth virus, which are going to steal your information, which are going to be encrypt you, and which is going to be infect you in any other way. So viruses are different, and they can perform the different things over there. Now let's understand this practically. Now you know this website, virus total. Open this malware bazaar also. This you open in your VM, Windows 10 VM. Don't do this into your environment. Okay, go to the Windows 10 machine which you are having and open there only. Launch your Windows 10, log in there. Make sure you are having internet connection on your VM. Open this websites. Okay, come here, and guys, here scroll down and click on to this one. Come here and click here, Malware Bazaar database. Come to Malware Bazaar database, and guys, try to download only here zip file. अरे बाप रे motorcycle. Hey, come on. Okay. Scroll down and only download here zip file. And you see here the company which has been reported any of the tool, any of the virus or anything they have reported over there. You'll be get it here. Okay, do it. So download anything. I'll be recommended only zip file because this is also connected to your local machine. So only download zip file. So your local machine can infected. Zip file I'll be recommended. You see multiple category has been detected. So I'll tell them to click on download and download to your local machine. It will be ask you password. So password will be infected. Okay, remember this password and download in your local machine. Let me know once you download. Let me know once you are ready. Done it, please. Okay, and then go to the virus total and upload this sample. Upload this sample and analyze it. It will be ask you password and you check here who have been reported this as a malware. You see how many places have been detected. Microsoft and front-end firewall has been done. Check it. Like this, try to download some different format. Again, I'm telling you, my dear friend, that you are going to be perform. Okay, yes, you are going to be perform all these into the a lab environment only, not in your local machine. There is two website which you are going to do. Try to download different malware and try to, my dear friend, you analyze them. Different format to download like EVL, DL. Try, don't try exe. All other format to download and check it.
Okay.
Now guys, I'm going to show you how we are going to be perform the, we are sending the different malwares and all these things in a simulated environment. Simulated mean in a controlled environment. So for that one, let me shut down my VM. I hope you everyone get complete idea. देखो, I can show you either I can use CEH official module and I can create some sample malware and I can show you these malware are going to be we are sending there. But you need to be focused what is actually production environment, right? What is exactly production, how this we are you are going to deal into the production in with the malware. That's why I'm not showing you those basic malware which I show you I can create locally, you can do. So let me go, and we are going to be understand in a controlled way how we are going to deal with malware and phishing and all different kind of the attacks. So as you know, I'm going to log in to my this one Microsoft 365 Microsoft Defender. Basically, I'm going to be logging. Okay. So you see, I'm coming here and I'm going to the attack simulation here. We are going to be perform some of the attacks in a controlled manner, malware, phishing and all in a controlled manner. So I'm going to be open my Outlook here where we are sending to the user. Okay. Understand here. We are going to be get the different simulator attacks we are going to be. Guys, which kind of the malware attack you want to perform? All are here. Read one by one. Link to malware. Ticket to Bollywood. Huh? Next. Now you see. These all are the payloads which you want to be sent. Check it, which you want to send to me. And you see your help. So invoice, right? So you see many invoices are there. Which one shall I use? ये वाला? Chalo, next. All user I'm sending in my company. It won't be go to the guest account. Next. Okay. Now next. And you see you are going to be assigned this training. When you want to be assigned this training, I say user need to be complete a mandatory security training assigned to them. है ना? So within the 7 days, once the simulation will be end, they are going to be perform this one. And these all are the page where they are going to redirect. I can select anyone. I say they will be redirected to this page. Okay. Now understand here. You want to get the notification. I say deliver notification to the user. Which language? You can select language. Okay. Now you understand here. Delivery preference. When you want to send this one, I say deliver during the simulation. When I'm launching this attack, that time only you launch it. And I say send twice in a week this attack to the user. Next. And for when I say right now I want to launch this simulation, enable region wise delivery as per your time zone, it will be delivered to you. Next. Okay. And then I'm sending first a test. Okay, that this is working or not. Sent. It will become to your mail. Wait a minute. Let it come. Will be get a notification here. Wait a minute. It will become to you. Okay. Wait some time, then we'll be submitted. And now you see perform invoice come to you. Let's analyze this content. And you see a URL. Let's validate this URL, copy, and I'm going to be send you also. And this is attachment which I'm also going to be check. This is a URL where we are going to be get. So don't open the URL, or I'm going to be open the URL. I click on there. It's a test environment, and you see attack successfully done. Now let me submit the attack. I'm going to launch the simulator. And guys, go to the Malware Bazaar virus total site. Check this URL and check this is malware or not. Now, what you find, guys? Can you notice? Analyze it. So we perform this attack. So this is a attack, right? Now we are going to be get this. Let it come again because this was a test. We are getting this one. And let's start one more attack. One missing. Now tell me, guys, which you want to check. Which one? Malware attachment, guys. Chale. Let it go. Okay. Next. Any name? Next here. And you see same. Acha. Here you select now. Tell me which one we should use. Check which one you want to do. Office 365 policy. Yeah, that's perfect. All user. Next. Next. Okay. I'll send the recommended training to you within the 7 days. After this ad, you need to complete this training. Any landing page you can select. Next. Okay. Deliver default notification, right? Okay. Now here. Same delivery preference. I say deliver during the simulation only. And twice in a week you send this one. Next, region wise delivery. Next, testing. You see, I got the previous attack also. Now it takes time. So I send testing and I'm going to be submitted. Let it do the attack. Let it do. Let it come here. We'll be wait. You got it? Okay. Chale. So you see, open this email and my dear friend, wow, पूरा NDR भेज दिया. Oh, wow. Hey, I think this is blocked by my company only. Huh. It is blocked at my side only. Yeah, it is blocked. It is blocked by my Microsoft Defender. Acha, this is coming. This is one. Yeah, because it is having this one. Right? So download it. I'm going to download it. Policy settings. Okay. And go to the malware here, uploading it and scan it. This has not been reported yet, guys. This has not been reported till now. You see. undetected mean it was not reported previously. Okay, you see, it was not reported previously. These all are attacker coming to you. Let me check again this one here. URL I'm going to be check. Let's check if this malware has been detected, because here you will be find out only noun, not unknown, which are not reported. And you see it is safe because it is going to my SharePoint only. Unfound click. You see here, it is going to my SharePoint only. So it is a safe attachment. That's why it was not reported anywhere. So you got it, guys?
So we will start with security and risk management. All right. So is security really an overhead? Because usually companies just want to do business. They are least bothered about security, right? Security will be something that they will not be paying too much attention to unless there is a breach. The moment there is a breach, then they will start talking about antiviruses, firewalls, all these things. But if there is no breach, then companies would mostly be focusing on business. And this has happened in the past also. A lot of companies, they have basically, continued doing business until there was a breach and until they were fined heavily by the government authorities. So there are three pillars of security. One is C, another one is I, the third one is A. C stands for confidentiality, means keeping things under the wraps. Don't reveal anything if they don't have the necessary requirements to know about it. Second is integrity. Integrity means keeping things as they are, not changing them, making sure that their value remains the same. And lastly, availability means ensuring that those items are made available to the resources who need that. For example, if a website is there and if that website goes down, then it is a breach of security. Why? Because it is breaching the availability aspect of security. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability, three aspects of security are there. We will continue using them a lot in our entire CISSP journey. Now, the CIA priority depends. For banks or for military, for example, confidentiality will be very important. Whereas for banks, integrity will be most important. Not to say that for banks, confidentiality is not important. It is. But again, it is a use case. And for, let's say, companies like Prime Video or Hotstar or Netflix, availability is very important. So different companies have different priorities when it comes to CIA. For some companies, C is important. So for some companies, I is important, whereas for other companies, A is important. Now, before we go further in our journey for CISSP, let's get familiar with certain security terms. Vulnerability, it is a weakness in a system. So whenever there is a hole in a system, that is called a vulnerability. Okay? A weakness or a hole in a system, right? Threat is the potential danger that whatever vulnerability is there, that will be exploited. That is a threat. And whoever is going to execute that threat will be a threat agent. So if it is a human, then the human will be threat agent. If it is a machine, then the machine will be threat agent. So whoever wants to exploit the vulnerability will be the threat agent. Okay. Risk is the likelihood of the threat becoming real. The risk is there is a threat, potential of exploitation of a vulnerability, that is a threat. What is the likelihood of that threat becoming real? Probability of that threat becoming real is the risk. So risk can be measured in terms of percentage, like 10% chances that some hacker will come, means threat agent will come and will hack this website because there is a XYZ vulnerability in this website. Exposure is the loss that happens after a vulnerability has been exploited. Then that loss is called exposure. And control or countermeasure, both are two same things. These two items are same. Control or countermeasure means things which are put in place to reduce or remove this risk. Controls, they work on the risk. If you want to reduce the risk or remove the risk, you have controls or countermeasures. So there are different types of security controls. There can be an administrative control, like, for example, policies or training, security training, or asking people to go for certain exams. That is administrative. Technical or logical controls will be your firewalls, right? Your encryption mechanism, different types of coding to make sure that whatever you are writing is secure enough. And lastly, there can be physical controls also, like CCTVs, security guards, security dogs, fencing, lighting. All these are physical controls, right? There are other types of dividing security controls. And we will talk about all these controls in detail as well going ahead. So controls can be preventive, means they will prevent a vulnerability or a threat to happen. So preventive controls can be your security guards. If you have security guards in place, it is kind of a preventive control. Policy, encryption, ACLs, access control list. We'll talk about all these things in detail going forward. Then there can be detective controls. Detective controls are those which work in detecting about what happened. The security breach has already happened, but detective controls will help you in identifying what happened. So a very good example of detective control can be CCTV, right? Then there are corrective controls. Once the damage has happened, you need to basically correct the damage or reduce the damage or remove the damage. So there are corrective controls. There are controls which are known as deterrents. Now, what are deterrents? Deterrents are those controls which will deter an intruder or prevent, not prevent exactly, but demotivate an attacker from coming and attacking your systems, like fences, lighting, dogs, CCTV. Now, CCTV can be a detective control also and a deterrent as well, both types of controls. Then there are recovery controls. The damage is done, your company is down, your website is down, you have taken corrective controls, but corrective controls work on individual items. You need to make sure that overall recovery happens. So that for that you have disaster recovery facilities, backups, high availability systems in cloud. And lastly, compensating controls. For example, if you don't have security guards at a door, but you still want to, do security of that particular door, what will you do? You will have a CCTV camera over there. That is a compensatory control in that case. No security guards, but CCTV cameras. So based on CIA, how can you divide the security controls? For confidentiality, you will have encryption and access control. For integrity, you will have hashing and availability. Availability will be done via cloud computing, load balancers, a redundant array of independent disks or read. Security controls can be classified as part of CIA triad as well. You can also divide the security controls as part of the CIA triad. For every particular item, there will be a security control in place. Okay. So the next topic is defense in depth. So you must have seen when you go out of your house, you have security at multiple places. The first place is your individual rooms, which you may or may not lock. Okay. Outside those individual rooms, there will be your main door, correct? Then outside of that main door, there will be a colony door, your area where you live, that main door as well. And outside of that, there will be a security guard. There may or may not be a security. So this is all known as a defense in depth strategy, right? So what happens is when you start defense in depth, you start from perimeter, from the outside only. Then you come now in perimeter, you can have honeypot, you can have secure DMZs, IDS, IPS. So all these are networking systems like honeypots. Honeypots are usually compensating controls, or honeypots can be detective controls also. Honeypots are the systems which are used as a lure to the attackers. So they are not the real systems. They are those systems which may look like real, but they have all fake data. Now, if an attacker comes, they will start attacking the honeypot thinking that this is the real system, but then they will be caught. Their IP will be blocked, right? So that is the perimeter security. Next is network level security, right? Which means all your systems, all the network is properly secured by, for example, there can be a DLP, data leakage prevention, there can be a NAC, network access controller, all these things are there. Then there will be endpoint security, means your device security, device on which your laptop you are working on. There will be application, individual application will be also made secured on HTTPS, for example. And lastly, there will be data security, right? So this is like an onion peel. You peel one ring, there is another ring. You peel another ring, there is another ring. So it goes like this, that even if one layer gets breached, the other layer will be there to protect. And then your mission critical assets are at the center. So an attacker will have to breach 3-4 layers before they reach your mission critical assets and data. Okay, security through obscurity. Now, you must have seen a lot of people when they go out, they put the key, main door key under the doormat, right? They think that nobody will know. Only they know that they are keeping the key over there, but nobody else will know about it. But that is not correct. That is something which is known as security by obscurity. you are obscuring the view of the key by thinking that nobody would be able to identify it. This is what happens in security also. If you think that nobody will attack my system because I have a very small website or my website is all within my network, then that is wrong, right? Any website can be attacked anywhere in the world. So security by obscurity is a bad idea. You should always validate. You should always perform testing. Do not just think that nobody will be able to find this vulnerability or nobody will be hacking into my website. Okay. So there are multiple types of frameworks which are in use for in order to create security or in order to implement security within the organization. So there are multiple types of security frameworks that are available for you. Very theoretical concept. You don't have to basically understand this. All you have to do is to memorize all the frameworks that we are going to cover next. These frameworks are from multiple companies and each framework talks about almost similar things, right? Security frameworks. First type of framework is usually enterprise architecture framework. Okay, like Zachman, TOGAF, DODAF, MODAF, and SAPSA. We will cover a few from these slides. We will cover a few which are important for CISSP. The second type is ISO 27000 series. The entire series is a framework. Security controls are sometimes talked about COBIT and COSO, and NIST Special Pack 80053, special publication, sorry. And lastly, for processes, you have ITIL, Six Sigma, and CMMI. So let's talk about a few in detail, which are important for CISSP. ISO 27000 series, you can see from top to bottom, every particular standard of framework talks about one security. Like 27034 will talk about application security. 27035 will talk about incident management, 27033 will talk about network security. So every item within the series from 27,000 to 27,035 talks about one particular area of security, every particular item, right? So it is, if you are ISO 27000 certified, that means your company has best practices for all these domains, all the domains that are there. And it is very tough to get ISO certification because entire company needs to push for it. Then there is Zachman architecture. It also is very similar to ISO, but it is more precise. It directly talks about the data, the function, network, people, time, and motivation. So motivation is usually like why a particular network or why a particular application is there. And on the left hand side, it has multiple types of roles like planner, owner, designer, builder, programmer, user. For every role, what data will be accessible, how it will be accessible, where it will be accessible, who will grant the access, when the access will be granted, and lastly, why the access will be granted will be covered. So for every role, you will need to basically come up with a particular reason and type of the data access. And once it is there, you have a framework ready. Then you can find out if somebody who is an administrator is having more than enough possible rights. So let's remove him from the admin console. Then there is SAPSA. SAPSA is an acronym for Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture. So what it does is it basically creates a recipe of success and it talks about four important things. If those four important things are taken care of, that means your cyber security framework will be in place. First of all the teams within your company should have a strategic alignment with each other that yes, security is important. Second, business enablement should happen, means business should start funding the security teams or start taking security seriously. So it should come from the top. Then whatever processes are created by security team, they should be applied and should be supported by the top management. And lastly, there should be a security effectiveness exercise every quarter or every month, which will tell you how good or bad your security posture is working currently. The next is COBIT, again an acronym for Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology. COBIT has 5 key principles. First, it should meet all the stakeholder needs, and by stakeholder I mean security team, IT team, senior management, developers, everyone who is involved here. Covering the enterprise end to end, so involve all the stakeholders. Apply a single integrated framework. Now that can be a SAPSA framework or a Zachman framework or ISO 27001 framework, but apply just one. Enabling a holistic approach of security. And lastly, separating governance from management, means management should not have any say. Like I have seen sometimes in companies where top management would say, okay, this product will not go for security testing. Let's just onboard it right away. That should not happen. Management should not have any say in the way governance is working. There should not be any shortcuts to security. Okay. For every business, there will be contextual. You should know the context of the business. Architect, whoever the architect in the business is, they should know the concepts clearly. Designer, like application designer, they should be logical. I mean, this is just an example of how the strategic alignment happens. All right. Next is COSO. Now, COBIT, the one which we studied previously, it was derived from COSO only. Okay. It was developed by Committee of Sponsoring Organization, which is how, COSO word came up to being. So Committee of Sponsoring Organizations. The COSO framework is for corporate governance, overall company, whereas COBIT is for IT governance, only for IT. So COSO applies for the entire company, whereas COBIT, because there is IT at the end, it applies only for IT. COSO deals more at the strategic level because it works at the corporate level, so it works more from a top level, whereas COBIT is more on the operational hands-on level. COBIT is a way to meet many of COSO's objectives, especially from IT. Okay, so COBIT is a subset of COSO for the IT part. COSO deals with non-IT items also because, of course, it works overall on the company. So it also works with company culture, financial accounting, how the board of directors are responsible, communication, marketing, finance, not just IT. It works with every team. But COBIT is a subset of COSO. Then there is ITIL. ITIL is the de facto standard for best practices for IT service management. Okay. So a company who is managing IT properly, they will be, or even a persons are also certified with ITIL. They will be, they can go for apply for an ITIL certification, Information Technology Infrastructure Library. So ITIL was created because more and more companies were getting into IT, more and more companies were going digital, right? So that's why there was a framework that was needed to assess the maturity of companies in terms of their digital footprint. And that is exactly why ITIL was formed. So if you see that in ITIL, there is continual process improvement. There should be SLAs that are maintained, and those SLAs must be met and in fact exceeded every time there needs to be a review happen. And at the core, it's service strategy. Like, this is what you are going to follow. Now, it can be as simple as creating a roster for your IT support people. It's very simple thing, but will go a long way in satisfying the end users that, since there is a roster, there should be a 24/7 support. And that is exactly why they will be happy, because they will have, even if they have an IT related issue on a weekend, there will be somebody to help them, right? So this is just a very small example, right? So ITIL is usually used to measure that progress, how good you are becoming in terms of your overall digital environment. CMMI. So CMMI is usually used for those companies which are into development work. Usually companies like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, HCL, Cognizant, Capgemini, these companies are usually awarded CMMI levels based on the maturity of their development life cycle. For example, level 1 is initial, means unpredictable processes, poorly controlled programming and reactive programming. There will be a lot of bugs. Level 2 is managed, where some projects are managed. Level 3 is defined. You have clear defined ways of coding. You have clear defined ways of documenting it. Level 4, quantitatively managed, means processes are measured and controlled. Level 4 is usually good. CMMI level 4s are usually good, where processes are measured and controlled. Every developer will have a KPI, and they will have to adhere to it. And lastly, optimizing means 4 plus plus. Optimizing is something where you are already on 4 and you are constantly evolving to have more and more more and more teams within the CMMI framework. So I love this line. Security is like a brake in a car. Now you will say, how come you are comparing security with brakes? But only if you know that you have good brakes in your car, you will go faster because you will have full confidence in the brakes that you have in your car, right? So it is like brakes. You might feel you are being questioned about everything in security, but it will only give you confidence to go faster ahead. So the biggest thing, the biggest output over here is that every time your security should not be counterproductive to business needs. It should always help you in moving the goals or strategies or the objectives of your business ahead. So the security should embed with business in such a way that both are that these two are not in front of each other. Sometimes it happens in companies that they don't like security teams. They say that, oh, you are slowing us down, right? Because of you, we are not able to move forward properly. Now, that should not happen. Business should talk to security, understand the need of security, and then give them full confidence that, yes, I'll give you an example. My company, we were not ISO 27001, PCI DSS certification, which is usually used for companies which process the credit card data. So we were not a PCI DSS certified. Now, once we did this PCI DSS certification, we started getting more clients because they understood that we are taking security seriously. So those PCI was such a regression for some of the teams, but it only resulted in better and more business for our company, right? So security and business, they should go hand in hand, right? For example, if you have a PCI, as I said, in my case, in my company's case, we were doing good business. Okay. We were quite good. The moment we got a PCI DSS certification, so the moment a company gets ISO 27001, the clients will start having better comfort and they will start giving you more business because they know that you are taking your security very, very seriously. And this is exactly how you will grow. So although security may feel like brakes in a car, but it will only give you confidence to move faster. That is exactly what this quote means, right? Talking about security governance, tying all this together, there is something known as security governance. Security governance is that team which basically deals with the top management, means board of directors, your C-level employees. It deals with your security teams, managers, and employees. And it also makes sure that whatever is required as far as security is concerned, policies, procedures, all these certifications, they are in place also. Security governance is the set of responsibilities and practices which usually allow a company to be sure about implementation of cybersecurity practices within that company. So it kind of gives you a confidence that yes, whatever policies we have written are being implemented properly. Whatever work our different security teams are doing, they are actually adding value to our business. The security governance team will drive it, basically. There is a reason why it is known as GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. And PCI DSS is a compliance. So other name of security governance team is GRC, the governance, risk, and compliance. All right. Then there is third-party governance also. Third-party governance is when you have a lot of vendors, you have third-party vendors. Like in my company, there is a vendor which processes payroll for all the employees, right? Now, we need to ensure that since they have our data, we need to ensure that they are also adhering to bare minimum security features at least, They should have some sort of security assurance. So for them, what you will do is you will do a third-party security governance. So you will ask them for their security testing reports, or you will ask them for their PCI DSS certification, for example, or ISO certification, right? So you will talk to their governance team and say, hey, we see that we are doing business together. So let's make sure that we are good in terms of security. So can you please share this and this of your company? And then they will share, and this is how it will work. Okay. Documentation review. So remember, we were talking about third-party security governance. Imagine you got their documents. Imagine you got their PCI DSS certification or ISO certification or whatever certification they were going through. That documentation review needs to be done by your GRC or your governance team. And if you find them okay, then good. If they are not okay, then you can even ask for a test. You can also test them if it permits, like auditors do, right? They will ask you for reports. If you have reports, good. If you don't have reports, they will test themselves and find out all the issues if there are any, right? Those are known as on-site reviews, for example. So basically, documentation review means that whatever documents are provided by the either set of companies, you need to review them. You need to make sure that those documents are sufficient, and your governance team should be happy with that. those many documents. That is what is covered under documentation review. All right, security management planning. So there are three types of plans when it comes to security management: strategic, tactical, and operational. Strategic is a 35,000 feet view. Like in year 0, you will do this, year 1, you will do this, year 2, you will do this. Yearly, or maybe 5 yearly plan, either yearly, 5 yearly, two in next 2 years, in next 3 years. So it's very high level, 35,000 feet view. The next is tactical. Tactical is more granular. Like in this quarter, I will do this. In a particular year, in first quarter, I will do this. In second quarter, I will do this. So that in 4 quarters combined, you will achieve your year 0 strategic plan. The granularity increases. And lastly, operational. In operational, it is very hands-on, day-to-day job. Like today, I will do this so that it feeds into technical plan. Give you an example. Suppose your strategic objective is to make sure that there are no internal breaches happening, and you have 1 year to complete this. So your tactical plan will be to put everyone on an Active Directory, for example, right, behind a single sign-on, for example. And your operational plan will be to make sure you onboard an SSO system. You talk to different SSO vendors, single sign-on vendors, and then you onboard them. That is your operational plan, hands-on, day-to-day plan. Okay. Now comes the policies part. So this is not the SOC policy. This is all about security policies, like policies about your conduct, code of conduct, policies about using your office laptops, fair usage policy of company internet, all these things. So they should be generic, they should be non-technical in nature, they should be reviewed periodically, after either every quarter or every year at least, and it should align with business, right? So by scope, they can be organization specific, system specific, or issue specific. For example, organization specific policy will be your, like, for example, in your organization, Instagram is not allowed in office. So it's an organizational specific policy. System specific policy will be based on the device that you are using. For example, you cannot download any sort of torrents on your systems. That is system specific. And lastly, issue specific, like your password. Your password, you cannot reuse your password more than 3 times. It's a very specific issue. So that's specific. Also, you can look at policies based on the enforcement type, like regulatory, means from the government. Advisory is something that is not very enforceable. It's just an advisory. Do or do not. Up to you. You don't do it. And lastly, informative means even if you don't have a policy about it, don't worry about it. It's just an information. So different types of policies are there. As I said, access control policy, computer security policy, and this is not an exhaustive list. There can be other policies also. So if you want to read more about policy, just go to this website, sans.org, information security policy. It will have a list of all the possible policies that can be in place. It can also include a password policy. It can also include a download policy. It can also include a business continuity planning policy or DR policy. So there are so many policies that you can familiarize yourself at this link or even elsewhere as well. Now, there is a difference between, so there are multiple things. So we talked about policies just now. Just like policies, we have standards, baselines, guidelines, and procedures. Okay. Standards are those which 100% should be implemented. They are mandatory or compulsory requirements. Okay. That need to be adhered to, come what may. If you are using a particular hardware, using a particular software, you will have to adhere to these standards. Baselines are, they define a bare minimum level of security. For example, a baseline is your password should be at least 8 characters long. So the baseline is 8 characters. Now it can be 10, it can be 12, it can be 16, but it should be at least 8 characters long, baseline. Guidelines are a set of recommendations. You follow or you don't follow. Totally up to you. Guideline can be do not write your password on your desk. That is a guideline. You follow or you don't follow. If you don't follow, somebody else will know your password. And lastly, procedures. They are a detailed step-by-step processes, step-by-step guidelines or step-by-step actions that you need to do if you want to either implement standards or baselines or even guidelines. So, but the difference is that they are step-by-step processes. They are step-by-step actions. For example, if you want to implement a password policy or a password standard, then the procedure will be go to Active Directory, make sure that you turn on the password policy, select minimum length of password 8, press enter. These are all the step-by-step actions that you need to take, right? Next part talks about threat modeling. Threat modeling is usually done by someone who is neither a coder or a developer or someone who takes the website live. So suppose you are in a company, in your company, somebody is writing a piece of code. Okay. Now that person who is writing a piece of code will make sure that they follow certain standards or guidelines when they are coding, right? Very important thing to be noted here. Threat modeling happens when there is a design. Every time there is an application that needs to be coded, there should be a design of that. If there is a design review of that application, if that design review happens and during the design review people find that there are certain issues with the design, inherent issues in the design, then they will document those issues, and those issues would then be taken care by the developers when they will write the exact actual code. So this entire process is known as threat modeling, right? You have not written a single line of code, yet you are trying to find issues in the application. Now, not issues exactly, but threats. How do you identify those threats? There are three ways. Focused on assets, like, each asset will need to be protected in this case. Focused on attacker, like, now internal attacker or external attacker or, some kind of a state actor, countries, when countries are basically attacking each other. And focus on software. So if an organization is developing software, it can consider potential threats. Some example that I gave you very in the beginning of threat modeling, you are writing a code, and before you write a piece of code, there will be a threat modeling done on it so that they find out all the threats to that software. So there are three types of it. How is it done? Let's see. In threat modeling, there is something known as a trust boundary like this. Everything on the left of the trust boundary is less trusted or not trusted at all. And everything on the right side is more trusted. Okay. So it can be internet, like users sitting on the internet. And this is your internal company. Okay. So external user will send a login request to your application, just like this request is coming. So always treat this request with suspicion. Anything which is coming from a less trusted domain to a more trusted domain should be properly vetted and sanitized. So anything which is coming from the left of the trust boundary, it needs proper validation. Okay. Then internally, now that it has come internally and you have verified, now it can actually go to the login process. Login process will talk to a database. If the user is correct, it will say yes. Then it will send a yes and the user will get logged in, otherwise not get logged in. So that is a separate process. But the point here is that anything which is coming from a low trust value to a high trust value, it needs to be vetted properly. That is the core basic bare minimum thing of threat modeling. So for every design case, you will create a trust boundary like I showed right now. Suppose this is a design document of a user login process, simple design document of a user login process. Now users are on the internet, so there will be a trust boundary here. Okay. There will be another trust boundary here for the database, internal trust boundary. But these users will be the least trusted of all. And there can be some level of trust between your applications and the database for sure. Whatever the output of threat modeling is, it is a requirement for developer. All the outputs of threat modeling will go as an input to the developers. Make sense? So how do you do threat modeling? So there is a model known as STRIDE. S stands for spoofing, T stands for tampering, R stands for repudiation, means something that you do and then later on you say you did not do. I stands for information disclosure, D for denial of service, and E for escalation of privilege. So if I go back on that slide and if I want to do a STRIDE model here, for this login request, there can be a spoofing. Somebody else may be acting as the user and sending that request. There can be a tampering also, T, because somebody can change the username and password on the fly if it is not HTTPS. Tampering. There can be a repudiation also, because if a user is trying to log in and later on they say that they did not try, if there are no logs available that user was trying logging in, then there will be full case of repudiation. Information disclosure will happen if the credentials pass over non-HTTPS. Denial of service will happen as well. If there are so many requests user is sending So there can be a denial of service, and lastly, escalation of privilege will happen. A user can basically log in as an admin, okay, and can spoof the system. So for this particular case, all the 6 issues that we have discussed, spoofing, tampering, reputation, information disclosure, denial of service, elevation privilege will happen. And how to prevent it? As a developer, for spoofing, you need to have authentication. For tampering, you need to have integrity. For repudiation, you need to have non-repudiation by by virtue of, we will see in cryptography, by virtue of using private keys. Information disclosure, confidentiality, denial of service, availability, and escalation of privilege, authorization. Means as a developer, you will try to fix all of these 6 things by doing whatever is written on the right hand side of this matrix. Then this threat modeling will be done in a complete manner. Okay. Similarly, there is a, just like Stride, there is a dread model also. D stands for damage potential. How bad would the attack be? So Stride focuses on the attacker and application. Remember, threat modeling is done in 3 ways: based on asset, based on attacker, and based on software. So Stride focuses on the asset and software, whereas Dread focuses on attacker. How bad would the attack be? How easy it is to reproduce the attack, how much work it is to launch the attack, exploitability, right? How many people will be impacted? And lastly, how easy it is to discover the threat or the issue. So dread model basically will talk about how easy or how much and how many times the attack will happen. So D stands for damage potential. How bad would the attack be? R stands for reproducibility. How easy it is to reproduce the attack if attacker has to do it. Exploitability is how much work it is done to launch the attack, needs to be done. Then affected users, how many users, all of the users are impacted or only a few are impacted. And lastly, discoverability, how easy it is to discover the threat or the issue, right? That is a dread model. It is totally based on the attacker, not on the application or the software. So another aspect of the overall security assessment or security governance is risk. Risk is something that is the likelihood of a threat or probability of a threat, right? We all saw what risk is. We all studied about it. The process of managing that risk. Now, there are multiple ways of managing a risk. Once you identify a risk or the probability of a risk, you can either measure it quantitatively in numbers or qualitatively in terms of how bad or good it will be, right? So there needs to be a policy that will define how are you going to manage the risk. And how do you do it? You basically, you can either accept the risk, you can say that, okay, we'll live with it. You can transfer the risk, means buying an insurance, cyber insurance. You can mitigate the risk by, performing or applying the countermeasure, or you can reduce the risk by applying a countermeasure which is not foolproof, which is not 100% effective, right? So overall, the first step in risk management is to identify the risk, assess it, how good or bad or how much it is, respond to it, like I said, accept it, defer it, transfer it, and lastly, monitor for newer risks. And as I said, for that to have, you need to have a policy in place, which will have all these features, what all the team individuals of the GRC will do, what is the objective of information security risk management team, ISRM team, how the risk would map to the controls that we already have in place. What are the KPIs, key performance indicators, to monitor the effectiveness of control? All these things will be a part of risk management policy. So risk assessment is a method of identifying vulnerabilities, and risk analysis is the examination to ensure that whatever you are doing in order to either mitigate or reduce or even transfer the risk it should be cost effective and should actually reduce the vulnerabilities. What are the goals of risk analysis? To identify first of all, you need to identify an asset. So I'll give you an example. Suppose you have a laptop which is worth $100. Okay. Will you spend $200 to buy an antivirus for that laptop? Yes or no? You have a laptop, you have an asset which is worth $100. Will you buy an antivirus which is worth $200 to protect that laptop? Remember, an asset is not just the hardware asset, the content within the laptop. Yeah. So let me rephrase this question now. Suppose you have a laptop which is worth $100. Okay. Oh, sorry, not the laptop. Let me rephrase this question, or let me change this question. Suppose you have a watch, your watch, wristwatch, which is worth $100? Will you buy a lock which is worth $200 to safeguard that watch, to put it inside that lock? So this time the statement has changed. You have a watch, wristwatch, which is, let's say, worth $100. Will you keep it in a locker which is worth $200 a year or a month, maybe? No, right? So now is the correct answer no, because the asset value should not be less than the cost of the countermeasure in place, right? So identify assets and their value to organization is very important to do a proper risk analysis. Unless you know your assets that you are protecting, you will not be able to do a proper risk analysis. In this example, in case of the watch, I would rather accept the risk, but I will never buy put it in a locker which is worth $200. Identify the likelihood that a threat will exploit a vulnerability. Of course, you need to do that. That's how you will perform the risk analysis. Business impact, and lastly, the cost benefit analysis, something that we studied in point number 1 also. Cost of the impact of the threat and cost of the countermeasure. So value of information and asset is important because, as I said, you need to know what you are protecting. Now, what is the value? So let's go back to my laptop example. It is not just the value of the hardware. It is the value or cost to maintain and protect the asset, value of the asset to the owner and users, adversaries. This is most important, cost to replace the asset if it is lost. So it will not be just the hardware cost. It will also be the software or the data cost. And lastly, operational and production activities affect if the asset was unavailable, and liability issues if the data is compromised from that asset. So all in all, just get an idea that it's not just about the hardware cost of the asset. It is also about the data that is present in that asset. Data cost. All right. Now, there is another term called delayed loss. Delayed loss is secondary in nature. It takes place after the vulnerability was exploited. For example, you had a laptop which had so much data in it, and that laptop is lost. The laptop may have costed you $100 only, but the data inside it was worth a lot. And then that was the initial loss. The delayed loss will be the loss of company's reputation, loss of market share, accrued late penalties, civil suits, all the privacy suits. All these things would also come into picture as part of the delayed loss. Something that you would not even think of immediately, but yes, it would come once you have different types of penalties kicking in. Now, there are two types of risk analysis: quantitative and qualitative. The quantitative risk analysis will actually talk about actual value of the assets and the risk score, actual risk score. Whereas qualitative will talk about the opinions, that I'll give you an example. A qualitative risk analysis will be, suppose if my website goes down today, I'm Amazon and my website goes down today. The quantitative loss will be loss to the business, the monetary terms loss, the loss because there will not be any sales or orders and all this. The qualitative loss will be loss of reputation, loss of customer trust. You know, people might not think of coming back to Amazon if there was something like that. So it is not numerical. It is more opinion or mostly scenario based. And lastly, automated, which is actually a combination of quantitative and qualitative. It just keeps happening automatically. There is no such thing as automated risk analysis for CISSP purpose. There are just two, qualitative and quantitative. Please keep these two in mind. Quantitative risk analysis, it is done by finding out the value of the asset. Exposure factor means percentage of a loss for a single time. If a threat were to happen a single time, what is the percentage of loss? And lastly, SLE, single loss expectancy, which is the multiplication of asset value and exposure factor. For example, if I have a laptop and exposure factor of a single laptop loss is somewhere around 10%. If a laptop is, if it is compromised, the exposure factor, let's say, is 0.1, 10%. So single loss expectancy will be $100 laptop asset value into 0.1 means $10. So every time a laptop is misplaced, just because the data in it is that important, you will have a single loss expectancy of $10 every time a laptop is lost. Not 100, but 10 this time. But if the same laptop or different laptops are getting lost multiple times in a year. Let's say you have six laptop being misplaced every year. Then annualized rate of occurrence of laptops getting missed is 6 times a year. So your annual loss expectancy from laptop losing the laptops will be SLE into ARO, means 10 into 6 equal to 60. So you will be essentially using $60 for the data part mostly. I mean, if the laptop is loaded with data, the exposure factor will not be 10%. It will be more than 100% any which ways. But just for the sake of example, I was telling you, if the laptop has data in it, of course, the exposure factor will be more than 100%, because you will lose 100% of the laptop value plus the data cost, plus the cost to replenish or repurchase the laptop, etc., etc. But just to give an example, asset value multiplied by exposure factor, and for the CSSP exam, you will get questions on this. Definitely, you will get a question on this in the exam. You will get this value, you will get this value, and you will get this value, ARO. Then you will need to find ALE. So exposure factor into asset value will be SLE. And if you multiply SLE with the ARO, you will get ALE, annualized loss expectancy. So this is an example. Scenario, risk of hurricane. If a hurricane were to happen to a company's data center, so let's say a company data center is worth $1 million. Okay. The exposure factor is 20%, means every time a hurricane comes, there is a 20% loss to the data center. And annualized rate of occurrence is once in 10 years, means 0.1. So SLE will be 1 million into 20%, means every time a hurricane will come, there will be a loss of 200,000 to the company. But that is every time, not every year. Every time a hurricane comes, there will be a loss of 200,000. But how many times hurricane comes per year? 0.1 times, because it comes once in 10 years. So every year you will have to purchase an insurance at least worth 20,000 US dollars in order to safeguard yourself against risk from hurricane destroying your data centers. Okay, so this is a clear example of how questions will come in CSSP also in the exam. This is exactly how questions will come. You will have the data, and then you will have to identify the or put it in the formula to come to a number. Okay. The other way of doing risk analysis is qualitative. In case of qualitative risk analysis, there are no numbers associated, right? What you do is you will take inputs based on expert opinions or judgment or best practices, intuition, experience. So there are no actual numbers. So this will be different for different set of people, right? Now, there are multiple techniques which are used in case of qualitative risk analysis. For example, Delphi, brainstorming, storyboarding, surveys, questionnaire, checklist, interviews. Now, all these are self-explanatory: interviews, checklist, questionnaire, survey, storyboarding, brainstorming. You will ask, you will send a few questions to a group of people, and you will, based on their inputs, you will say that, okay, this is how bad or good this particular risk looks like. What is Delphi? Delphi is a feedback which is an anonymously which is anonymously collected by the moderator. So, for example, if let's say you are attending a seminar and after the seminar there is a link for you to submit your feedback, that anonymous feedback is known as Delphi technique. It is collected or collated, summarized, and then it is converted into a final answer. Like 50% people think that this is a high risk, 20% people think that this is a medium risk, right? So this is how qualitative risk analysis happens. There is no fixed answer. Like in case of quantitative, there will always be a fixed answer, right? In case of qualitative, there will not be any fixed answer. This is a very good example of qualitative risk analysis. On the y-axis, you have probability, and on the x-axis, you have impact. So if the impact is less and probability is rare, then you can see it is minor. The risk is minor. At the same side, if you look at, or in fact, on the contrary, if you look at the impact to be very high and probability to be highly probable for a risk, then it will be severe. So anything can fall between minor to severe based on the inputs of the users. So you will ask users to rate a particular risk from 0 to 5 in case of impact and 0 to 5 in case of probability. And then based on the output, you will create this matrix. What are the pros and cons for each approach? Quantitative is basically, since there are numbers, it is expressed in monetary terms. So you will get better numbers to deal with. Whereas in case of qualitative, calculations are simple and you don't have to worry too much about numbers, right? Cons of quantitative are calculations are complex, and of course you need a lot of information to come to that conclusion. Whereas in case of qualitative, all these assessments and results are subjective. They will change every time you send that, that feedback form. Cost benefit analysis you cannot do, and it will not, since there are no numbers involved, so it will not help you in security budgeting. Okay. So how do you identify, or how do you get a security control? So the value of the control should be equal to annual loss expectancy before the control. Let's say it was $20,000 minus ALE after the control. Let's say you have a control which will reduce it by $5,000. So minus 5,000 minus annual cost of control, which is another 5,000. So the value of the control will be 10,000 in this case. Remember that a hurricane example. In case of hurricane, there was a $20,000 a year of ALE, correct? Now, in that case, if it is, $20,000 a year ALE, in that case, the value of the control will be $20,000 minus, let's say you have something, fencing or proper safeguards in place, which are worth another $5,000. ALE after control will be $5,000, and the annual cost of control, which is another $5,000, for example. So the value of the control here will be 20,000 minus 5, which is equal to $10,000. That is the actual value you are getting out of control by spending the money on the control. So please remember this formula. This will also come handy, you know. And what are the costs? If you look at the annual cost of control, the cost is not just about the cost of the control. It is also about the implementation cost, environment modification that you have to do, maintenance requirements, affect productivity, and lastly, monitoring that is needed for that control. All these are part of costs. And what features you should look for controls? It should be modular, means it can be plugged into any of the system at will. It should have a uniform protection across systems. It should default to least privilege, means, it should start not as an administrator. It should be interactive. It should need minimum human intervention. And lastly, most importantly, it should have an audit functionality in place. Now, what is residual risk? Total risk minus countermeasure or total risk into control gap will be residual risk. For example, so don't confuse it with the value of control. Value of control deals with ALE. Residual risk deals with total risk. So total risk of hurricane was, remember anyone, 200,000. That was a 200,000 risk, and minus countermeasures. You have applied a few countermeasures which are worth $5,000. So residual risk will, in that case, will be $200,000 minus the cost of countermeasure, which is 10,000 or $5,000, whatever. So that is the residual risk that is still there. Even after applying the countermeasure, you still have a residual risk available, because nothing is 100% secure, right? So you'll always have some part of risk that is still available that you will still need to manage. Now you can reduce it even further, or you can say that, okay, this is bare minimum and I can live with it. No worries at all, right? So that is residual risk. And continuous improvement is the process of reducing the value of this residual risk, So continue doing assessments and continue to push this residual risk down, either by decreasing the total risk or by increasing the countermeasure value. So this is what I said when I started risk. You can either mitigate the risk or you can reduce the risk. You mitigate or reduce, same thing. Will be considered same for this particular slide. You can transfer the risk, purchasing insurance. You can accept the risk. You can say that, okay, fine, this watch is $100. I'm not gonna buy a $200 lock for this. So do nothing. Or avoid the risk, means don't buy the watch in the first place. Don't do that in the first place. So avoid it in total, right? So most of the times, there is either a risk mitigation or a risk transference. A lot of companies have now started buying insurance, cyber insurance for risk, right? So either of the two will happen most of the times. All right. Risk management framework. So NIST is an organization which actually has an RMF, or a risk management framework, which outlines a six-step process of applying the RMF. First is categorize the information system into different categories: high, medium, low. Select security controls for each, implement them, assess them if they are working properly. Then authorize information systems, means make sure that those information systems are all monitored properly. Authorize for monitoring. to be very precise. And lastly, monitor security controls, means make sure that you are continuously monitoring and making sure that no control is failing. That is a part of risk management framework. No, NIST is not for finance domain company, it's for everyone. So there are three frameworks from NIST. One is Octave, operationally critical threat assess and vulnerability evaluation. FAIR, factor analysis of information. And lastly, threat agent risk assessment. There are the three major types of risk assessment frameworks or risk management frameworks from NIST. If you want to know more about the details of these, please feel free to research about them on your own. Octave, FAIR, and Tara. But please make sure that you understand these 6-step process properly. Coming to supply chain risk management. So all the companies have upstream and downstream suppliers. Okay. So for example, if you are a manufacturing company, you manufacture, let's say, spare parts of a car. Your upstream suppliers will be, let's say, component manufacturers, or manufacturers who would supply you with steel or metal. And your downstream suppliers will be your distributors or the car companies, right? So every company will need to make sure that whatever upstream suppliers you have, they adhere to some sort of commonly satisfied or commonly signed service level agreement. I'll give you an example. We have bought cloud environment from AWS, right? Now AWS is our upstream supplier, okay? Because we rely on AWS, it supplies us with cloud environment. Now, the SLA or the service level agreement that we have with AWS is that AWS will be up for 99.99%. That is their SLA. If they go down beyond 99.99%, then they will have to pay liabilities to us. We can even sue them, that because of them, our company could not work properly. Something which happened in case of CrowdStrike. If you guys remember, a month back, there was an outage caused to Microsoft Windows systems because of a CrowdStrike bug. Yeah, so CrowdStrike was an upstream supplier to Microsoft. I mean, not Microsoft, but to individual companies, of course. Those companies who were using CrowdStrike, there was an update, some intern or a new developer had pushed some updates, which crashed Windows, which actually made Windows to go to a BSOD, and rest you know what happened, right? So it is very important. And now the companies which were downstream to Windows, like Delta Airlines or many other hospitals, they are suing Microsoft now. They are saying, because of you, we could not work properly that day. I'm not sure if Microsoft is planning to sue CrowdStrike, but they cannot ideally, because Microsoft had no direct correlation with CrowdStrike. It was the companies which had bought CrowdStrike and were using it on Microsoft Windows, right? So that is where SLA comes into picture, service level agreement, which says that this is the bare minimum time that I will be up and running or will provide you with services. Okay, moving to personal security. So it is often said that people are the weakest link in security and they account for 95% of security breaches. And what does it take to train people? You need to basically ask them to undergo security training, ask them to find out or go through the quizzes, security. That's exactly why security has every yearly basis security quizzes or SAQ, security awareness questionnaire, for people, because they are the weakest link. Now, how to make sure that all these things are taken care of in a proper way? So there are certain measures that you can take in order to do proper personal security. First is separation of duties, means no critical task should be allowed to be done by one person alone. There should be a separation of duties, means if, let's say, the code has to go live, the developer alone should not be allowed to take that code live. There should be another team like DevOps team or other team, site engineering team, which will basically take that code from the developer and will take it live. That is known as separation of duties. Dual control is a similar concept which is mostly about, dividing a task into at least two people, two or more people, that is, so that they all are required to do that task, which means, for example, bank lockers. You all know that in banks, one key is with you, one key is with the bank manager, right? The locker manager. You cannot open a locker without providing both of the keys. Yes or no? Right? So that is kind of a dual control. You have kind of divided this control into two parts, and not one person will be able to do it. Okay, and the last one is split knowledge. Split knowledge means no one person should have knowledge of the entire system. It should be, they should only know what they actually have to in order to complete their duty, which is also known as need to know principle. It is very similar to the need to know or principle of least privilege. They're all connected. Split knowledge, principle of least privilege, need to know basis, they are all connected. Yeah. Job rotation. It happens a lot of times in banks where, someone who is a teller today will become a cashier tomorrow, or maybe day after tomorrow, they will become the CRM, customer relationship manager, the next day, right? So it's all about changing the job so that if the new person comes in that job, they will identify all the irregularities if there were any. And lastly, mend leaves, mandatory vacation. It happens again in banks where you are forcefully sent to vacations, and then there is someone else who comes and does your job, which is similar to job rotation. The only difference is that in this case, you are asked to go on mandatory vacations, mandatory leaves. Cool. Also, in case of hiring practices, there are certain best practices that you can follow in terms of personal security. What are those? Job description means make sure that the job description is written properly so that only relevant selected people are coming to apply for that position. Screen the candidate properly, background checks, references, education verification, very important. A lot of people fake their degree certificates. So education verification is very important. Employee agreement should make it very clear that any sort of violations to our NDA, non-disclosure agreement, may result in legal repercussions for the employee, right? So employment agreement should have all those clauses about NDAs. Employment termination. You must have seen in case of offer letters, there is a clause for employment termination also, which is like, employment termination for cause, employment termination without cause. Now, without cause can be, companies is restructuring and that's why somebody was affected. But for cause will be when somebody breaches the contract, breaches the employment agreement. And it should be very clearly written as to what is the expectation from the employee in case of employment termination. Okay. So security awareness should be there, which should actually have an awareness about what needs to be protected, what is the information that needs to be protected, and what kind of media needs to be protected, right? How do you test people for this awareness? You can have true false type questions, MCQ questions, but the impact is short term in this case. Security awareness training is mostly about lectures or demos or case studies, and the effect is intermediate. Whereas education means you are asking your employees to go for higher studies in cybersecurity. That will have a long term impact because the testing measure is not a true false or a problem solving stuff. It's an essay, it's a subjective thing where employees will have to write, whatever they have learned during that. So awareness is short term, training is intermediate, whereas education, full time education, is long term impact on the security awareness. Now the concept of due care and due diligence comes. Important to note, please note this. Due care means what a reasonable or a prudent person will do in case of a given situation. Due care. It's also known as prudent man rule. Prudent man rule means during a particular security situation, what will a prudent person do? For example, let's say there is a password that needs to be remembered. A prudent person will not write it anywhere. That is due care. Due diligence is making sure that due care is taken care of. So, which means making sure that due care is being implemented properly and everybody is not writing their password on a piece of paper and pasting it somewhere is due diligence. Overseeing due care is due diligence. So making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required action means, of course, due care is taken care of or due care is being implemented is a part of due diligence. So very slight difference between the two. Due care is the actual stuff, whereas due diligence is making sure or overseeing that actual stuff being implemented. So BCP or business continuity planning, this happens or this is taken care of or this is done when your company wants to make sure that in during the event of a distress or during something has happened to the company or company's premises, your work should not get hampered, your work should continue happening. That is all covered under business continuity planning. Okay, so BCP or business continuity planning in its longer format, it involves assessing the risk to the organization processes and then creating policies and plans to counteract them. One important thing in fact, two important things to note over here are there is a first cousin of business continuity planning, which is known as DRP, disaster recovery planning. DRP deals with IT technology, whereas BCP deals with the entire company. So in case of an emergency, if you want to make sure that the entire company is working as it was intended to, you will invoke BCP. But if you only want the IT team to start working, then you will invoke DRP, disaster recovery planning. Clear? So DR can be a subset of BCP. You can say that DR is a subset of BCP, but the top priority of any BCP and DRP is always people. Always remember this. Always, always, always. If in CISSP exam there is a question on BCP DRP and they say that what is the most important asset that you are going to protect, then you should answer it as humans, people. Okay. So I have already covered this BCP versus DRP. BCP is for the entire company, whereas DR only for the computer systems or for the IT. So DR is a smaller subset of BCP, whereas BCP talks about entire company. DR only talks about the IT machinery. So there are four main steps of a BCP process. Four major steps. First is project scope and planning. Second is business impact analysis or assessment. Third is continuity planning, and lastly, approval and implementation. So let's look at all these four steps in detail. Project scope and planning. So first of all, you need to, analyze the organization. For example, what are the different people within your organization? You have C-level people, you have HRs, you have marketing, you have IT. So make sure that before you are starting a BCP program, you have a list of all the possible components of the organization and their respective people, of course. The next step is to select a team of people who will help you in assessing the risk to those multiple departments. Okay. Then ask, of course, you alone will not be able to do it. You will need more resources. You will need people who will work with you. So ask for those people, make sure that those people are trained and they know what is what are the requirements of BCP. And lastly, legal and regulatory requirements, because of course, for every company, there are legal requirements to stay up, first of all. Second, there is a requirement for every company to secure the data that they are handling. If either of these two conditions are not met, there will be heavy fines on the company. So it is very important to look at the regulatory requirements before you invite or create a team, in fact, of BCP. You need to make sure that you have full understanding about the requirements from your side as far as the legal and country specific laws are concerned. Once it is done, the next step is to do a BIA, business impact analysis. For every application, you will perform a risk analysis, same like quantitative, qualitative that we have covered previously. The risk analysis will be helpful in identifying the impact should that particular application or system were to go down. Okay. If that application or that system will not work as they intend to, what is the loss to the business in terms of monetary? Then it will be quantitative. In terms of just, high, medium, low, then it will be qualitative. The most important things to consider when you are doing BIA or a business impact assessment is, first of all, identify your priorities. Applications which are very critical for your business must be taken up first of all. Now, how will you identify that? First of all, you need to know the asset value. And remember, the asset value is all about asset value, the data, the cost to replace, and the man hours in order to replace that device. So that asset value. Okay. The second thing is MTD, maximum tolerable downtime. This is the value after which your company will breach the SLA, service level agreement. That is the maximum tolerable downtime. So if your company can only be down for 0.01% in a year, then there are, just multiply 365 days by 24, those many hours are there. And if your company can only be down for, let's say, 0.01 or 0.1% in a year, then do a 0.1% of this and find out how many hours you can be actually down for. That is your maximum tolerable downtime. After that, it will start causing irreparable harm to the business, either in terms of fines or in terms of reputation. And the last one is recovery time objective, means how much time it will take for the system to get recovered from the whatever has happened to the system. So always remember that your RTO, recovery time objective, should be less than MTD. Of course, if they are more than MTD, then bye-bye. right? Your company will have to bear some losses. So RTO should always be less than MTD, right? The maximum tolerable downtime. Because if your maximum tolerable downtime is lower, then of course your RTO will not meet MTDs, right? MTD is the maximum tolerable downtime. So which is like, this is the total amount of time in a year that your company can go down for without causing any harm to the business. So it is usually measured in terms of number of hours, maximum tolerable downtime. Okay. The next step is to identify risk. Now, risks can be man-made or natural. So identify the risks. What are those types? And for every risk, identify a likelihood scenario. For example, if you are living in the US, there are very high chances of catching or of encountering hurricanes. If you are living in this part of the world, like in Asia, or maybe Japan for that matter, you will find a lot of earthquakes over there. So identify risk, and for every risk, write a likelihood assessment and write a way to handle them should there be a need. Okay. The next step is actually to do impact assessment, business impact assessment, actually the formula one. So remember how you identify the exposure factor, the SLE and ELE. That is exactly how you will identify the impact. Whatever the output of SLE or ALE will be your business impact assessment. Okay. And lastly, creating a plan and then distributing it and creating strategy around it. So because see, you have a plan, you have everything in place, but what if things not go as per plan? What if there is a downtime which is more than your MTD? What will you do? So you need to come up with plan B almost immediately, and you need to deliver it, right? So that strategy should be developed for all the possible use cases. System not working, earthquake happened, hurricane came in, people are working from home, COVID struck, anything can happen, right? And also you should have policies and procedures also within the BCP document, so that, remember, policies and procedures both are enforceable, right? So that company employees can be forced to accept that and work accordingly. So all the provision and processes should be in such a way that they are applied uniformly and mandatorily throughout the company. Then that plan needs to go for top level management approval, implemented. And lastly, very important task within BCP is training and education. Very important. If you don't train your employees, if you don't distribute the copies of BCP among the employees, then it will be of no use. You definitely need to train your employees on the BCP after implementation. Suppose there is a BCP plan in work, right? And don't worry, once we go to DR, you will also appreciate how DR is also important. I think DR we will study in domain number 7, if I'm not wrong. You will appreciate how DR also helps with the IT. But right now we are talking about the entire company because we are talking about BCP, right? So it is very important for you to train your employees on the BCP. I'll give you a quick example of BCP. In one of my previous companies, which was a financial institution, right? We even had BCP offsite days. We would actually work from a different location altogether, right? It is something known as a full interruption test, where you will stop working from your regular office for a day or two, and then you will work straight from your BCP site and see how much time does it take. Are you meeting your MTDs? Are you meeting your RTAs, RTOs? So that all information needs to be educated to the users. So training is very important. And just like how training is important, documentation is important also. Very important to have a business continuity document written, approved by the C level, and it should have a version history as well, when it was updated. Auditors want that. Auditors love the version history, right? It also forces team members to commit their thoughts to paper, which becomes much easier for discussions. So very important for the documentation part. In documentation, there are two statements, basically: statement of importance and statement of priorities. Statement of importance reflects the criticality of the BCP to the organization. Okay. How important the BCP is for this organization. Statement of importance will basically tell you about it. Whereas statement of priorities says that during business continuity planning, which system should be brought up first. If in the business continuity plan it says that your computer systems are the most important, or database systems are more important, then you will bring them up first than any other device. That is known as statement of priorities. It should be very clearly written in BCP as to which applications or which systems are more important than others. Statement of organization responsibility is very similar to the previous statement. It only has one saying which says that so and so organization will take full care to implement business continuity planning within this organization. Another thing to be noted is that the BCP documentation should outline a vital records program for the organization. Means all the critical business records, all the business related items, or all the approvals, they should be kept somewhere securely. And BCP plan should have a list of all those documents. Why? Because in case of a BCP invocation, those documents would need to be, or those records would need to be transported to a safe location. So BCP should also mention the details of the vital records, what records are available in the company, right? In BCP, there is emergency response guidelines. So in BCP only, there should be a guideline which will basically activate something known as a calling tree. So in an organization, the moment BCP is invoked, your internal systems may or may not work. For example, if there is a hurricane or if there is a flooding scenario in your city and your city is submerged, then there will be no way of finding the business continuity plan and adhering to it, right? In such cases, there is something known as a response guideline where your first line of defense will be your own security guards, etc. The second line of defense can then be military, and the third line of defense can be, outside software or anything. So all these things, all the people who are responsible for this multi-level security should be documented somewhere, which is known as emergency response guidelines. It should activate a calling tree. The moment BCP gets activated, an automated call should go to all the relevant stakeholders that BCP has been invoked. Please make sure that you cascade this message to your internal teams. The maintenance of the BCP plan is important as well. Either do it every year or do it every 2 years, but make sure that this happens. The maintenance of the BCP plan, you need to keep on updating the BCP plan. It should not go stale, just like how other policies are.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity certification training, which will enable you to learn skills like ethical hacking, network security, cryptography, digital forensics, malware analysis, and threat detection. Through this course, you will also master hands-on tools and techniques using Kali Linux, Wireshark, Metasploit, Burp Suite, Nmap, and many more, while working on real-world projects like wireless security and incident response, all taught by top industry experts and IIT faculties. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals make successful career transitions in cybersecurity and IT security roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. And without any doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Want to learn directly from our industry experts? Book a free demo webinar now via the link given in description below and experience how our live classes happen.
So this is a which we are going to cover. The majority of the topics will be covered here, theoretical based. So I have been explaining about now, right? You have to explain cybersecurity to other teams, even if you are working in the technical team. And since we are moved to internet-based generation now, we have to make sure that everything which is available in the internet or anything which you're doing with your data has to be protected. If not, even a small data breach or potential data breach might affect the company's reputation, and the business will be going down and we'll not be able to recover from that. So security, initially security was not considered at all, and then after one generation, security has been implemented at the last stage of developing or in a business discussion. But now security is mandatory in the initial state itself. Whenever they are planning when they are planning scoping for anything, let's say business project, a solution to be developed, security is made to be mandatory in the initial discussion itself, because that is the world currently we are living in. Data is the actual money, and we have to make sure that we protect the data, and it is in our hands. Again, you guys are also included in that. It is in our hands to make sure that we implement proper security and protect the data. So when it comes to security, we speak about a lot. protecting, enforcing some controls, doing this, doing that. But the three principles, these are this is considered as a triad of security, and it is mandatory that the security fulfills these three triads actually. And we do have other triads which are like supplementary to this, but it is mandatory. This is like the baseline of it to fulfill the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. I will explain each of these concepts. Let me explain about the confidentiality part. So let's say I give you $1,000 to you guys individually, and I make sure that it is your dollar, it is your money, you have to keep it safe. So you do not want others to access it, you do not want others to use it, and you do not want others to know how much you have in your bank account. So there comes the confidentiality part, to make sure that something which is kept secret and only the authorized person, you are the authorized person, and you should be only able to access your money. So that fulfills the confidentiality part. And if you transfer it to me, I should be able to access it only upon your approval. You are doing some transaction and you're sending it to me, and I am becoming the authorized person to access that money. So that fulfills the confidentiality part. And when it comes to integrity, let's say you have $1,000 in your account. Again, the same example, I'm sorry for that. There are some interest which the bank might impose, or they might detect your money and it might get reduced as well. So even if it is going to be reduced or increased, you should be made aware of it, because it is your data, it is your money. So you are the owner of it. You should be authorized, you should have authorized the bank to do that. Only then they will be allowed to do it. If they're not doing it, that is the violation. Again, that fulfills the integrity part. The essence of the data, that's where the integrity term is. It should remain as such, and it should be modified only upon approval. I am storing a data in a data center. Let's say I'm hosting my data in AWS, and there are controls in place to make sure that the data is not modified. The essence of the data is not modified, and it remains the same. And only the authorized person will be able to go and modify, edit, delete the data. That is where the integrity part is. And the availability is, I'm using the same example. I have the $1,000 in the account, and whenever I need it, I should be able to withdraw that money and I should be able to utilize it. I am hosting my data in to a SaaS provider. Let's say I have my data hosted completely in AWS, and if I need it, I should be able to go and access it. If the data center is down, if there is no website and the website is showing 404 error, I will not be able to access my data, and there is no availability part fulfilled. So these are the principles of security. When we are trying to implement anything in security, the controls, the business objective, it should fulfill one, at least these three always overlap with each other, but we make sure we fulfill at least one of the principle in this. And again, as I mentioned, these three triads overlap with each other a lot, but sometimes I prefer confidentiality over integrity. It depends on the business objective. For my company, the confidentiality would be the primary essence. Let's say from the finance perspective, the banking, right? All the companies will make sure that the money remains the same. And even if someone access it, that's again another part, but the money amount which is in their bank should not be modified, and their primary focus would be integrity. And when it comes to the defense, all those stuff, they would have so many confidential data, and it should not be accessible by others. So depending on the business and their objective, the primary importance of the triad might vary, but they will be focusing on all the three triads all the time. And when we are working, again, when we are working in a security domain, we will be coming across these terms a lot. In addition to this, I will go ahead and share abbreviation sheet as well, which will cover like from A to Z, almost all the abbreviations, and you might also find it in the CISSP website. And it will be useful if you guys go ahead and look into the abbreviations. What is the definition of what term? Because that will be useful for your exam as well. It is not that you have to go ahead and read it, memorize it, just for your knowledge. Just have a look into it, and you can refer in your in the future when you're working in the cybersecurity domain. So these are like basic terms, but they have given like fancy definition for every single stuff, and that's how cybersecurity works. So if there is any weakness in the system, in a process, anything, that's considered as vulnerability. Any weak point is considered as vulnerability, and anything which can potentially damage access that vulnerability is considered as the threat. And whoever can take advantage the entity or okay, so the threat agent is something which can act upon the vulnerability using that threat. I can put up with an explanation in the upcoming slides so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. And risk is something which is the if how should I put it up to you guys in a basic term? If there has been any vulnerability which has been exploited, what is the impact? That will be considered as risk, and how much it is impacting the business, how much it is causing the loss, that will be considered as exposure. And when we put something to control that weakness, when we try to put something as a mechanism to make sure that weakness is not getting exploited, that is called as control. So all the work which we will be doing from the cybersecurity domain is to identify if there are any weaknesses, to put up a control, to monitor if there are new weaknesses arising, because we are in a continuously evolving infrastructure or environment where new vulnerabilities can be identified, new threats again are created, and there are new breaches happening as well. So when we focus from the cybersecurity end, we will be making sure we monitor it, we put a control, we assess that control, we make sure we have good response from the control. If not, we again modify on add a compensating control. So this is how the complete work will be from the cybersecurity domain. And since we have been explaining about controls a lot, there are like different fancy terminologies when we use control. And from the admin, because when we consider a business, it is not just single team, right? It includes the top management, the executive team, and then the management team, and then the operational team, and then the end users. So it is like a hierarchy, and for each layer we have to add a separate control, because we cannot add same control on the in all the layers. And that is where this type of control is being useful. So when it comes to the administrative controls, we will be implementing from the process side. So we do have multiple process in place, because only with the proper process being implemented, we will be able to standardize everything, and we'll be able to monitor it. So administrative comes under processing, and then technical, logical, all those comes under technology side of the controls, and then physical, again, from the human perspective. We guys are the weakest chain link in the cybersecurity chain, and most of the data breach incident happens because of our negligence. So we do have multiple physical securities in place to make sure that there is no incident or even happening because of the human negligence. So if you guys can look into it, you will be able to see the security documentation, all the management, all those stuff will be management focused and process focused, will be categorized under administrative and the technical part of it, right? Encryption, access control, and then validating the firewalls, how the WAF is enabled, all those stuff will be under technical stuff. And we do have, if you guys are working in office, we will be having all those CCTV cameras, security guards, everything implemented from physical control layer. Again, it is not a single control, it will be like layerized. physical control will be there. On top of it, excuse me, data will be, and then the technical control, and then the administrative control, and then the physical control. It is a layerized process to make sure that even if one layer get failed, there is another layer to protect the data or the asset of the organization. So that's how the security control works. And then, so again, this is again a security control categorization based on the function. So the first one, we did explain about the types, right? Okay, here it explains about the type of control, and it explains about the functions. We do categorize the security control based on the function, how it has been utilized, and what kind of effect we do get by implementing that. We do have multiple categorization here, right? Preventive, detective, corrective, deterrent, recovery, and compensative. It is not that one control is under preventive only. It can get overlapped with detective control, or it can get overlapped with corrective control. And based on the area of work, it gets modified. So you'll be able to see, again, I believe you guys can understand what a preventive control is. To make sure something is not happening, that's how a preventive control has been implemented, so that we do not allow someone who do not have access. And I have been explaining about the preventive controls, right? So something which we are making sure to not happen is something called as preventive. And let's say it's we cannot stop something from happening, because that is totally impossible. We can have checks in place, but somehow or the other it might happen. But we have to make sure that we have controls in place to detect that, so that we are aware when it is happening. So those comes under the detective controls. And again, as I mentioned, we cannot be 100% sure that it will not happen, because of the totally evolving infrastructure and the environment we are currently now. So we have to make sure, though we have the preventive control in place, we have to detect if it is going to happen. And we also have to make sure that we have a corrective procedure in place to make sure that we bring back it to the original state if it is happening in a hypothetical situation. Let's say it's not hypothetical, it might happen, but we have to make sure we do have plans for that. That comes under the corrective control. And deterrent is something which will restrict people from doing it. Let's say I have dogs in place in front of my office, so that people who will be afraid to enter the office itself, those are like, it will stop them from doing it. So those are like the deterrent controls. um how to relate functions with type. Yeah, I'll explain that, Lakshmana, definitely. And then the recovery will be kind of overlapping with corrective controls, but it is not completely the same. It will be overlapping. Recovery will be we do, when we look into the availability perspective, right? So that will come under the recovery perspective. And then the compensating controls are like the additional layer of controls, where we have few controls in place, but we want to add other control as well. A simple explanation example would be like, I want a DLP solution to be implemented in my infrastructure, the data loss prevention tool to be implemented in my infrastructure. Unfortunately, I do not have the budget for that, and the management did not approve for it. So what is the best thing I would be doing is, I would be finding for a compensating control. I cannot buy a DLP tool directly and implement it. And even though I do not have the tool, I have to make sure I have some checks in place to restrict the data loss prevention. If there are any data moving from my infrastructure, I have to make sure I have some detective controls in place to monitor it and to restrict it. Those are like the compensating controls. I will not be able to implement one thing, but I can add few layers on top of it to compensate that action. So that comes under the compensating controls. And I will be explaining about the other slide as well, and then I'll relate I will explain about how we can relate function with the types. So here, these are the controls specifically to fulfill these, explain to fulfill the CIA triad. So we have the primary CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. And how can we achieve confidentiality? We can encrypt the data. We can specifically have access control in place so that those who do not have permission to access the data will not be able to view or edit the data. By that way, the confidentiality of the asset data is protected. And then when it comes to integrity, hashing, and then change control configuration management, these are some of the controls which we can implement so that the essence or on the data integrity is maintained. And then finally, on the availability part, availability completely covers the BCP and DR. So if there is any backup available for it, how do we make sure we have a redundant environment where a replicant has been managed in other location? So those will be covered under the availability security controls. So, okay, this is like a high level explanation of how it has been layered. We have like the asset, that is the primary thing which everyone is focusing to protect. And from the management side of it, we will be having policies, procedures, program management, all the process related stuff been implemented to make sure everything is working on a perfect alignment. And from there, we will be adding layer by layer. So the asset will include people, process, technology, everything. And on top of it will be the data security. So the asset which I mentioned, right? It will be primarily the data. We will be focusing on the data, and we'll be having a layer of security for the data protection. On top of it, the data will be hosted in an application. We'll be using an application to access the data. So we have to protect that application as well. And this data, the application, everything will be accessed via your device, my laptops, my printers, what else, mobile phones, everything. So those come under the endpoints. So we have to protect that devices as well. And then we have to protect the network, because data flows from one point to other point through the network, and there are multiple ways we can access, exploit the data if there are no protection in place. If the data has not been encrypted in transit, it is easy to access the data, exploit it. So network and security is very much important. And then finally, the perimeter security. So all the since it's been hosted in an infrastructure, even the cloud or the on-prem one, we have to make sure that we have the perimeter security in place. Perimeter security not only covers the infrastructure, it also covers the physical security as well. So this is like a layer by layer security control to make sure, as I mentioned, even if one layer fails, we have another layer to protect the data. And again, these are like kind of the usual questions which I do not want to focus much. Okay, let me jump onto the security framework topic. This would be kind of theoretical. I'm sorry, not kind of. It is theoretical, and from the exam perspective, you might be getting few questions from the security framework, standards, all those stuff. So please make sure to understand what it is. It is not, you will not be getting questions as in what are the list of criteria, what are the 5 criterias of a TOGAF, or explain about the Zachman framework. You won't be getting questions as such, but you will be getting questions as in which one would be the better enterprise architecture, or from the ISO standard, or specific to the business objective, what would be the framework or standard to be utilized. It is just from your understanding, you will be able to answer. You do not have to memorize all the categories or all the list of items which you will be finding under these frameworks. Please do not do that. That will be kind of too much. So there are multiple architecture frameworks, multiple programs when you look into security. These are like the high level list. If you go over internet, you will be able to find like many, and it's not like you have to learn about everything. If you are planning to get CISSP certification, there are two books, CBK and the study guide. So that will list only these list of architectures and frameworks. So you can just understand about these and you should be able to answer the framework related questions. So the enterprise architectures are those frameworks you will be looking into from the business or management, from the top down approach. If you are planning to implement security from executive side of it, or from the CISO role, CIA role, so you will be using these architecture to implement it. Like Zachman is kind of an old one, TOGAF again is an old one, SAPSA is not much used one, DODAF and MODAF is kind of like old one which not many use it, and Zachman and TOGAF is kind of the ones which have been used. And then there are multiple programs. ISO is one among them. And then security programs, there are ISO is the standard which has been used, which almost all companies prefer to get. And it is the internationally accepted standard as well, which protects or give a maturity to the company if they're planning to implement ISO. And then the COBIT, COSO framework, NIST are all like the list of controls, security controls, where you can look into it and you can try to implement in your organization. You can include CIS as well in the security controls. And when it comes to process management, ITL, Sigma are like the process maturity frameworks which we can implement in the organization to make sure there is a properly aligned standard or procedure to implement anything. So these are like the high level explanation on what these stuffs are, but I will make sure I explain these in detail. So again, as I mentioned, ISO is the widely accepted standard across the globe, and there are like multiple ISO standards. And when we focus on security, the primary one would be ISO 27001 and ISO 27002. ISO 27001 is the certification, and ISO 27002 is the guidelines on how we can implement ISO 27001 and ensure controls. So that is the widely preferred standard, and you might be getting questions from that. And we recently had one for AI security, 42,001, I think. So new standards will be evolving when there is new finding, or when there is a change in the way the business or the infrastructure or the environment is operating. So that's how the framework, regulation, or standard is. There will be some changes always happening in all these standards, and it is our duty to make sure that we look into it, we get notified about it, and we learn the current status as well. By that way, we stay up to date in our position. And as I mentioned, Zachman is again a preferred standard. This, you might feel it to be kind of clumsy when you look into the table column, but this is really a helpful standard. And so the first, okay, well, so these, each state, I'm sorry. So each state in this side will handle the layer in where the business is operating. Let's say the objective and scope, that will be going to the executive layer, enterprise model, to the next level, the system model. So designer, right, the technical manager or someone will be designing it. And then the technology model, who will be working actually in the technology, like a system administrator or someone, and then the programmer. So it gives the explanation for each layer in a business, and what will be done, how it will be done, where it will be done, and all those stuff will be answered here by using this it will be easy for an organization to implement in a processed way. If they are focusing on implementing a new project or new architecture, new solution or something, they can use this framework and it will be easy for them to process it. And that's why Zachman is getting used. And many of the organization would prefer to combine this with TOGAF. So if I am processing AI, my majority of the business, I'm providing service on AI related stuff, I'll be going towards AI certification. And if my primary objective is to maintain the quality of the data, I'll be going towards the quality related certification. So it is mainly based on the business objective and the need as well. So I am based out of US, and if my customers are based out of EU, there will be some regulatory requirement for us to fulfill to the EU customers. So based on the business objective, based on our customer needs, the certification, the standards which we are following might vary. And what are the data entities? Data is something which define the major essence, right? So let's say, and let me explain about the SAPSA framework as well. Again, this is another model of framework of cybersecurity which has been used. Again, it is a multiple layer model similar to Zachman, how it has multiple layers like what model, why model, how model. This again has multiple layers which involves the business point of view, how the architect, what is the architect's requirement, and what is the designer's requirement. So each layer will be covered here and the details will be covered. So this again is a layered model, and similar to Zachman. And COBIT is another model which is primarily used from the security team, because this fulfills all the governance perspective of the security organization. When it comes to cybersecurity, many of them prefer to be COBIT, and they implement that as well because it fulfills all the needs and the principles which currently COBIT has, right? That are easy to capture, and when we try to implement it in the process, COBIT is one thing which many prefer as well. COSO is again another framework. There are like multiple frameworks. I do not want to explain in detail. If you can explain things from a security perspective, but you have to make sure you go switch onto their shoes, understand what is their current role and how you can put things from their perspective so that they are on board with your plan. If not, they will always consider security as an opponent part, and it will not fulfill the purpose of CSP certification as well. So make sure you understand from the business perspective and try to adopt security from the management and business perspective. Business in the sense I'm speaking about money and performance of the system. So that will be focused when you primarily focus on the business side of it. So that's it from the security framework part. And security governance is how it explains about the layer by layer model, how what is the top roles management, how the executives or managers or the employee, what is their role in security, how the security can be implemented in each role. So when as I mentioned, security has to be implemented on a layer by layer basis, because it is not just one team's responsibility to implement security. Every single team requires security and they have a role to play as well. When we consider from when you look into this triangle, you have the board of directors and then the executive teams, the managers and the final employees, right? So if you are planning to implement security, it should be from the majority of the work should be from the top down approach only, because the security objective should be aligned with the company's objective. Only then the security objective will be fulfilled. If not, you will never be able to achieve the security goal or mission or nothing. You will not be able to achieve it. You have to be aligned with the company's objective, and there should be a long-term plan, which is called as strategic level plan, and it will be on a 3 to 5 year basis. So that plan will be like 3 to 5 basis, and then you will be working on a intermediate goal That will be like for 1 year, and then you will be having specific objectives like short-term goals to achieve, so that you will be able to achieve your goal, and the final strategic plan as well. So it will be like the 3 to 5 year plan, and then a 1 year roadmap, and then quarterly roadmap or quarterly objective plan. That's how it will be planned when you are planning to implement security, or when you're trying to mature your security posture. And in order to achieve this, there are multiple domains where you have to focus on, and third party governance is one among them, which is a primary area to look into, because every single company have a supplier. Without supplier, you will not be able to work. Either you will be a supplier to someone, or you will be having suppliers as well. So third party governance is pretty important, because supplier chain risk management is a major focus area. And if there are any breach happening to your supplier, it might affect your system as well, and that will affect your reputation or your business. And this third party governance can be put up in two ways. One thing is the way external auditors are involved and auditing your security posture, how a third party is monitoring your security. So that is also a third party governance, where you will be engaging with the external auditor or external pen tester. You will be asking them to visit your office or give your infrastructure, ask them to perform a pen test, or perform an external audit. Or the other perspective is you will be assessing your third party suppliers a security posture. So those two will be covered in the third party security governance. And when it comes to security, everything has to be documented, because you need evidence almost for everything. Without evidence, you will not be able to identify anything, focus or rectify it. And for the continuous monitoring as well, you have to document everything. So that is why there is a process in place to make sure you document everything. Every process has to be documented, every evidence, because you would require those evidence for the forensic activities as part of a legal and regulatory activity as well. So that comes the documentation review, where you will be engaging your external auditors. They will be visiting, or you will be sharing your documents, your process procedure documents to them. They will be reviewing those, and they will be able to identify what are the gaps in your organization, and then they'll be performing the next level of audits as well. So these will be covered as part of the external audit procedure. So whenever there is an external audit proposed, or if you're planning to do an audit to your supplier, the first thing you will be doing is sharing your documents to the external auditor, or collecting the documents from your supplier. So that is the documentation review part. And as I mentioned, so this is the high level explanation on how security management planning would be. So there will be a strategic plan, which will be like 3 to 5 years, and then short-term plans, which will be called as tactical plans, like short-term goals, and then the operational plans like Q1, Q2, based on the requirement to fulfill the tactical plans. On achieving the tactical plans, you will be able to finally fulfill the strategic plan, like your long-term goal. And since we have been speaking about documentation, we have to make sure we explain or understand what are the required documents, what it is actually, and which is mandatory and which is not mandatory from the security perspective and from the audit perspective as well. So when we focus on documents, there are like multiple documents. There are multiple terms, I would say: policies, procedures, standards, guidelines, all such terms. So it is like again a hierarchy. Since if we are planning to achieve a strategic plan or a strategic objective, the high level document would be security policy. That comes the top layer. And then the standard. Policy will give a high level overview, and under that, standard will be explaining about what should be present and how should be present in a glimpse way. And under that, you will be having procedure, which will explain detailed step by step process And policies, it is mandatory for the management to publish it. And then standard, again, it will be the role of the management. Procedure documents are the essential stuff for the managers, the administrators, all it is their responsibility to manage the procedure documents. And so as I have been explaining about the security policies, there are multiple templates which are available currently, and the primary would be one which SANS is providing, and it is a good level template which many organizations are preferring to use it. And these policies are, as I mentioned, it is like high level explanation on what the access control will be, or how the environmental design has to be set up, what the physical security would be in the organization though. So the policy will be providing only the high level overview of it, and then the standard, the guidelines, and the procedure. Excuse me. So standards, again, that is how it is to be set up, and what are the steps required to achieve the tactical plan of it. So there comes the standard, and baseline document is something which is required, which covers the minimum requirements from the security perspective. I am configuring S3 bucket, and there are few things which are required to be set as a baseline security configuration. So it is not to be publicly accessible, and these are the ports or access ports which has to be set up. So those are like the baseline configuration which are to be present even though we do not have other next level configuration is in place. So it is like the first level of control, and the guidelines are the recommendation, the best practices. So those will be covered in the guidelines, and it is not mandatory that you always follow the guidelines. And next one is regarding the procedure. So the procedure will cover step-by-step explanation on what it is, how it has to be set up, who has what role. It will also include the RACI matrix. If I am an administrator, what is my role? And if I am the manager, what is my role? Who has to be provided with the metrics? All those will be covered in the procedure documents. Next topic about supply chain. When we are planning to involve a supplier, a third party vendor, it is mandatory that we have a process in place, because as I mentioned, if there is anything affecting your supplier, it might affect you as well. It will impact your business. So there will always be a contract in place which is called as service level agreement. There are multiple contracts, multiple terms which will be used. MSA will be used, which is called as master service agreement. Service level agreement is something which whatever service they are providing, we have to put in a term to agree what are the services they are providing, what are the support which they'll be providing for the specific service. So everything those will be covered in the service level agreement. What is the SLA for it? How soon they will be able to mitigate if there is any issue identified? So everything will be covered in the service level agreement. And we also make sure we perform a regular security review when we onboard a supplier. And as a best practice, it is mandatory to perform annual review on your supplier as well, because as I mentioned, there is always new vulnerabilities identified, and it is in, yes, exactly, the process is called TPRM, third party risk management procedure, where you will be performing security assessment on the service they are providing, what type of data they are processing, how it is getting deleted after the contract is getting over. There should be a data deletion process. What are the controls they have in place to protect our data which they will be processing, they will be hosting? Everything will be covered in the TPRM process, and it is a big topic as well, and it is also a primary focus when you are working from the governance perspective. And now let's focus on the personal security, that is the human security part of it. As I mentioned, we guys are the weakest point in the security chain, and we are the primary reason. There would be always a human error or human negligence which would have impacted a security event or a data breach. So security awareness and putting some controls is necessary to make sure that there is no breach because of human negligence. And these are some of the controls which we can put in place, the measures, countermeasures which we can put in place for personal security, access model, how we can make sure that not the single person has every ownership. It will lead to a single point of failure as well. Let's say I am owner to a process, and I have all the access, only I have all the access to the specific service, and I make sure I did not share the knowledge with others, and I am the owner as well, and I am the approver as well, I am the administrator as well. Everything is the same person, which will lead to almost all the violation when we look from the security perspective. So segregation of duty is one thing which is important, and least privilege is one thing which we will always be considering when we look from access perspective. So when we are providing access, it is necessary that the person who is getting the access and the person who is approving the access is not the same, and if it is same, it does not fulfill the purpose of access request itself. The person who is getting the access and the approval is the same means there is no need for access request at all. And it is mandatory that if there is, let's say, if there is a change proposed in an environment and they want to do some change in the source code, it is always mandatory that there is an approver, their role is different, but they go ahead and approve it to make sure that has been implemented, because a second eye, a third eye is always necessary to provide a different perspective and to make sure that proper controls are in place. So that is where separation of duty comes in place. And least privilege is another term which you will be using a lot. If my role is a technician, I have to have permission only for the technician level role. I should not be having administrator level permission to the service. That will that will be against my roles and responsibilities. I will be able to do all privileged activities, which should not be the case, so that we always make sure we give only the necessary access to the person who is performing the role. And it is important to perform access review always. There is a process when you look from the access perspective. When the complete access lifecycle management is important, where you provision the access, you review it, you deprovision the access, the complete life cycle has to be managed properly, which will be covered under process, under policy, and the procedure document will be covering on how to perform it, and there will be a technician who will be performing those. So that's how the layer by layer works. And this personal security, one of the measures which is important, which we can implement, is segregation of duties. Least privilege is one thing which I said, and then dual control is one thing again. So if let's say we would have seen many movies, right, where they want to launch a mission and two different person will be having keys, and both of them have to insert the key at the same time and turn it on to make sure that the missile is launched. That's how the dual control is. And because not just one approval would be sufficient for that kind of privileged setup. So it requires at least 2 or 3 permission. When you look into the confidential data, it is mandatory that you have at least 2 level of approval. One, the person's manager, and then the business owner's approval, to make sure there are multiple layers of security, dual control in place to avoid the event to happen. That is one measure which we can implement. And then split knowledge again, as I mentioned, right, if there is single point, if there is one person who's doing everything there, that might lead to a single point of failure. So it is always mandatory to have 2 person or 3 person getting involved in this stuff to avoid single point of failure, which involves the redundancy point as well, where you fulfill the availability. If that single person is not available, the process might get stopped. or the service will not run, which will affect the availability tried of security. And it is mandatory that you have a backup, a split knowledge, as in you have another person where the knowledge is shared so that there is no availability getting affected. So all these topics, all these controls will one way or the other fulfill the confidentiality or the integrity or the availability part. So that's how every single control has been designed and will be designed as well. So the job rotation and mandatory vacation or something which you'll not be finding in SaaS provider, service provider, it will be frequently used in the finance, banking sectors, where it is mandatory to rotate the person, to move that person to a different role, and another person will be taking up the position, and they will be looking after that. And the mandatory vacation, again, that is control measure which has been used in the banking sector. So they will be sending the person on a mandatory leave, and other person will be taking over that role to identify if there are any malicious activity been performed, to validate or review it. So that's where the mandatory vacation part comes. So these are, you will not be finding much in the usual industries, and it is primarily in the finance sectors. And again, from the employee perspective, from the personal security perspective, there are insider threats, because let's say I'm not satisfied with my company, I might become a insider threat to my company. I might create damage to my company by leaking the data. Again, totally hypothetical. I'm just giving you example, guys. So when we recruit the employee, we make sure we have so many controls in place. Again, these are security controls to fulfill the CIA triad I'm explaining. So when we recruit a person, we check their background. Background BGV is very important and almost like a mandatory requirement in all the companies. And only after clearing the BGV checks, the employee will be onboarded. And excuse me, it is required for the employee to sign the agreement as well. So if the employee is accessing the data, it is necessary that they maintain the confidentiality of the data, and there, to fulfill the confidentiality, the employee agreements are been used. And if the employee is leaving the organization, they will be asked to maintain, as part of the exit interview, they will be asked to maintain the NDA as in they should not be disclosing whatever activity or any trade secrets which they have been using or performing within the organization. So all these controls measures will be fulfilling the confidentiality part of the security triad. And again, security awareness and training is pretty important area where we do conduct trainings when the employees getting onboarded, whenever there is role-based trainings have been provided, and whenever there is a new regulation. You guys might have heard about GDPR, right? So that is the privacy related regulation which has been imposed by the EU government. So let's say my company is working in the EU related data, and I have to make sure that my employees who are accessing, processing the European data, PII data, the personal identifiable information, how to handle it, how to process it. So since there has been a new regulation post, I have to train my employees. I have to make sure they are aware of it. There comes the security awareness and training part, because whenever there is a change, we have to make sure the whole company or the necessary stakeholders are made aware of it. And it is also an important part when look from NIST, when we look from ISO, when we look from SOC. So it is also the important criteria or a control to be implemented. And due care, due diligence are some of the terms which you will be using from third party TPRM perspective. So due care is something a control or a check you'll be performing on a point in time basis. And if you want to make sure that you have to review it, you want to perform that on a continuous basis or in a long term, that is where due diligence will be used. And again, please make sure to learn the definition or understand the difference between due care and due diligence. That is kind of a mostly frequently asked question, I would say. So make a note of it and make sure to have the definition, have a clear understanding of what is due care is, what is due diligence is, when due care will be used, when due diligence will be used. So that differentiation is pretty important for you guys. So please make a note of it. And then BCP DR covers the available part of the CIA triad. So due care, I would say that is a point in time control. So if I'm performing a check, let's say I'm onboarding a vendor, and I am performing the first time assessment just to check whether they have the necessary control in place. The one time check which I'm performing will be considered as due care. But if I'm going to perform a continuous review on the vendor on an annual basis, so I will be having a process in place for that. I'll be making sure these are the checks to be checked or to be marked as yes or no as part of my continuous review. So that will come under due diligence. Due diligence will have a long-term plan, process in place. And if you want to perform a one-time check, it will be called as due care. And if you want to perform a regular long-term basis, or you want to put up a process which is a long-term solution for a problem, that will be considered as due diligence. I will give you the exact definition of what due care and due diligence is. I'll be sharing a Word document with you, which will have almost all the abbreviations and definitions, and that will include due care, due diligence as well. You can just remember the definition alone. When you face CISSP exam, the question will be like, they'll be giving the definition and the options will be due care, due diligence, and some other two option. You have to select which one is the right term for the definition which has been provided. So make sure you know what due care and due diligence definition primarily. Let me explain about the business continuity plan, BCP and DR actually. So if you are setting up any process, any business, or anything from an organization perspective, you always have to make sure you have a backup, because if there has been anything which is happening which is natural or man-made, you have to make sure you bring up the system back to its original position or original state. So to maintain that, you will have a process called as business continuity process. That will cover the high level process on what will you be doing if something happens which is affecting the performance, which makes the system unavailable, or the people unavailable, or the technology unavailable. What kind of steps you will be taking to make sure you mitigate that, you bring it back to the original state. So all the process and high level stuffs will be taken care in the business continuity planning. And disaster recovery is specifically to the technology side of it. So let's say I'm hosting my data in AWS or GCP or anywhere. I have multiple services running in AWS. So few services are regional based and few are availability zone based. So what I'll be doing is I have to make sure I have a redundant replica of the system to make sure if there is anything happening in one zone, I have to bring back the other one to make sure the application, the data is available always. So all these technical stuff, right? The service, backup, what is the priority of the service? How can we bring a snapshot back? How can we create a replica? All those stuff will be covered under disaster recovery, because that will be handling the technology part of it, and the business continuity process will be handling how we can engage the top management, how we can make sure the people are available, who is the primary owner, who should be contacted. So all those stuff will be handled under business continuity plan. And kindly, if you are answering any security CISSP question, and if you find an option in the multiple choice question as people, the answer would always be people. People security is the important one. When we focus on security, BCP, DR, anything, people security is the first thing, and only after that we will look from technology or application service, any point of view. You have to always choose the answer people. So I have explained about what BCP and what DR is and what is. And again, when we look from IC square, that is CISSP, these are the four major steps. You guys have to remember these four steps from the exam point of view. So the project scope and planning, you have to perform a BIA, business impact assessment, when you are implementing a BCP process, a continuity planning, and then have it approved and have it implemented. So these four steps, kindly make sure you remember it, memorize it in the same order. That is important. And again, I'll be explaining each one of them. When we jump onto the BCP process, the first thing, everything, when you plan it, the first thing would be understanding or planning or scoping, all those stuff. That is the primary or the initial step which you will be doing as part of process management, project management, BCP implementation, anything. So first, you will be understanding what is the scope of the organization, what is the objective of the organization, and you will be identifying all the organization departments, what type of data they are processing, where is the office located, and who are the individuals. So all those stuff. So you will be identifying those and understanding and listing those. That will come under planning. So that would be the initial step. And then as part of the planning, you will be identifying the respective stakeholders, because only you will not be able to perform the BCP. You will require assistance from the executive team, from the HR team, from the IT team, from the legal team, and of course from the senior management. So you will be requiring representative from almost all the departments, and that is again will be part of the planning procedure, and you will have to reach out to the management for the resources requirement. If you are planning for a BCP process, you would require a lot of resources, and you will require approval from the management for that. If you're planning to do a testing, you would require time from the team, the employees, and you have to get approval for that. And the team has to spend some of their bandwidth in implementing the process, providing training to the team members, the overall organization, testing that, perform, let's say we want to test the implemented process, right? So we have to perform either a simulation test or a tabletop exercise, something to validate the implemented process. So all these require resources, which requires approval from the management as well. And we have to make sure we fulfill the legal and regulatory requirements as well. So if let's say I have a contractual obligation, I am providing a service, and the customers are requesting for the availability of 99.9% of the application of the services. So I have a contractual obligation with the customer to make sure I have the application or the service available for 99.9%. So the 0.1% is the only thing where we can accept, where the customers will accept, and we have to make sure we fulfill that. If not, we are contractually obligated to pay them sanctions, credits, or fine because we are violating the contract, and there will be some legal or regulatory requirement as well to make sure we have the system available up and running for this much time. As of now, there is no specific duration or timeline has been proposed by any law or regulation, as in you have to be available for 99%, you have to be available for 99.9%, 98%. No regulation or law has imposed that. It is completely based on the business objective. If I am providing a service, let's say I am hosting a website, and it's a customer service website, so that has to be available for at least, and they can accept only a minimum downtime window, because it is a customer service website, and many of them will be trying to access it, and if it is down, people will not be able to access. That will affect these service which they are providing, and we'll not be able to resolve the request, and there will be no tracking as well. So if it is based on the objective or the service which I'm providing, the availability window might reduce or might get increased. Let's say I'm providing a data analytics service where I'm sharing all the marketing or sales related or advertisement related information, that can be down for at least an hour. It will not be majorly impacting the business, or it will affect the people or something like that, because it is predictive information, and it is not that it has to be available 100% or 99%. So based on the business, based on the objective of the business, the availability window might vary, and our RTO, RPO, MTD calculations might vary as well. All these are technical terms when you work in the BCP DR perspective. So I'll be explaining each of these terms to you as well. So business impact assessment is one of the important step we will be performing from the BCP implementation perspective. We will be having multiple services running, and multiple resources or data being processed in the service. Some data might be critical, as I mentioned. Some data, some asset might be critical, and some might not be critical, and that can be down for a longer period as well. So we have to go ahead and assess each of the asset. So that is where the business impact assessment majorly plays. So what will happen if that particular data or resource or service is down, and how much it will impact, what is the criticality of it, how much it is sensitive. So all those will be calculated as part of business impact assessment, and we will be listing the services based on the priority. If it is like P1 application or P1 service, this is the downtime window they can have. This is the RTO window they can have. This is the RPO window they can have. So that's how we will be performing the business impact assessment. And there are two methods which we can use. This will be explained in the risk management procedure as well, quantitative and qualitative method. Quantitative is completely based on the numbers, monetary values, because we will be able to identify the asset value. If one particular asset is down, we'll be able to calculate the asset value. We know the asset value, and we'll be able to calculate it based on the asset value. There comes the quantitative part. When it comes to the qualitative part, how much it will impact our reputation, how much business or customer, how the customer will be viewing, and what our pipeline, future pipeline would be, how the investors will be thinking about us, and how will be assessing us. So those process related or something which cannot be measured in numbers, those will come under qualitative analysis. So as part of BIA, business impact assessment, generally organization will combine both the quantitative and qualitative analysis, and the final result would be, for the technology part there will be quantitative analysis, and for the process and people there will be qualitative analysis, and the final result will be shared with the management. And then they'll be prioritizing or setting up a BCP plan, and they'll be implementing it. So that's how the process works. And as I mentioned, so the asset value will be calculated based on the asset value. And for the critical asset, there should be a minimum downtime window. So that is the maximum tolerable time. So how much time the application or service can be down. If it is a critical application, it can be down only for 5 seconds or 10 seconds maximum, not more than that. So that will be the tolerable window. And recovery time objective is how soon can we recover the application from the time it is down. Let's say if the application is down by 10:04 p.m., can we recover it within like 5 minutes if it is a critical application? So we will be assessing that based on the services, based on the backup, based on the data it has, how soon can we recover. All those will be analyzed, and we will be coming to a RTO calculation. And the best practice is always the RTO should be less than the maximum tolerable time, because if the maximum MTD value of application is only 5 minutes and the RTO value is 10 minutes, it does not fulfill the objective itself. So the RTO should also always be less than the MTD value. And yes, as part of the BIA, we have to identify the various threats which can impact as well. So what are the risks which will be imposed to the business? We can categorize those as natural and man-made. So if we are thinking from the natural elementary perspective, all those environmental impacts would be considered. And from the man-made perspective, or the human negligence, or all the stuffs which happens because of the employees or external hackers, everything will be considered in the man-made perspective. And we calculate the likelihood assessment as well. All these terms are based on a risk assessment method, which I'll be explaining tomorrow in detail, and you will be able to understand every single term in this. So after performing the BIA, we will be going to the implementation part. So once we have identified, we have listed all the assets, we have identified which is a priority one, and then we have to develop and implement a contingency plan for those services. So if it is a critical application, let's have a continuous backup in a different region. So all those plans will be made, and it will be implemented in the continuous planning stage, where we will be working with the multiple teams. We'll be proposing that the engineering team will be checking on the feasibility of it, and then we have to get the management approval to implement it. And all those stuffs will be happening in the continuous planning. And yeah, the plan approval, plan implementation, and main stuff in a BCP is, though we go ahead and implement everything, we have to make sure the team which we have identified initially, right, as part of scoping and planning, that team has to be assessed, advised, and made aware of the BCP procedure and the plan which has been proposed and implemented, because they'll be the one who will be working, who will be making sure the BCP is in place, and they will be the one who will be bringing back the application or service back to normal. So they should be made aware of all the plans, implementation, and the steps which they have to perform. So all the training and education will be provided as well as part of the continuity planning. And finally, time will include RTO, right? So when we look from, as initially mentioned, everything has to be documented from security perspective. So even if the management who approved it, or the person who implemented the BCP process is not available, the BCP team or the recovery team should be able to go ahead and look into the document, the procedures, and they should be able to work without any single point of failure. So that is the main reason. All the process, everything proposed has to be documented, and there has to be a regular procedure in place to validate the BCP process implemented, and they have to update if there has been any business objective changes or application or services changes as well. So all these will come under documentation part, and there are few documentation which are considered as important. So the statement of importance, these are like generic terms, but it is not that you have to create these document as part of BCP. It will be coming under a single document itself. So if you create a business continuity procedure plan, so that will be covering these as a subsection in that, why it is important to have the BCP plan, and what are the priorities, and what is the organization responsibilities, and what are the important records to have in place as part of the BCP. So all these topics will be included in the procedure documentation itself, or some organization prefer to have separate document for each. So that totally differ from organization to organization. And also it is important to document, I have mentioned this previously, people security is the important part when it comes to BCP and DR. So all the emergency process, how to respond to emergency, what are the contacts, and who should be reached out if there are any emergency, and all those point of contacts, numbers, emails, everything has to be documented, and it has to be maintained. That is one thing. The person might leave, the email address might change, but maintaining those is a pretty important stuff, because BCP DR document is always considered as a living document, and it will be updated whenever there is a change in the organization, which is considered as a the changes might happen daily, monthly, or weekly as well. The document has to be updated and maintained. So that is one important stuff. So let me jump onto the laws regulation perspective. Okay. Before I go to the computer crime, so initially there was no specific law of regulation focused on cyber crime or crime, anything related to computer or anything related as cyber. All the activities or any malicious activity which was performed were handled in the criminal law perspective, which the judges and the law firms felt to be not clear, and only then the computer crime laws came into place. And there are few laws imposed by the US government, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, and then FISMA. These two are like important ones, and the Computer Security Act is a subset of Fraud and Abuse Act. So you have to primarily focus on these three laws, and then comes the Economic Espionage Act, I guess. So that is another one important law. And also there are a few laws which focus on data transfer from one region to another region. I'll be sharing that list of laws and what it is, just like a high level definition. Anything which is assault, robbery, anything which is like murder, and all those will be coming under criminal law. And initially cyber crime were also considered under criminal law. So, and then the civil law or all related to the people dispute, and the employment related dispute, all those comes under criminal law. And administrative laws are something which is related to trade, and then organization stuff, all those, and then moving from one country to another country, immigration stuff, everything will be coming under administrative law. And then comes the computer crime. So these are the primary laws which have been imposed by the US government. And the phone tapping comes under Electronic Communication Privacy Act is, yeah, that is the one, I think. And you have to get permission. You cannot directly tap into anybody's private conversation or private data without getting proper approval. So that is Electronic Communication Privacy Act. And those are I will provide you the list of laws and the high level explanation of that as well. So when we consider what is a computer crime, anything where you use a computer, a device, a laptop, or anything that will be considered as a computer crime, which can happen using computer, that is computer assisted crime. You can access to someone's network or financial data or the private PII information using the computer, or you can perform uh, you can install a virus in other people network or infrastructure using the device, which will be targeting other people's computer. And then if, let's say, it is not intentional that you are affecting someone's computer, but it happens over the process, all those comes under computer crime. And uh, when we consider this slide is out of nowhere, I'm not sure why this is here. This has to come under the threat modeling and threat explanation, but I'll explain what advanced persistent threat is. So let's say there are multiple kind of malware and trojans, anything which can be easily identified. And but currently in the AI world and how things are evolving is, there are few threats which are called advanced persistent threats. Those are evolving ones, and it is not something specifically focused. So there are the computer crime, right? The three types of crime. So if there are any crime which is happening using computer, or it is impacting someone's computer, or if the computer is getting impacted over the process, everything comes under computer crime. When we focus on the computer assisted crime, let's say I am planning to do a attack and I would require the device to perform the attack does not mean I'm launching a missile or I'm sending a biovirus, something like that. I'm using my computer to transfer a virus to another system or a service which will impact that service performance. So I'm using my computer or doing everything by using this as a tool and performing a crime that comes under computer assisted crime. So you can do a DDoS attack or share a malware. Everything can be performed using your computer. So that is computer assisted. But again, the opposite side of it, if you become the victim, and where the attack is specifically focused on your device, and your computer is getting impacted because of that, your services is getting impacted because of that, there is a ransomware attack where you got locked down from your system and you became the victim of that. So that computer targeted crime, that here this side is a computer targeted crime. And computer is incidental is where you don't perform any attack, you just sniff the system, you gather the data, and you do not perform anything in the device. You just be shadow in a system where you watch everything. So that where there is no impact, but the activities being performed where the computer has been used as a supportive, and there is no impact at all, that is where the computer is incidental or the focus place. When we focus on the intellectual properties, anything which you have created, you have devised, you have identified, anything, even a small word or caption which you find to be specific to you, which you feel to be your creation, will come under intellectual property. And there are few laws, few regulations, few controls in place to protect that, how you can manage those. And you have four types of IP when you look from intellectual properties. First one is a copyright, trademark, patents, and trade secrets. These are like common terms which you guys might have seen in your day-to-day lives, where there will be a small R within a round in any of the logos or any of the small word captions, anything like that, or TM within a round symbol. So those are like trademark or a registered trademark, where it is specific to the organization or the person who is handling that. So it is available on a day-to-day basis, but only now we are going to understand what it is. So copyright is um, okay, it is to protect. So, copyright is something specific to my creation. So, if I have created it mostly applies to all the creative works, and for books, and then for softwares, and if there are any music or creative, everything which comes under creative work will come under copywriting. So, if I have to use the book, or I have to read it, or I have to publish it, I have to get the approval from the owner. So that's how the copyright law has been devised. So even for the software, I have to get the approval if it is actually registered under the owner. So that is where the copyright comes. And this part, right? You have to make sure you remember this year of value of it for each term. For trademark, there will be one. For copyright, until 70 years. You might get questions around this part, where they give options in random numbers and you have to choose the right one. For copyright law, work by one or more authors are protected until 70 years after the death of the last surviving author. So this number, make sure you remember this number. And the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, again, it is a copyright law to implemented to protect the copyright owner, and specifically for the service providers, the internet providers, the service providers are there who become a victim of the Copyright Act. If someone is trying to access, let's say, I use a pirated version of software, and I cannot blame, if I'm transferring it to someone, if I'm sending it over email, I cannot blame the internet service provider for that, because I am responsible for it. The person who is getting it is responsible for it, and the person who is transferring it, or the person who is transferring it cannot be blamed for something which the to and fro things happening. So DMCA is specifically implemented to limit the liabilities of the internet service provider, to protect them, and to protect them from the copyright law. So this is specifically for the internet service providers. Kindly remember that. That is important. And then on the trademark part, so anything which I use as a logo or a slogan for publishing my product or service, anything, so that will be specific for me. If I'm trying to protect it, even though I have not registered it, I can go ahead and mark it as TM, which means I am the owner of it. I'm trying to trademark it. You cannot use it. So that's how it is. If I'm planning to register it, and I will go ahead and register it with the US Patent and Trademark Office, and then once I get the certification, it will be marked as R symbol here. So this is how it will be if it is registered trademark, and if it is unregistered, it will be TM. So this value, right, that is important. Kindly make sure you remember that. Trademarks are granted for an initial period of only 10 years. For copyrights, it is 70 years from the last surviving author, and for trademarks, it is 10 years and can be renewed for unlimited successive 10-year period. So it is for 10-year, 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 10-year. Okay, that's how trademark works. And then finally on the patents. So patents, I believe you guys have heard about it a lot. This is for a 20-year tenure, where if I'm planning to patent something, it must fulfill these three criterias, because something which is already existing and something which is already in place cannot be patented by my end. The invention which I'm going to patent should be new, it must be useful, and it should not be obvious. Okay, so only if it fulfills these basic category, we can go ahead and apply for the patent. So it is for the 20 years period. That is another one important time duration which you guys have to remember. And then finally on the trade secrets. So every company or every organization might have a trade secret, and we cannot go and ask the company to share the trade secret. Let's say KFC has their own secret formula, Coca-Cola has their own secret formula. I might be doing some business and my source code would be a secret for me. My business the objective would be pretty secret for me. So all those specific to business which can be used or can be if it is gone public, it might affect my business or my company. It might create a severe damage. So that will be considered as a trade secret, and there are multiple checks to protect the trade secret. That is not easy, and every organization, the legal team has, right? The legal team make sure they have controls to protect their own trade secrets. And the Economic Espionage Act in 1996 was published or was enacted specifically for protecting the trade secrets. And let's say there are multiple softwares, but you plan to use it, you have to get the licensed version of the software. That is one important thing, because it is their own creation and you're just utilizing their own creation for your benefit. So there are licenses which will be provided by the owner of the software, and there are different types of licenses available. First, it will be like a written document where you work with the procurement team, send a Word document or a digital document to the other party, have it signed, and then share or get the copy of the software. That is one version. And then the other version is something where if you open the or if you install the application, you get a complete version of the license. And if you go ahead and acknowledge it, you accept to the license terms, all the terms which have been imposed by the owner. So that is the shrink wrap license agreement. And the click-through license agreement is again, the shrink wrap is written outside on the software package, and you have to accept it to even actually download or open the package. That is shrink wrap. And the click through is where you will be getting a pop-up where you have to go ahead and acknowledge it. Click as I agree or I don't disagree. That is the click through in license agreement. And all the AWS, if you are accessing the drives, the AWS environment, you will not be getting any click through or a shrink wrap or a Word document. It is just that it will be flashed in when you open it. If you access it, you are agreeing to their terms. That's how it is. Let's say if I'm opening a website, there is a pop-up, right? As in cookies, even though if I don't give accept all, reject all, it is considered. If I neglect it, some might appear persistently, some might vanish, considering that I accepted it. So that's how some of the license agreement work. If you even if you don't agree to it and proceed on working it, it is considered as you agree to their terms. So that's how few cloud-based service license agreement works. So let me jump on to the next topic. So what is PII? Any information through which you can identify a specific person or the owner of the information is called PII. So if you open, if you say my name, you should be getting my image, at least my Gmail photo, right? The baby yawning photo. So by that way, you are able to identify something about me, right? So my name or anything, email address, something. So that is PII. And then my email address, and then credit card numbers, everything which can easily identify my information or me are considered as PII. Even my health information, through which people can easily identify me. So we have to make sure that we have necessary controls in place to protect the PII data, and there are few laws in place to make sure that necessary protection are in place for that. So the Fourth Amendment is something, the Electronic Privacy Act, Communication Privacy Act, which we mentioned already, right? So that is again a privacy act where there has been some amendments made in the existing laws to make sure that you cannot violate someone's privacy, you cannot tap into someone's phone, you cannot directly visit someone's you cannot directly visit someone's house or any personal space and look into it or do some search or something like that. So there are laws to make sure the privacy of the individual has been protected, and one among them is Fourth Amendment, where without a warrant you cannot do wiretapping or invade the person's private space. And Privacy Act is again a US specific act where without consent you should not disclose the private information, privacy information of the individual to other agencies. If I'm performing service for them and without their consent, I cannot share their PII data to other agency. That covers the Privacy Act. And HIPAA is one thing which has been implemented where in order to, this is to protect specifically the health related information. Let's say the insurance policies, medical related bills, medical related reports, all those has to be protected so that the person's privacy is not getting violated. So HIPAA is specifically for that. And every company, the pharma company, the insurance company mainly focus on the HIPAA implementation. There are specific controls to be implemented. There will be an audit performed to make sure that the HIPAA controls are in place. So that is specifically for the control companies which are handling health related data. And then the privacy laws, the ones so far we have considered, right? Those are for the US region. And when we look from EU perspective, the European Union privacy law is something which is a predecessor of GDPR. Initially, it was there to make sure that the individuals data, right? They have the right to access the data. If someone is processing my data, if let's say my data has been processed as part of a service and they are holding my data, I have all rights to go and ask them to provide all the data which they are processing related to me, what is the source, whether they hold concern or got approval from my end before they process my data. So everything is covered under the European privacy law. And only then in 2018, GDPR came into play, which is General Data Protection Regulation, and it is widely implemented across the globe. I would say almost all companies prefer GDPR because either one way or the other, they handle EU PII information. So GDPR is widely used nowadays and widely considered nowadays across all the companies. Data subject is a one whose data has been processed or handled. So if a company is handling or taking my data, I become the data subject. And the person who is collecting the data will be data controller, and someone who is processing on behalf of the data controller is a data processor. Let's say a survey has been conducted for a product to be launched, a new product to be launched. So I share my information to the survey performing company. So I become the data subject. The company which is performing the data survey becomes the data controller, and they will be storing or processing the data using some other service. Let's say they are using AWS, or they are using a website to process it, or they're using other service to process it. So the one through which they are processing the data becomes the data processor. So there are few requirements applicable to all these data owners, subjects, controllers, and processor. So as part of GDPR, there should be a concern before collecting the data, and the data subject has to be informed on what type of data has been processed, how it has been used, and where it has been stored. Everything has to be informed to the data subject, and the data subject has complete rights to say no to the processing. And if I want, I can go ahead and raise a request to delete the data as well. And if there are any data breach happen, it is mandatory that the data controller, as in the one who collected the data, has to report the data subject about the data breach within 72 hours. And there is only after GDPR, there has been the timeline mentioned in the regulation. Before that, there is no law or regulation which has imposed the specific timeline for reporting it. Only after GDPR, this has come into play. And the CCPA, the California Protection Act, and then the certain for specifically for India, and then the SEC regulation as of now, which has been imposed for these public companies. So everything has a timeline to report an incident or a data breach, but the predecessor of everything is the GDPR. Yes, correct, Karthik. There are significant fines getting imposed if there are any violation specific to GDPR. So companies focus much on GDPR, because if there are any violation, the data subject can penalize them and they can get a hefty amount as fine. And it is not only for the privacy protection, is not only for the data subjects as in the customers, the employees who work in the company also has to protect their own privacy. And there are few regulations, as in the controls in place, to make sure that the work related controls, work related monitoring are only to be focused on work related. Just because I am performing all the activities in the excuse me, I'm provided with the company's laptop, doesn't mean they can view me, monitor me through camera all the time. That is violation of my privacy. So they can monitor the laptop, they can review all the activities which has been performed through the laptop. But even then, for performing the activities, it has to be already informed to me prior to doing that, which will be included in the employee agreement. Whenever the employee is getting onboarded, all the monitoring activity, what they will be performing, how the what are the data which they'll be collecting as part of the work or organization management, everything has to be mentioned in the employee agreement, and the employee has to acknowledge it. Only then it will be performed. So everything has to be acknowledged, even if it is the customer or the employee.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity certification training, which will enable you to learn skills like ethical hacking, network security, cryptography, digital forensics, malware analysis, and threat detection. Through this course, you will also master hands-on tools and techniques using Kali Linux, Wireshark, Metasploit, Bob Suite, Nmap, and many more, while working on real-world projects like wireless security and incident response, all taught by top industry experts and IIT faculties. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals make successful career transitions in cybersecurity and IT security roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. And without any doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of cybersecurity.